All right, people, we are live. We are live this morning. Good morning to everybody. We already have a nice chat going. Shirley's divorce finally. Morning. We got Clizzle in the house. We got Paulette Cunningham, Deandra Fentress. Oh, we got a Baltimore's finest, BMO finest from the BMO Caffle. We got people in the house. Y'all, I will tell everybody that I'm starting this live at 8:30 in the morning so I can get y'all in here with me, so I can get y'all rocking with me. I really don't know if we're going to have very much happening until later on, possibly even the afternoon, y'all. So just FYI, I think that the word on the street as of right now is that everything's going to get started later on. So what we're going to do, let's take a look at Twitter. We'll take a look at Twitter. We'll try to get ourselves oriented to where everything stands with the trial. I'm going to check also to see if there is anything scheduled from Law and Crime or any of the others. Which it doesn't seem like there is. So, all right. So let's just read. First of all, we'll just read through the chat a little bit. All right. Let's just get everybody on here. Shirley's divorce. Good morning. Yeah, today will be interesting. Got my Royal Farms coffee, Clizzle. It's gonna be lit. Hopefully, now everybody remember today there is no jury, but you don't need the jury to call a mistrial. So there is no jury today. So that means that the witness from yesterday, Slime Life Shouty, he will not be testifying today. Word on the street, there is no jury. So we won't be seeing testimony, but you can still have your motions and your mistrial, etc. Remember, Glanville, he was recused. There was no need for a jury or anything like that. So morning, everybody. Feeling good today? Good. Morning, BMO finest. Shelly Jackson, good morning. No mistrial without prejudice because the state has to have a new jury seated by the end of December, and I can't see that happening. Okay, so let's talk about that, y'all. Let's deal with that first, y'all. Let's deal with that first. There is no. I want everybody to realize this. There is no 100% definitive answer as to what happens with Thug if there is a mistrial without prejudice. I'm going to say it again. If the mistrial without prejudice is granted, nobody knows for sure what happens next. Okay? We don't know if the DA would refile. Let's say they do. Okay? Let's say the DA refiles. That's kind of a safe bet to say that they would probably refile. Do they refile against everybody? Let's say they do. A lot of people are saying, well, then the speedy trial situation kicks in for Thug. Nobody really can say 100% what that means. Okay? Nobody can say 100% what that means. So shut love up, excuse me. A lot of people are saying what you're saying, but I can't verify it. Every day in this courtroom is an exercise of confusion. Testimony, objections, motions, it's watchable. I said yesterday, I don't think there's a human alive who totally understands this trial. Morning chat, morning to everyone, Kayvon. They can't get a stipulation drafted by December, much less either panel. Yeah. Again, we don't know for sure that that is what would be the case. Okay. Though I'm not saying that won't be the case, I'm saying that there's no certainty that they would have to get a new jury by December. But I would say, though, that the idea of getting a jury by December, by the end of December, or whatever the date would be in December, does seem highly unlikely. There are a couple of problems with getting a jury by December. One is the jury selection process in Fulton County among people who I don't know if it's you never heard of the case is the standard, but people who don't have an opinion, people who haven't already been swayed one way or the other with this thing being on social media and the news for the past, 2 years. And two, finding people who could afford to sit for a year on trial, a year plus. I don't know that would be possible by December. In a normal jury selection, you can find 12, 16 people in a week, but this is anything but normal. Hit the post mid-sentence. Y'all hit the like button, please. Hit the like button, please. One can only hope. What is the end of December new seated jury deadline? Yes, that is what people are saying, Bo. I'm not saying that, but a lot of people are saying that. Solitude agreed. Yeah, last night this was definitely, I think it was on a lot of people's minds. I was up late, not too late, but past 10 o'clock, still checking to see if there would be any news about this trial coming out. Of course, nothing came out. Overthought salutes. Paris High. Good morning, Hayden. Bama made me. Good morning. Morning to all y'all. Solitude. Good morning from Houston. What's happening? Morning. Is that Andrea or Andrea? Good morning. Yes, we're in here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Rule 403. Morning, Amy. So y'all, we have quite a while before trial starts, and I'm gonna try to be here and keep everybody who wants to hang out entertained. And maybe I shouldn't even say trial starts because there's no jury today. I'm gonna repeat that. So there is no jury today, so it's not really gonna be. It'll be more like court as opposed to trial today. Let's take a look at Thugger's speedy trial post from yesterday. Everybody, we probably all honestly should give Thugger send him a Cash App or something, because Thugger's been on it. I think I might have to Cash App Thugger a couple of dollars, even though Thugger says he is not hard up for money. Okay, so let's read through Thugger. Please, y'all, let's give Thugger his credit. If you're on X and if you don't already follow Thugger Daily, it's at THUGGERDAILY. Thugger also has a Cash App there, so anybody who's feeling generous, let's support Thugger Daily. Now, Thugger says, I'm being bombarded with mistrial speedy demand questions, so I'm just going to dump my understanding in a thread, and hopefully with further discussion, we'll get to a conclusion. OCGA 17-7-170E says state has until the next term of court to retry. If the case in which a demand for speedy trial has been filed as provided in this code section results in a mistrial, the case shall be tried at the next succeeding regular term of court. Now, I guess we can get into a little bit more kind of instruction today. Oh, by the way, y'all, I put our overlay up yesterday. Let me put my overlay on, our Paralegal Institute overlay. Yeah, paralegal certificate program overlay. Got a lot of people interested in the paralegal program that we have here. So if y'all are interested, go to careerparalegal.com and drop your information. Now, let me say this, y'all. The legislature of the state of Georgia passed a law. They passed hundreds of laws, thousands of laws. One of those laws that they passed says this. Maybe we should look up this whole OCGA thing. Maybe we should look up the whole thing so we can try to get it in context. So let's go to OCGA 170. Okay, this is demand for a speedy trial. I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna make it bigger, y'all. So this is what everybody is talking about right now. So it is a little dry, but this is where we stand right now. Okay. I certainly don't want to read through this whole thing, but let's take a look. This is the 2023 Code of Georgia Criminal Procedure Pretrial Proceedings. Demand for trial, announcement of blah, blah, blah. Demand for speedy trial service, blah, 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 blah. Man, do we have to read this whole thing? Any defendant against whom a true bill of indictment or an accusation is filed with the clerk of an offense, with the clerk for an offense not affecting the defendant's life may enter a demand for speedy trial at the court term at which the indictment or accusation is filed, or at the next succeeding regular court term thereafter. Now, according to Thugger, the terms in Fulton County are 2 months each. The current one ends in 12 days, the day before Election Day, strangely enough, according to Thugger. So we're just going to ride with his information. So the current court term, according to Thugger, ends on November 4th, the day before Election Day. So that's a Monday. Okay. Fulton County, first Monday in January, blah, blah, blah. So this tells you when the court terms end, I guess. Okay, so the current one ends in 12 days. So assuming a mistrial was declared before then, they'd have until the December to try the case. All right, so this is where Thugger is getting that information from the Georgia Code. So let's just skip down here. If the case in which a demand for speedy trial has been filed as provided in this code section results in a mistrial, so that's what we're speculating on, the case shall be tried at the next succeeding regular court term. So if this case were to terminate in a mistrial today, the case must be tried at the next term. The next term, if these terms last 2 months, you would imagine this term will end early November. The next term will end early December. Will end early January, right? As provided by Thugger here, first Monday in January. So the first Monday in January would be January 6th. So basically, due to holidays and stuff, they would have to try to assemble this case and try the case. They would have to try the case by early January, by January 6th, it looks like. Now, then the question would be, what qualifies as trying the case? These are the kind of questions lawyers ask. These are the kind of questions when you get the prosecution and the defense arguing in court before the judge. These are the kind of questions they're arguing. They're saying, what does trying the case actually mean? So remember, you might think try the case means start the case. You might think try the case means end the case. It can't possibly mean end the case, right? It can't possibly mean end the case, but you might think it means start the case. But what does start the case? Like opening arguments? What does try the case actually mean? So that's the question Thugger's asking. So it seems pretty clear that they would have to do something by January 6th, which is the first Monday in January. Considering you will probably have January 1st off, which is New Year's Day. January 5th, You have January 1st off, which is New Year's Day. January 4th and 5th are Saturday and Sunday. So basically, you would have looks like you have 2 days in January and early January. Your latest date to do anything would look like be January 3rd. But let's continue with Thugger and see what he says. So what does trying the case mean? The last time we had a similar discussion, a popular opinion was that simply starting jury selection qualified. Okay. So now we have to ask ourselves, okay, we get a mistrial today, presumably. I don't know. I'm not even predicting that. We're just we're in hypothetical world, right? You get a mistrial today. hypothetically, without prejudice. Now, y'all, I would imagine that with prejudice is still on the table. Okay. I would imagine that with prejudice is still on the table. I'm not wrong, Kevin Trotter. I'm literally just reading through what Thugger Daily is saying and going through his reasoning. So I'm not expressing my own opinion. I'm walking y'all through the thought process. And also, I would say, though Judge Whitaker yesterday, though she said mistrial without prejudice is off the table, I'm not so sure that that's 100% correct. Okay. So let's continue. So what qualifies as trying the case? The last time we had a similar discussion, a popular opinion was that simply starting jury selection qualified. Does that qualify as trying the case? Well, I don't know. Let's see what Thugger says. However, the SCOG case Bowman versus State seems to suggest that trial doesn't start for purposes of speedy trial until you actually select and swear 12 jurors, which would be next to impossible in this case within the allotted time. So Kevin here says all you have to do is start. Kevin, would you post your credentials for saying that, please? Like, are you a Supreme Court justice? Are you a legal scholar? Are you just a guy who's familiar with this because it happened in your case or a friend's case or whatever? Would you post your credentials or your background basis for stating this so emphatically? Again, I don't know the answer. I don't think anybody knows the answer, frankly. I don't think anybody knows the answer, but we're walking through possible scenarios. So does the trying of the case start when you start jury selection, which could extend for months as it did in this case? Does the trying of the case, does that obtain when the jury is sworn in or some other thing? I believe that jeopardy attaches when you swear in the jury, when you impanel the jury. So jeopardy is when you think double jeopardy, when you think you can't be tried for the same crime twice. That trying of the crime, that putting jeopardy, you being in jeopardy of prison, that happens typically once the jury has been impaneled, not when you start selection of the jury, but when you have a jury. Okay. So with that in mind, I would say that it would seem reasonable to think that the case is tried because jeopardy attaches once the jury is impaneled. Okay. That's what I think. I'm thinking it would begin with the date the state files the case brand new under a new case number. So again, Amy, like the funny thing is nobody really knows. Okay. So we're just going through different scenarios. So that could be it. I mean, it very well could be correct. If mistrial without, I believe they could try again or sever some of them or no Rico, etc. Yeah, if they get a mistrial. So what we discovered yesterday on the stream is the indictment still stands. So they don't have to re-indict. But as far as how they decide to proceed with the trial, I'd imagine the prosecution would have wide latitude. It doesn't seem like it would be fair for the defense to have to go through this again because the prosecution is the one that made these mistakes that led up to this mistrial motion. They made the same mistake many times. Again, I said yesterday, if there were a mistrial because a juror had done something wrong, then I could see this mistrial without prejudice not being so unfair to the defense. But the mistrial motions have almost all come as a result of prosecutor activity, not a juror talked to another juror and was deliberating when they shouldn't have done that. That would be a different kind of scenario, a different rationale. What jurors take 2 or 3 years off their job? You know who it is? State employees, silverback, state employees who are going to get paid anyway. You get a rack of state employees in there who their job, Georgia state employees, and their job going to pay them anyway. And they can take off and go sit in the courthouse while Georgia pays them anyway. Those are the type of people we're talking about. Those are the type of people, retirees maybe. But no retiree is going to want to spend their time this way. But if you're going to be at work anyway, you work for the state of Georgia and they have a law, let's say, that they have to pay you anyway, you like, hey, I'll go sit in the trial. Why not? You know, afterwards, I'll write a book, maybe make a meal. So I was going to say YT lawyer, but armchair sounds better. Well, listen, I'm not doubting what he said. I just want to know what is his background for saying it. Sometimes when you give an opinion, it's best to give some kind of additional information as to how you know that. I don't think there's going to be a mistrial. Y'all, let me play this short. I'm gonna play a short that I made yesterday. Y'all, we've been living this, we've been eating this, we've been sleeping this. I'm gonna let this short play a couple of times. To me, this is something that people only started to talk about a little bit, that people should have been talking about more. People should have been talking about, I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit because it sounds like it's super loud. Judge's job to fix the prosecution's sloppiness.
Trying to do is fix your sloppiness so that everybody won't have wasted, 10, 12 months of their lives in this trial.
Yeah, we can come up with it.
Okay, do it now.
Is it the judge's job to fix the prosecution's sloppiness?
Trying to do is fix your sloppiness so that everybody won't have wasted, 10, 12 months of their lives in this trial.
Yeah, we can come up with it.
Okay, do it now.
Is it the morning, Papa Bear? So I think we have at least two different things at play right now. We have at least two different things. We have Whitaker, who seemed to have put on the table a potential mistrial without prejudice. And we also have the same Whitaker who set up a basis for a recusal motion against herself when she made this comment yesterday. Grand rising to my people. Grand rising. Y'all, we're going to go back and we're going to review this shortly because almost, in my opinion, this part that happened, I'm pointing to another screen here. This part that happened with Whitaker, in my opinion, is almost more important, particularly, not more important. It's not more important, but it is of very significant importance. It's highly significant because what Whitaker did here could be the basis of a recusal motion against her. When does the case start? We got a lot of comments coming in. Thank y'all. If you haven't hit the like, y'all, hit the like button. Please do hit the like button. Somebody spam some more likes for me, please. So this, I'm gonna play this one more time, y'all. Don't get tired of it. It's only like 20 seconds. The judge's job to fix the prosecution's sloppiness.
Trying to do is fix your sloppiness so that everybody won't have wasted, 10, 12 months of their lives in this trial.
Yeah, we can come up with it.
Okay, do it now.
Okay, so what does Hilton say? Somebody said, what does Hilton say right there? Excuse me, y'all. I'm got a little bit of I don't have a cold, but like a little, it's trying to get me, but I'm like, nah, you can't get me. So anyway, what does Hilton say there? Hilton says like we could come up with a stipulation. Hilton says something to the terms of we can come up with a stipulation. We're going to talk about that. The judge, what you just heard was arguably corrupt. I'm not saying it was corrupt, but people have said that. But the reason I say arguably corrupt was because what she said surrounding that sounded way worse. And we'll get into that in a sec. Y'all, come on, hit the like button. Hit the like. Come on, people. Come over here. Early in the morning. We don't know what time court is starting today, y'all. We don't know what time it's starting. I heard around 12, so that means I'm going to be talking for another 3 hours. We're going to be playing some video. You better believe it. Avery, judge wants the state to lie. That is what we're going to be talking about here shortly. That's what we're going to be talking about here shortly. So, but let's go back to Thugger Daily real quick. Okay, so it's looking like no one made this argument on behalf of Thug when jury selection in this case took 10 months. So that's what has me scratching my head. Again, Thugger, the argument, I don't know if you're replying to somebody or not, but the jury select, but if you're saying that the court, that the trial is tried once jury selection is completed, then yeah, I see what you're saying. But you know what? That's a good point. Thugger Daily saying here, okay, but hold up. If you file for a speedy trial, why didn't that take effect the first time when the jury selection took so long? Please note, Young Thug is the only defendant with a current active speedy trial demand. Shannon's was denied by Glanville on a technicality related to COVID, suspending the demand for speedy trials in Fulton. But I believe he may have a decent argument against that denial. I'm going to tell y'all something. We've seen that certain judges are likely to allow a trial to continue, even though there are glaring deficiencies in the trial, which could result in an appeal. I'm going to say it again. We've seen that Judge Glanville and Judge Whitaker have both verbalized that, hey, this could be an issue on appeal. So I will say this speedy trial thing doesn't mean anything if the judge wants this trial to go forward. It could only mean something if this goes up on appeal, or if in some way the defendants are able to get a higher court involved that will stop the trial. So what I'm saying to y'all is, this speedy trial thing means nothing if you get a judge, if this gets assigned to a judge who wants to take this case forward. It won't matter. They'll take it forward. They'll interpret it the way they interpret it, the way they want, and this trial will be going. Okay? Good morning. Good morning. Not a new sub, but my first live. Good morning. Everybody, you could at least hit the like button, right? You could at least hit the like button. So I'm going to say this again. I want y'all to hear me, because everybody's talking about this speedy trial thing. It doesn't matter. Okay? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. If this case is assigned to a judge who wants to interpret the speedy trial statute in such a way as to allow this trial to go forward, then the trial will go forward. So haven't y'all noticed that Whitaker has said verbally yesterday that she didn't want to waste 10 to 12 months of everybody's time? It wasn't just the jurors. She said everybody. Okay? So think about that. So we're thinking about, well, the law says it's open to interpretation. That's what judges do, y'all. That's what judges do. So if there's a judge, if this is a mistrial today, and we're gonna speculate. Matter of fact, we have enough people on here. Let's get a poll going. I'm gonna get a poll going. I'm gonna just leave this poll open. If this ends in a mistrial today, the next judge who's assigned this case is gonna interpret all of this stuff. And if it's unclear and they decide they want to just let this case go forward, then the case is gonna go forward. Judge has to be careful. The defense needs to ask for recusal. You see for the open comment the judge made regarding the overwhelming evidence that they have already. Oh, you're talking about something else. Too clear. If you can post a link to that, or you can direct me to that some kind of way. We'll play it, y'all. We have a while to sit here and speculate over this stuff. I'm about to pull up a poll. I'm going to get a poll going as to, do you all think that this is going to end in a mistrial today? So let me get my poll opened up. And we're going to figure out if we think this is going to end in a mistrial today. So again, I don't want anybody to be, what I would say, I would call it confused. Forgive me for using the term, but I don't want anybody to be confused like, oh, that can't happen. Yes, it can. Yes, it absolutely can. If the judge decides that the judge wants this case to go forward, it's going forward. The only way you would be able to stop it is by trying to get a higher court to intervene and stop the case. And we saw with the Judge Glanville situation, I'm just saying, mistrial today. Yes or no? Everybody get in on this poll, y'all. Hit the like and get in on this poll. So I just opened up the poll. Okay. So we saw with the Judge Glanville situation that sometimes the higher courts are not very apt, not very inclined to jump in on an ongoing situation and make their voice heard. Even though they did kind of put their thumb on the scale a little bit, not even a little bit, a lot, they didn't make a ruling. Sassy Experience, hello. I said yesterday, Paige is FOS because she made the comment about sloppiness. She was admitting to stay effed up in mistrial with prejudice and warranted. I think there is a very strong case for what you just said. I don't know what FOS stands for. Sorry, y'all. I don't know if I'm just old now or what. So somebody drop FOS. What does that actually mean? Because I literally don't know. But whatever it means, it seems like we're agreeing with each other. I definitely think that what she said yesterday, and there was more around it, because people have made the argument that Judge Whitaker was instructing her. She was trying to find a way to mislead the jury. Now, a charitable reading of what she said is she was just trying to figure out a way to keep all sides safe. Because presumably what Quay wants, what Quay number 1 and Quay number 2 want, is to be identified as not the Quay who needed to be free. So Judge Whitaker, and we'll watch this, Judge Whitaker said, well, free could mean this, free could mean that, free could mean getting out of a relationship. And she's right. Let's be honest, y'all. If we're being honest, if we're being objective, free Quay doesn't mean that Quay was in jail or in prison. Like, for real, free Palestine. Well, I guess that does kind of denote their, but free J-Lo. She might be in a bad relationship. Free who, free whatever. It could be a slang for whatever. But I think she was reaching with that. I think Paige was reaching with that a little bit. And then she said, well, it could be this Quay, it could be that Quay, it could be whatever Quay, it could be a whole nother Quay. I think once you put everything together, it doesn't look good for what she said. And Sassy Experience, I definitely think that when Judge Whitaker said she's trying to fix the state's sloppiness in conjunction with all of this, I think it was clear that she had overstepped, and she verbally did it on the record for the whole world to see. This is not ex parte meeting where we're reading a transcript and we're trying to figure out what's the voice inflection and what's the tone and what. No, the only thing we didn't get, due to the cameraman or whoever it was, we didn't get to see her face. We didn't get to see her face, but we had enough information to know, no, that's not right. So thank you for the super chat. All super chats are appreciated. Slime Life, dropped a $1.99 super sticker. Highly, highly, highly appreciate everybody supporting us. So the poll is still going. Mistrial today. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Mistrial with prejudice or no mistrial defense winning? Ozman, let me see. Mistrial with prejudice. There's a lawyer on X who's talking about this, and he seems to indicate, and I should have just copied all these links down so I could just bring them back up as we talk today. But he seems to indicate that a mistrial, that now that the judge is apparently offering a mistrial without prejudice, and again, y'all, she did not say, I will give it to you. She did not say, I will give it to you. She asked them, do they want, my interpretation, my reading of it was, she asked them, do they want to request that? So does that mean that I'm going to give it to you if you request it? No. She could very well deny it. She could very well deny the mistrial without prejudice. She already took the mistrial with prejudice off the table. She could take the mistrial with prejudice, without prejudice off the table too. She could just say no. It's in your clip when she discusses why she doesn't think the prosecution was trying to go them into a mistrial. All right, we're going to go back. Y'all, we have hours. We're going to be watching this stuff. I'm going to be riding with y'all this morning. This is a good challenge for me to see if I can see how I'm going to keep this going until trial starts. By the way, anybody, if you do see any kind of trial related, camera setup or whatever, let me know, y'all. Because I'm with y'all. I'm locked in right here, and I'm not necessarily keeping my eyes on. Let me set up my second. Did y'all know I have 3 computers? Let me turn on my second computer, and I can keep my eyes on stuff. My boy Clizzle, if free, whoever means nothing, why have instructions prior to saying it? Also putting time and money over justice improper. Clizzle, you were on the stream 2 days ago, and y'all, I kind of started feeling like a soothsayer, y'all. I kind of started feeling like a soothsayer a little bit. Like anybody who was rocking with me 2 days ago, if you were rocking with me 2 days ago, this is what I did. I brought this up. I said, y'all, because everybody's saying Judge Whitaker is corrupt, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, man, I'm not the one to call people corrupt. I'm not saying I would never do it, but that's not my style, y'all. My style is not to get on here and call a sitting judge corrupt, even at this point, based on what Judge Whitaker has done. Now, I'm not saying I would never do it again, but I don't necessarily think corrupt is the only explanation for what we've seen. Another explanation, which is a very good and very plausible explanation, is called the sunk cost fallacy. The sunk cost fallacy is our tendency to follow through with something we've already invested heavily in, even when giving up is clearly a better idea. I'm going to read that again, y'all. The sunk cost fallacy is our tendency to follow through with something we've already invested heavily in or into would probably be a better word there. All right. Something we've invested heavily into, even when giving up is clearly a better idea. This is why you see so many people who stay in toxic relationships. Oh man, I've been with him, I've been with her for 10 years. And you don't want to start over. You don't want to lose everything that we were going to have a family. You don't want to lose it. And you feel like if you give up, you've lost it. So what I said 2 days ago is I said, Paige Whitaker, I believe, this is 2 days ago. This is Tuesday. I said, I don't want to use the term corrupt with Judge Whitaker. I think Judge Whitaker is suffering from the sunk cost fallacy. I think that what's happening is that she just doesn't want to have wasted all this time. By the way, I'm pulling this up. I'm pulling up my other screen here, y'all, so I can see if something gets started, if something pops up. So I said, I don't think Judge Whitaker is corrupt. This is my feeling. Unless you say suffering from the sunk cost fallacy is corrupt. All right, I have law and crime up now. So if they get going, I'll know. Unless you say suffering from the sunk cost fallacy is corrupt, I certainly 100% would prefer to say I believe that Judge Whitaker, this was Tuesday before yesterday, before she said it verbally, before she verbalized it. I said I believe Judge Whitaker is suffering from the sunk cost fallacy as it relates to this trial. She does not want this trial to end in a mistrial after everything everybody's been through. And then what did she say yesterday? This trial's been going on for 10, 12 months. We don't want it to be a waste. And I was like, there we have it. So she proved what I said. And again, I'm not the only one who said this. And you didn't have to be a genius to understand that this could and probably is in her mind. And it makes sense. If we're humans, it does make sense that she wouldn't want to come in and just call it a mistrial and just ruin everything. It doesn't seem correct. And I would say it's not correct. It's not the correct frame for a judge to have, but it's definitely a human and a very understandable frame. So Clizzle, putting time and money over justice and proper mistrial or prejudice, I totally agree with you. I believe Judge Whitaker admitted to suffering from the sunk cost fallacy. I don't think that's justice. I don't think that's what she should do. We as spectators, we can talk about, oh man, all this time for nothing. Judges, I don't think that should be even a consideration in their mind. All this time, all this effort for nothing. That has nothing to do with anything. It does for us, people watching. Thug could say it, but even the prosecution could say it, but the judge can't say it. The judge shouldn't even think it as a judge. As a person, I'm at a cocktail hour after work and I'm just sipping with my husband, talking about Paige. If she's married, I don't know, but oh my gosh, this is just going on and on. Okay, fine. But once you hit that courtroom, that shouldn't play a role. How much time and effort you've put into it. If there's a legal decision that needs to be made. Y'all, I'm running through the super chats, the super stickers, the new members. We have to give people their props when they support us. Robin Dolphin gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Highly, highly, highly appreciate it. Funny she didn't need expert to define free. Sassy, you keep using these FO. What is that? I guess am I old, y'all? But thank you. Thank you. Cammie Phillips, you also are always supporting us. What do you think they will really retry the case if the mistrial is granted? Yes. 100%. Oh, I don't think the case will look like it looks now. So Cammie, when you say the case, I will say no. Okay. So first I said yes, 100%, but let me erase that. No, they won't. They will not retry the case. You won't have Quay, Lil Rod, Shannon, Thug, and Yak Gotti in one single trial like this. So this trial, no. Will they retry probably everybody, but in some other format if possible? Yes. So I think they all get retried, but I don't necessarily think they set it up the way it's set up now. So that would be my answer. But yes, they're all going back on trial. Kate Francis, could the defense give bond if there's a mistrial and then retried? A judge will have to decide that. So yesterday, I mistakenly, and y'all who rock with me, who ride with me, you're gonna see that I make mistakes, but I also try to pick them up, correct them. Yesterday, I said, oh, if there's a mistrial, they should all go home. I was wrong about that, but we corrected that within about 5-10 minutes, right? Got an airplane going over, a jet. Y'all might hear it. So we corrected that right away, y'all. You know why? Because ChatGPT exists, and that helps. I thought mistrial, they're going to go home. That's not the case. If there's a mistrial, they can still be held. A judge could grant them bond. This would be a change in circumstances, but they will have to apply for that, and they'll have to convince a judge. Very unlikely that the state would just suddenly say, oh, they're no longer a danger. We should let them go. But stranger things have happened. Thank you for that. Paris, Judge Whitaker shows bias. A judge must always remain impartial under the rules of the law. Again, the reason I have this sunk cost fallacy up, y'all, is because I want everybody to see how it's operated in this case, but also want y'all to know how this operates in your own life. This is something we all hear. Have y'all ever heard like the parable of a man who stopped like a foot from gold? You know, he goes, he gets all of his during the gold rush, he gets all of his equipment that he needs to dig and mine for gold. He's digging, he's mining, he's digging, he's mining, he's digging, he's mining, and he doesn't strike gold. And eventually he's so exhausted he gives up. And then the next person who goes to that claim, like, you know, the next 1 or 2 feet later or whatever, in digging and mining, they strike gold and they become rich. That's a parable that probably has happened, and that's happened many times. Casino, you know, who's been to the slots where you're like, bing, and you don't get anything, and then somebody comes sit down in your chair and then they hit, like, you know, if not a jackpot, they hit for a bunch of money. So we as humans, we have this kind of fear because we've seen these situations where it's like, oh man, I done so much. I done did so much. I don't want to give up now, especially if you've given up before and you're like, man, I shouldn't have given up. I shouldn't have. So we have this sunk cost fallacy where it's like, man, I just can't give up. I invested too much. And then what happens? Then when it's time you should give up, the ship is going down, you don't give up. Y'all, I'm going to tell y'all something real quick. I'm going to give y'all a little bit of information about my life. A few years ago, I was making investments. I was up $150,000. Okay? I was up $150K on these investments I was making. I was sometimes doing $10,000 a day. I might have had a $20,000 day. But you know what? Once things started going down, I didn't know when to sell. Because things went up and down, up and down. So you never knew when the down was just going to keep going down or when the down was just a temporary down and things were going to go back. You just didn't know. So I wound up breaking even after 6 months of these investments. I went up 150,000 and I came down 150,000, and I wound up either at a slight gain or a slight loss of a few $1,000s. But that was because I just didn't know when to get out. So sometimes this is kind of like a corollary to the sunk cost fallacy. Sometimes you just got to know when to cut your losses. What Judge Whitaker said yesterday is we don't want to cut our losses today. That is not the type of thing you would want to hear from a judge who's supposed to be impartial. Like Clizzle said, she's supposed to follow the law, not follow the how much losses are we going to take if we cut it. That is not what you would expect from her. Thank you for the super. And yes, that is an unfair bias. Paris, thank you. Slime Life, why did she even give him the paper if it was on the screen already? That's very sus. The paper happened. So I saw a lot of people commenting on this, and this was another way that Judge Whitaker seemed to be. I mean, she literally, I shouldn't even say seemed. She actually verbally stated out of her mouth she's trying to fix the state's case. Because Hilton handed the witness a paper. That paper had an unredacted hashtag on it. Hilton told him to read it. He kind of hesitated. She told him to go forward. And then once he read something that he shouldn't have, Judge Whitaker says, I don't think that was purposeful. So now people are confusing two different types of purpose. Did Hilton purposefully give him the paper? Yes. Did Hilton purposefully tell him to read the next hashtag? Yes. The question is, was her intention for him to read the unredacted hashtag? This is where Judge Whitaker would say no. This is where Hilton would say no. I didn't even know that unredacted hashtag was on the paper. I tend to believe Hilton there, y'all. People think that this was like underhanded, shady. Y'all, they just had Dennis disqualified. Y'all. I don't think they would have taken that risk on purpose. People say it's shady. It's sloppy. That's my opinion. They just had Dennis. Do y'all understand Dennis was disqualified? Y'all think they're going to take that risk again on purpose for nothing? Because that free quay is not helping them at all. It's not helping the prosecution's case at all. I think it was just sloppy. That's my take. But Slime Life, but everybody else who's going to say, man, you never. I think it's grounds for a mistrial with prejudice due to the accumulated number of sloppy moves. So before y'all hit me like, yeah, man, I'm really trying to call this the way I see it. Okay. I'm trying to call this the way I see it. And I do think that it was sloppy as opposed to a purposeful underhanded move. But I also still maintain that not just that one move, I don't think that would be enough for a mistrial with prejudice. We just disqualified your chief investigator for practically the same thing last week, not even a week ago. So while I don't think it was purposeful as a dirty move, it's like we can't get, like, you just don't get that many chances. You don't get that many chances to accidentally do something. This was the fourth time in a week. Let me count them off for y'all. Y'all, I'm getting to all the supers, okay? I'm just, right now, I thank everybody for chatting. Please hit the thumbs up. I'm just reading down the supers now because, you know, you want to give people their shine when they support you financially, but I appreciate everybody. Please hit the thumbs up. I'm going to say this one other thing. I'm going to count off for y'all, and I'll probably make a video about this. This will be a good kind of moment to document. 4 times since Thursday that this has happened. 1, Dennis said Yak Gotti was just out of prison. Mistrial motion. That was Thursday. 2, Monday, Dennis's replacement. I forget her name. Miss Hamilton. I forget her name. The new gang expert. She mentioned Thug was living that life, a life of crime. That was 2. Mistrial motion, I believe. Yes, it was a mistrial motion by Brian Steele. 3, Slime Life Shouty yesterday, Wednesday, first he said, I haven't seen Shannon in a long time because he's been locked up. That was a 3rd one. 4, Slime Life Shouty within 30, 40 minutes after saying Shannon was locked up, reads free Quay. So you have since Thursday, between Thursday of last week and Wednesday of this week, so 1 week span, you have 4 different instances of prosecution witnesses overstepping the same boundary, which is character evidence. Okay. So while I do think it was unintentional, it was grossly negligent considering the immediate history. And I do think it should be grounds for a mistrial with prejudice. FOS is full of shiznit. All right. So now I'm learning something. I thought it might be that. Full of shiznit. Thank you. Appreciate the super. Zenpai. Judge Page has the pleasure of maintaining 5 defendants and their defense lawyers and state jurors, evidence, objection, motion. People are hating on her when they can't even maintain themselves. Zenpai, what do you mean by maintaining? Would you give me some clarification on how she's maintaining them? Because she's presiding over a trial for them, but what do you mean by maintaining? I do agree that there's a lot of pressure on Judge Whitaker. I think there's a lot of pressure on everybody in this trial. I think everybody has either pressure and or stress as it related. I think all the jurors are under, if not pressure, they're under stress. I think all the defendants are under stress for sure, financial strain, emotional strain for everybody in that courtroom. I think the prosecution is under strain, emotional strain. I think everybody's under, if not pressure, they're under stress and strain. Every single person in that courtroom. who is there because it's their duty to be there. Okay, so I do think she's under pressure, and I think there's 6 defendants. So yes, she is under pressure. People hating on her when they can't even maintain. That's probably true. We are not meant to be, and our job is not to be professional maintainers of a thing. If you are a professional maintainer of a power plant and you don't do a good job, you're going to get hate. If you are a professional maintainer of a sports team and you don't do a good job, you're going to get hate. We're not trained professional maintainers of ourselves. And I don't need, by ourselves, I guess, I don't know what you mean, our lives, but I do agree with you. There's a lot of pressure. And I do think that's why I try to be respectful whenever I talk about the defense, whenever I talk about the prosecution, whenever I talk about the judge. I try to do it with the most respect and deference possible. Now, in our thumbnails, sometimes we get a little crazy, but you hear me talking, I try to be as respectful as possible because it is a lot of pressure. Clizzle, he also referred to someone being in jail and she didn't correct him earlier. That's what I said 4 times. He mentioned Shannon. So she said, how's your relationship with Shannon? And he was like, before? Yeah, before. Okay, we were cool. And how's your relationship now? Well, now I haven't seen him in a while because he's been locked up. She led him into that. So that's another thing. Now, the reason why that didn't stop the trial is probably because Shannon, unlike some of the other defendants, but like Yak Gotti, Shannon is on the indictment as being charged as a felon with a firearm. So remember, that's why that's why when Detective Dennis made his comment about Yak Gotti, that's why that didn't go anywhere as it relates to mistrial. I'm just refreshing Law and Crime, y'all. Doesn't look like anything's happening as of now. So that's why the mistrial for Shannon Yak Gotti didn't go anywhere because Yak Gotti is charged on the indictment as felon in possession of a firearm. So Hilton correctly argued the jury's going to know this guy went to prison either way, despite the testimony from this Detective Dennis, because we're charging him as a felon in possession of a firearm, which indicates he is a felon. I think that's the same situation with Shannon, which is why yesterday when Wooney Lee said, I haven't seen Shannon in a while, he's been locked up. I think that's why you didn't get that mistrial motion, because they knew that the prosecution had this like shield. Well, we charge Shannon as well as felon in possession of a firearm. Therefore, the jury's going to know he's been to prison, or that he's a felon at least, because it's on the indictment that way. Okay, so I think that's why that first reference didn't result in anything. But you know what it did though? It did show that the prosecution had not prepped him, or not sufficiently prepped him, or correctly prepped him. And because he's like, what? I wasn't supposed to say that. She didn't say, yeah, remember we discussed. No. So apparently they didn't prepare him. They didn't say, can we have a moment to discuss? Other people have mentioned this. So, other people have said the same thing. They could have taken a moment. Your Honor, I like a moment with my client just to make sure that he's aware of the things he should and shouldn't say. They didn't take that moment out. It's okay, keep going. And then we get a second instance. Zenpai, if she granted mistrial today, then is she still corrupt and biased? Again, I never called her corrupt, Zenpai. So I imagine you are directing this to other people. Is she still corrupt? I've never called Judge Whitaker corrupt. I'm not going to call her corrupt based on what I've seen thus far. Is she still biased? Yeah, she's biased. I said 2 days ago, that she's biased in favor of the trial continuing. But just because you're biased doesn't mean that doesn't meet its kind of natural end. it does come, there could come a point, which may be today, where though she's biased toward the trial continuing, she can't keep it going. So there's a certain level of reasonableness and capability too. At some point, you imagine she's just, okay, well, I can't sustain this anymore. This is just, it is falling apart. So you might be biased in favor of continuing, but your legs fell off. I mean, you have your bias, but your capability, your physical capacity to continue is just no longer there. So I think she made her bias known yesterday. Do I have to play this again? I might have to just play this again. I mean, what do you call this? What do you call this? All right.
So that everybody won't have wasted, 10, 12 months of their lives in this trial.
Yeah, we can come up with this.
Okay, do it now.
Is it the judge's job to fix the prosecution's sloppiness?
Trying to do is
Are you saying that it's not biased when the judge is literally trying to fix the prosecution's sloppiness so that the trial can continue? What word do you give that? I'm not saying, you seem to be taking a side. Forgive me for being wrong if I'm wrong, but what word do you give? What is the description, the descriptor, the adjective you give to a judge, a person who's supposed to be a neutral party? What word do you give to a referee in the Super Bowl who makes calls and rulings so that the game can continue? In other words, so that one team won't run up the score on the other team. Let's keep this a close game. Let's keep this game going. Let's keep this game interesting. So they're making calls and rulings for the losing team so that the game can continue. What do you call that? What would you say is the word you want to use, or the way you describe a referee who does that? Because you got to understand, Judge Whitaker is a referee. And if she's making calls and rulings so that the game can continue, that is what we would call biased. But if you have a better term, or if you have a different take, I certainly want to hear it. I certainly want to hear it. Still only 11 likes. Nah, we got to have more than 11 likes, y'all. We have to have more than 11 likes. Might need to refresh Air Hall. We got to have at least 500 likes, please. All right, let's keep going. Mistrial, no prejudice, helps the state right and lets them start again. It is, I would say, mistrial with no prejudice is a mistrial without prejudice would be kind of like a black box. We literally would have no idea what that actually means. Okay, we would have no idea what that actually means. What I mean is in the implication of it, what's going to happen next. We know what it means, but we don't know what the outcome will be, is my point. So I don't know. Zenpai says home team doesn't get a little more leeway. They shouldn't, but even if you agreed with that, which nobody would agree with that as it relates to a court case, but even if you agree with that, I think we would all agree, most of us would agree, that at this point we're well past a little more. We're well past a little more. I got it, Papa Bear. FOS means full of shiznit. Let me get down. So, y'all, I was reading those supers. I missed a lot of my regular chat, folks, but let's grab some. Do hit the like button, y'all. Appreciate everybody being here with me. Too many limiting instructions. Y'all, let me say this. This trial is not even really a trial. This is not a real trial, y'all. This is not a real thing. What we're watching is a Frankenstein at this point. This is Frankenstein. And Allison, the limiting instructions and all of the stipulations, the limiting instructions, those are the thread and the needle that's sewing. I know Frankenstein might not have been sewn together, but whoever is the monster that's sewn together, The limiting instructions and all of that stuff is the needle in the thread that's keeping this crazy case in one semblance of a piece, in a semblance of one piece. This is not real, y'all. This is not real. I mean, I think that's why there's so much popular interest in this, is because we're watching something that is far more unbelievable than the most unbelievable movie court case drama that we've ever seen. This is well beyond any reputable movie that has shown court scenes in the movie. This is well beyond anything that we've seen in any kind of reputable movie. They need to put in for a recusal. So I did a poll yesterday. I did a poll as to strategically should the defense put in for recusal. I think people got it, right? Because sometimes people will vote with their emotions. Well, she need to go. That's not the question. Strategically, is it good strategy for the defense try to get rid of her? Keeping in mind that they may fail, she might not be recused. And what would that mean? And they may succeed, and then she may be replaced with another Glanville or somebody worse. You just don't know who's coming up. You also reset possibly all of the prosecution's misdeeds. I personally would land more, at least 51%, on the side of no recusal motion, but discussing that with her. But see, that would be ex parte. Dang, you can't even discuss it with her. That would be ex parte. You would have to bring the prosecution in. Whoa, this is tough, y'all. You can't just, that's tough. That is a tough one. That's a tough one because you can't just, Judge, let's have a conversation, because that's ex parte. So you need to bring the prosecution in, but maybe you bring them in and you say, look, Judge, we're not going to ask you to recuse yourself, but we want to go on the record with the prosecution here. You might even say it in open court, honestly. We want to go on the record with the prosecution here that we don't think it's appropriate and we don't think that it is fair or just that at any time you try to fix the prosecution's sloppiness, or that at any time you try to keep this case on the rails so that someone will not have wasted their time. I believe they need to say that. I believe they've already said that. Or if they haven't, they will say that. You would have to say that with the prosecution present. You couldn't call a private meeting unless the prosecution agreed to it to let you do that. But I think they need to go on record because, see, once you put her on notice, the only one, Lolo with the info, check this out. Think about this. I'm about to break this down for everybody from my perspective. Strategically, I want y'all to all listen to what I'm about to say. Strategically, we're talking about recusal. Okay? I want y'all to all listen to this. Strategy-wise, would you rather to really try to get rid of Whitaker, like really go at her, because recusal is like we going at you. Like at this point, we coming for your head. Or would you rather put Whitaker on notice that you believe she did something highly inappropriate, worthy of recusal, but you're not going to ask for recusal, therefore she shouldn't do it again? See, I think the strategy for the second is better, and I think Brian Steele is the person to deliver the message because he knows how to speak. He knows how to speak in a soft tone. Brian Steele has that respectful, soft tone, but he could turn it up. So I think I would send Brian Steele to send the message to Whitaker. Listen, what you said yesterday was highly inappropriate. We want to work well with this court. We respect the court, but the court cannot take how long we've all been here into account when ruling on a motion. Okay, like you just can't do that. You literally told us that's what you were doing. You can't do that. So I think Brian Steele should communicate that to the judge. I don't think they should seek recusal from a strategic standpoint, because then Judge Whitaker is going to have it in her mind every step going forward that she's gonna have to check herself. She's gonna have to check herself on that. So I would say, from my perspective, it would be strategically better to not go at Whitaker for recusal. Okay. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Do y'all think, strategically speaking, it would be better to go, yeah, where is Miss Lily? Where's Andre? I haven't seen Miss Lily or Andre today. Honestly, I've just been pretty much reading all of the super chats, but I haven't seen Miss Lily or Andre. Made a couple of new mods. Was it yesterday? We got Amy in the house. Looks like we only have one mod on right now. All right, let me go all the way down to the newest chats. Pink Slug says recuser. Pink Slugs, can you give me more than just recuser? Can you give me a because? Can you give me a recuse her? Oh, here's Miss Lily. Hey, welcome, Miss Lily. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, y'all, let's keep it nice. And I haven't seen anything that wasn't respectful, but we definitely want to keep respectful. Pink Slugs, would you give me a because? Recuse her, period. That would be better, because y'all, we want to be a thinking channel. Not saying you haven't thought it through. I just like for you to share it with us, Pink. Would you share with us your reason? You know what I mean? Would you share with us your reason? It's obvious corruption by Whitaker in the prosecution. Again, I don't use the word corruption, but I understand why you would. I use the word, as it relates to Whitaker, I put the sunk cost fallacy on. I think it's her trying. A lot of people have mentioned, I think on one channel, I think on one, the lawyer, I think it was, the dad said that Whitaker aspires to the Georgia Supreme Court. I don't know if everybody's information just came from that, or if y'all have an independent source. Not saying he's not credible, but I only saw that in that one place, and I have no way of knowing that. And everybody, oh, she wants the Supreme Court. Of course she wants the Supreme Court. Everybody wants the Supreme Court. But is she doing everything she's doing so that she can get the Supreme Court? I don't know. I don't know about that one. Possible. I have not seen Andre. We did just get Miss Lily here. Andre, if you're out there, bro, hit us up. All right. Miss Lily Slimer, one of our other mods, is in the house. All right. Keep Page. Let the state continue making a fool of her and then vote her out of office. So Unida says, keep Page. Let the state keep making a fool of her. Do y'all understand, if you get rid of Judge Whitaker, the new judge is not going to read and catch up on 150 days of court? I would imagine there is, on average, let's say there's 3 hours of court per day, average, of actual content. And you have 3 hours times 150. That's 450 hours divided by 24. You have practically 20 full 24-hour days worth of court that has happened, not to mention all of the outside of court motions. You have almost 20 full 24-hour days you would need to assimilate, plus motions, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of words perhaps, and 20 days of 24 hours. If you were to say that's 450 divided by 8, you have almost 2 months of 2 months without weekends off of 8-hour days. 2 full months of 8-hour days you would have to dedicate just to review all the video. 56 days of 8-hour days. So you want to get rid of Whitaker, who was here for the last 50 of those 100 days or whatever. And then you're going to get a new judge in who's basically going to say, I'm not going to review all that. We're going to start fresh today. Now, that's going to happen if you get a mistrial, but at least the trial will be fresh. At least everything will be fresh. At least it's like a new season. But, you get a new season. You might not want a new season, but arguably it would be worse to bring in a new judge and let the state totally reset their foul counter. They got you could get 6 fouls in a game. They got 12 fouls right now. New judge gonna be like, I ain't seeing any of the fouls. And I'm not going back to review and relitigate and everything the last 56 8-hour days of stuff, plus read all of the stuff that on top of that. Probably somewhere 3 months of legit 8-hour days worth of studying you would have to do just to be caught up to today. Nah, that's not gonna happen. Keep Paige is my thing is strategically you keep her. My thing is not. Sometimes y'all will hear that and be like, well, she got to go. I'm not saying that she doesn't, that she does. I'm saying the defense has a legit case to request recusal. Okay. But I'm also saying they probably would be better off keeping her. She's going to be a lot more cognizant now going forward, probably. Okay. I think Whitaker should stay. She's an equal opportunity denier. I leave it to the upper courts to say the judge makes mistakes. What do you mean by that, Chad? You don't want the other court. When you're talking about other courts, you're talking about appeals. You don't want to get to an appeal. That means you lost. If you're appealing this case, you lost. You don't appeal what you won. You appeal what you lost. For this to get to the upper courts, you're probably talking about losing today. I don't think they want to lose. Not better because it takes the focus off the state's willful incompetence. If you get a new judge, y'all, that person has to go through 56 8-hour days of material if they're going to catch up with where we are today. Okay? 56, that's just the video. That's just what happened in court. Nobody's going to do that. Plus, they'd have to read innumerable motions, hundreds of thousands of words. They wouldn't do it themselves. They would have clerks and stuff help them, but still, you're talking about moving mountains. And they would still not come away with the frustration that Judge Whitaker feels against the state. So you would still only get a cerebral and maybe somewhat emotional feeling, but cerebral understanding from the new judge. You wouldn't get the pages piping hot against the state, which she's been many times. I say you stick with her. Keeps her on her toes and lets her know not to make that choice again. Correct. That's my take. Defense is 100% winning right now. Keep the judge. Totally agree. That's what I'm saying. Keep the judge. So, wet cardboard yo. That's an interesting name. Oh, you even got the wet cardboard in your profile pic. Wet cardboard yo. Let me ask you this. Okay, very good take. Defense is winning. I agree. We didn't talk about today what winning actually means. Remember, there's 6 of them, and they have 50 to 60 charges. Some of them getting convicted on some of those charges, y'all. Say it again. Some of the defendants. Hold up, y'all. We got a jet. We live in a jet area here. Y'all might hear that. Some of the defendants, cardboard yo, wet cardboard yo. Some of these guys are getting convicted on some of the charges. Don't ask me which. Yesterday I started getting into that. I don't know who and I don't know what, but somebody getting convicted of something. So when we say defense is winning, we're treating them like a team. It's weird. It's almost like a team fight. Yeah, our team or a war. I said a war yesterday. Our side might win the war, but some of these guys they're not coming home. So it's not. I'm not laughing like it's funny because it's not. But I'm saying it as in we can't treat it like all of the guys are necessarily coming home with a win. So we treat it. We're talking about the defense. Yeah, they are the defense because they're acting as a team. But remember, in a war, they act as a team. In Vietnam, the United States was a team, but 50,000 of the team didn't come back home. So you also have to keep that in mind when we say they're winning. But with that caveat, I do agree they're winning. It does seem like they're winning. And I do think they should keep the judge. But we have to keep in mind 4 of them might win, 2 of them might lose. That might be a win for the team, but it won't be a win for those 2 who lost, depending on what charges they get, they lose to, and what the penalty is. Calling mistrial is a very heavy weight to bear for the judge. By no means recusal, let's cut our losses. Now, on the other hand, I agree they would. It's dream team. They're not scared. It's a move, not a battle. So the real question, in my opinion, is, do you go for the jury verdict, which would dead this whole thing in the water forever on a state level? I don't think the feds are touching this Rico case because the federal Rico statute is a lot more involved in money making. And I think we would all agree we haven't seen anything that would lead us to indicate there was any real money being made by YSL, the gang. There might have been some money being made by YSL, the record label. And was that money being made to fund the gang? Could you make that case? I don't know. But I think the feds, they have Diddy on their hands right now. They just got this Abercrombie guy. I think they have enough high profile cases, and this is a mess. I don't think they touch it. Not the Rico. Now, are there some felons in possession of guns and stuff they might go after? Maybe, but I don't think they go after the Rico. So then your question is, do you go for you're on a defense? And remember, y'all, remember this. If they declare mistrial for Mr. Nichols and Mr. Harvey, those are the 2 who moved for the mistrial yesterday. Thug did not move for a mistrial. Neither did Mr. Yak Gotti, and neither did Lil Rod. Well, Lil Rod did move for a mistrial yesterday, actually. Lil Rod actually, y'all, we aren't even talking about the other mistrial, which is what we would be talking about. We would be talking about the fact that there was another mistrial motion where the video backed up the lawyer. This is such a mess. Oh, this case is such a mess. We aren't even talking about the fact that the lawyer for Lil Rod moved for mistrial, and just due to her fumbling and bumbling with the way she expressed herself. I say fumbling and bumbling because she kept saying, I could be wrong. Don't say you could be wrong. Come with it. She was right. But I felt her presentation was off, so it allowed Whitaker to do what she wanted to do, which is keep the trial moving. So Rod did file for a mistrial yesterday, but that was declined. So this is Nichols and Harvey's mistrial motion. But if they get the mistrial, it's a mistrial for everybody. So that's another thing to keep in mind. What if Thug feels like he's winning, but Mr. Nichols feels like, oh man, I might lose, and I have this opportunity to just blow this whole thing up right here? Then you might see competing motions. You might see a motion for a mistrial by Mr. Nichols or Mr. Harvey or both. They already had the motion open, but you might see Thug, Shannon, Lil Rod, who else oppose the motion. That would be interesting. Why have we not talked about that? See, that's why y'all come here. Not saying nobody else will talk about it, because they're all the creators, all of the commentators who have a following in this are excellent. And I really rock with all of them. The lead attorney, AV, Kat Not Williams is probably my favorite. Y'all, honestly, love Kat. I love her content. Don't know her personally, but I love it. I love her analysis. Miss Sylvia, you know, I was even watching Neek at Night last night. I was gonna try to pop on there, have a conversation with her, but she was just closing it out. But y'all, but I haven't heard anybody mention this, so maybe you heard it here first. I'm not saying I predict it, but I'm bringing it up as a possibility. What if Mr. Nichols and Mr. Harvey won a mistrial without prejudice? And what if Thug and or anybody else say, nah, we don't want that mistrial? That's a possibility. That's also a possibility. Zenpai, all of the people demanding a mistrial with prejudice are also not living in Fulton County. It doesn't affect them, but it affects us. Shout out to Paige for looking out for Fulton County's interests and not the internet's. Let me say this, Zenpai. The judge is not to look out for Fulton County's interests. Not in this case. I would say in a bond hearing, I would agree with you. Because in a bond hearing, she would say, I don't want this person on the streets because they're dangerous. In that situation, yes. This person might intimidate witnesses. In that situation, yes. Look out for Fulton County. But in the trial we're in right now, she needs to look out for, in the interest of the law in general, in the interest of justice. It's the prosecutors who are looking out for the interest of Fulton County, as they should. That's their job. So I would say within this trial, Judge Whitaker's job is to look out for the interests of fairness, justice, equality, etc. The Fulton County, she's looking out for the interest of even we could even say of the image and the respectability of the Fulton County judicial system. I don't know right now that she's supposed to be looking out for the interests of the residents of Fulton County, apart from her doing her job as a neutral referee in this trial. Okay, but I do agree that she does serve that role in sentencing. She does serve that role in bond hearings. So it's not that she doesn't ever serve that role. I just wouldn't phrase it that way as it results to refereeing this case. I would phrase it that way in other roles she serves related to this case. So yeah, I agree with you in some sense, but just what we're talking about right now, she's supposed to be serving the interests of Fulton County, maybe indirectly, but more so the interest of like the theoretical justice, like the highest justice, the highest integrity, the highest respectability of the judiciary, the impartiality, kind of like these concepts that are a little bit difficult to define and pin down. And that does serve Fulton County, but it serves the entirety of Georgia. Okay, it serves the entirety of the United States and the world, honestly, when you serve fairness, justice, etc. In this trial, I don't know that she's supposed to be thinking, well, it would be wrong for Fulton County if this trial ended today. I don't think that that's where. Now, bond hearing, it'll be bad for Fulton County if they were on the streets. I think, yeah, that sentencing, I don't want these people on the streets. They dangerous. Okay. But in this trial, I don't think it would be bad for Fulton County's budget if we spent all this money and we don't get a conviction. You know, I don't think that's the way that she's supposed to be thinking about the trial part. So I would say half agree with you, but half disagree. I would say half agree, half disagree. Bro, do you think she really, so I think people committed crimes, Zenpai. Okay. I think people committed, I would not venture to say who committed which, but I'm on record as saying I think somebody's getting convicted of something. Okay, I said that today. I said it yesterday. I'm not going to venture to say who. I would say this. Stillwell today, I don't know, but any of these guys from back at that time, I wouldn't want to run. I would not want to have run across them in the wrong way. Okay, so I mean, I could say that they look like they were really living that life. Okay, so no, I don't think at that time these guys were moving as innocent choir boys. Of course not. 100%, I do not. Okay, but I'm not also not going to say who I think definitely did what because I don't know. I will say if this trial goes to a jury verdict, somebody going to get something. Probably. You got 56, 60 counts, 55, 60 counts. Somebody going to get something. So, no, I don't think they were innocent choir boys. They expressed themselves and represented themselves as not being that. So why would I go against what they themselves represented of themselves? But my point that I'm making is I don't think it's Judge Whitaker's role in the trial to see her as protecting the residents of Fulton County from the defendants. She's protecting them from injustice. If you want to say it that way, if she's protecting them from unfairness in the judicial system, she's protecting the judicial system from losing face and losing trust of the public in this trial. I'm willing to rock with any of those things, but I don't think if she is thinking I'm protecting Fulton County from these guys, this trial is already over. It's over in the sense of that's unfair. Okay, once somebody's convicted, then she can start doing some protecting because she can say, okay, this person is guilty. Now let me protect the public from this person. I'm going to give them more time, or I'm going to give them, whatever the penalty happens to be. When you're in a bond hearing and she says this person, the accusations against this person and the evidence is such that this person looks like they could be, that's a time to protect the public. Okay. That's a time to protect the public. But during the trial, I don't think she can look at the defendants and consider herself protecting the public against the defendants. Does that make sense? She needs to be more like a director. If you're thinking about defendants, she needs to be more of a person who's directing the entire trial toward the right verdict. But the right verdict is not for her to decide. So she wants to direct it based on the rules. And she has to have faith that the jury, based on her expert direction, letting in the evidence that should be in, keeping the evidence out that shouldn't be in, making sure people don't overstep with their questioning and with their cross and whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? That's where she would be directing something. But if she's trying to move these guys into prison to keep Fulton County safe from them while she's in this trial, I don't think that's right. Zenpai, definitely thank you. I appreciate the discussion. Y'all will notice I really try to be very I try to be somewhat objective. I just try, y'all. I try. Dallas the Great says a recusal would be just, given that she consciously continues to allow the state to go unchecked. At the same time, I don't think another judge would be fair. Thank you. That's my point. You literally at first I was ready to say, hey, hold up there, Dallas the Great. But by the end, you won me over. By the end, you won me to your side. And now I want to say, I probably could not have said it better myself, honestly. A recusal would be just, I agree, given that she consciously continues to allow the state to go unchecked. I would modify that a little bit. They've been checked, but to overstep their boundaries, if I can modify that. Because she checked them with the dentist thing. We have to give her credit. But to overstep their boundaries. At the same time, I don't think another judge would not be fair. I say keep her. So I would modify it also. At the same time, we don't know what we're going to get with another judge. Just keep her. Let me see. Yeah, the appeals court. Oh, Sean Lay. Is that Lay or Lie? Good to see you. Yeah, the appeals court will be the one to decide if she did something incorrect. But at this point, after she was appointed, after a recusal, it won't happen. Y'all, if we're talking about appeal, we're talking about they lost. Okay. There was a lawyer on X who was talking about this, and he was saying that they should take the mistrial with prejudice and then try to get the prejudice overturned. He was saying they should take the mistrial with prejudice and then try to get the prejudice changed. Excuse me, y'all. I'm looking at X and I'm talking. Let me focus. He was saying they should take a mistrial without prejudice, and then try after the fact to get that flipped to prejudice. Okay, so I'm gonna repeat myself because I said it wrong 2 times first. This lawyer, if I can find, I was looking for him. That's why I was multitasking. Not a good idea. He was saying, take the mistrial with prejudice, without prejudice, if you can get it. So no prejudice is the state can bring this trial up again if they like. Then you would try to make your legal moves to have that without prejudice flipped over to prejudice. Check this out, y'all. Breaking, Dennis Byron says, breaking first look at rapper Young Thug inside the courtroom. Might be the last time he will be inside his courtroom. So Dennis Byron has sent a picture of Thug, who is apparently in the courtroom right now. Now, crime trials has not gone live as of now, but apparently they are inside the courtroom. So is this cameras off, or I do not know. Law and Crime says we do not have a definitive start time. Please stand by. Okay. Y'all, I'm not gonna keep it on my X while I scroll because frankly, you never know what's gonna pop up. Yesterday I was scrolling through YouTube. If anybody was on, I was trying to get to YouTube and something wild popped up that I had to cut out of the stream so I wouldn't get demonetized. Apparently, YouTube has some risque stuff on here. So I'm not going to just scroll. I'm not going to scroll because you never know what's going to pop up on X. Thugger Daily, though. Defense teams have individual appointments scheduled with Fonnie Willis and Adrian Love this morning. Court not expected to be screened this morning. I don't have a start time yet. What could they be talking about? What could they be talking about, y'all? Nosy Rosie, I respect Doug. He doesn't see judges corrupt. He thinks she is doing the best she can. He doesn't agree with her, but still likes her. I'm in favor to keep her. Don't alienate her. I do think she needs to be on notice that that her last action is something that could have resulted in a recusal motion, but I don't think they should get rid of her. If you see this, I just asked ChatGPT about all of this and got a good reply. Inbox you want. Oh, on Instagram. We will go to that. Thank you for that. Yeah, let's go to that. We have another super. Y'all, I just want to let y'all know. Yesterday was probably the best day. Like right now, this is the most I've ever had of people in a stream. So thank everybody for being here. Please do hit the like button. If you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe. Yesterday was by far the best day as a streamer. I'm very new to this. I think I looked and I only have like 14 streams or something like that. The reason I'm doing this, y'all, is because I want to build a community. I want us to be able to go forward after this trial is over. This is very taxing on you. Being on stream for 8 hours, I'm not complaining. I actually do enjoy it. In case you haven't noticed, your boy likes to run his mouth, so it's taxing on you. I actually even bought this desk. Is a standing desk that I bought from Amazon. So I'm like, okay, I'll just raise. It's like one of the desks that go up and down. I'm like, okay, so I don't have to sit down all day. I'll just raise the desk up and then I'll lower it. Throughout the day, I can stand some, I can sit some. Well, the desk doesn't work. It's a nice desk, but it didn't work. So now I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. Are they going to send me a replacement or what? I just can't sit down all day. I can't sit down for 8 hours. That's just not good for me. But my point is, y'all, thank y'all. And the reason I'm doing this is because I wanted to build a community. I like this. I like being on your side, watching other people's streams. I like being on this side, doing the stream. So I just want y'all to know I appreciate everybody, appreciate the support. And hopefully y'all like what I'm doing a little bit as well. LTK, I'm going to check my Insta, even though I don't use it very much. So if y'all want to hit me, do hit me on, if y'all want to hit me, do hit me on, if y'all want to hit me on X. I am looking. I don't think you inbox me on Insta. I don't have anything on Insta. LTK, if you can inbox me on X. Let me show you my X. It's Paralegal Institute DC. It's Institute DC. At Institute DC. If you could send it to me there, I'd appreciate it. I just went on Insta. I don't see anything. We got something from Chris Fulton. Why does it feel like every day the judge is having a law class? You know why, Chris? Probably because this case is too big. This case is way too big. You have too many moving parts. You have too many witnesses. You have too many exhibits. You have too many prosecutors or too many employees of the DA office working on it. You have too many defendants. You have 28 defendants. I think 6 in this trial. I think 28 people were arrested. You have too many things happening where people are getting arrested in the trial. You have people getting stabbed. You have contraband. You have all of this stuff. And it's unmanageable. It's just unmanageable, y'all. So people have called the DAs corrupt. They've been called sloppy by the judge. It's unmanageable. I said on Monday, something else big will happen by next Friday. I wasn't talking about tomorrow. I was talking about next week. I said, this trial has so many problems that something else big will happen within the next 7 to 10 days, calendar days. And it didn't take until this Friday. And I was saying it's going to be before next Friday of next week. It didn't even take till this Friday. It only took 2 days from Monday to Wednesday. So it's just unmanageable. And the reason why Fonnie and Adrian Love are meeting with people, I imagine, is because on some level, they must understand there's no fixing it. There is no fixing it because there's too many problems and they're currently in trial. They would have to stop the trial, clean everything up, and then start again. And they don't have that luxury. So every day something is going wrong because it's too big. And as I said yesterday, I don't believe there's a human that understands this entire trial. I don't believe there's one human who understands the entirety of this trial. I just don't. I don't believe there's one human who understands everything about this trial. Dallas the Great, shout out to me. Thanks for your labor and keep us. Yeah, I thank you for the super. I was saying, when I was just saying that a moment ago about what it's like. Again, that's not a complaint, y'all. I mean, I'm doing this. I'm doing this out of free will. It's just the vision is that we will form some kind of community, some kind of core group that will roam around the internet and just we'll be looking at trials. We'll be looking at all kinds of stuff. We'll be doing all kinds of stuff together going forward. So I definitely do appreciate the support. This trial, this is a trial. I guess this is not a trial. This is trash. I totally get the sentiment. Yeah, y'all do hit the like button, please. Let's go back to Thugger. Defense teams have individual appointments scheduled with Fonnie Willis and Adrian Love this morning. Court not expected to be streamed this morning. So we already knew that. Our ETA was like around noon. So that is basically in line with what we were thinking. I don't have a start time yet. Let's look at some of the comments. My understanding, 11 a.m. Who is JC? JC, I see you a lot. If you're ever in this chat, if you're here, shout out. JC is always on the ball. Does each defendant have to agree to take a plea? No, they don't all have to be on the same page. I want to explain this. They don't. This is kind of what I was talking about, but not about the plea. They don't have to all be on the same page. Any of them can get out of this at any moment. But also what I mentioned earlier is they don't even have to be on the same page about the mistrial motion. They can oppose each other, but if a mistrial is granted, it affects all of them. So if a plea is taken, we would have to see the wording of that plea now, wouldn't we? We would have to see how that plea is set up, wouldn't we? We would want to know what the factual acknowledgments of that plea are now, wouldn't we? We would want to know if that plea is going to give them the Monk-Tunk treatment now, wouldn't we? We would want to know if the plea deal is going to cause them to testify against the other people, which it almost certainly would. So they can each individually plea out, and it might affect the others if they have to testify against them. But the mistrial is for everybody. So you're not going to get a mistrial as to one person, but the trial is going to continue as to the rest. So the mistrial and the plea are a little different in that sense. I think Philip Holloway, is he the one that I was thinking about yesterday who had made the comments? I'm going to check his timeline to see if he's the one who had made these comments that I was thinking about. Whether or not any plea deal makes sense depends on the details of the deal. Let's not forget that every day people across America plead guilty just to get out of jail. I won't judge anyone for taking a deal. I won't judge anyone for opting to fight on unless everyone pleads out. It does not seem to do Fonnie Willis and company any good because the incentive to cut a deal from her perspective is to end the trial and avoid the embarrassment of a mistrial due to incompetence. Does it bother anybody, even though I'm not a Fulton County resident, but does it bother anybody else that it seems like politics is dangerously close to this entire thing? Does it bother anybody else that politics and the upcoming election seems to be a major consideration in this case? That might work to the defendant's favor. It might work to their disfavor. I guess we at this point don't know. But does it bother anybody that it seems like the upcoming election is a major player in this case? That's a little bit concerning. That's a little bit concerning to me. All right, let's continue. We're going to come back to Philip in a sec. Unless a plea deal with time served and no probation, I wouldn't agree to it. They are saying 11 o'clock. Okay, so y'all, hopefully it's 11 o'clock. This was an hour ago, though, so we'll know. It's apparently 12. Can I talk for 2 more hours? You better bet I can, y'all. You better bet your boy can. Is it your opinion there any plea deal at all Thug would take after? I respect whatever decision he makes is incredible personal, and he's the one who's been going through this. Of course, from the outside looking in, I hope he doesn't take any type of deal and beats this MF. But all right, y'all. Let me end this poll. Y'all, we got 2,000 votes on the poll. Y'all are on it today. Did everybody on here subscribe? I am committed to bringing everybody excellent content pretty much every single day. By the way, if you watched our video yesterday, I did tell people, and somehow people just didn't know, we are a paralegal certificate program. Once I told people that on a video, we got like 30 people who were interested in our program. I was like, oh, so y'all didn't know that? I was like, y'all didn't even know that we're a real paralegal program? We got like 30 people who reached out to us yesterday, between yesterday and today, who are interested. So that's cool. So if y'all aren't subscribed, do subscribe. If you haven't hit the like, do hit the like. If you have hit the like, log on to your other channel and hit the like on that one too. All right. Let's see here. Oh yeah, okay. Let me give the results of the poll real quick. Oh crap. I got to go back in so I can wrap this poll up. We have 2,260 votes on the poll. I'm going to log back in so that I can get this poll wrapped up. Good morning, Mr. Rob Tyler. Do I think there's going to be a mistrial? Dang, you're asking me to vote on my own poll. Let me do it. I think I already voted. You're asking me to vote on my own poll. And so you're asking me, what do I answer to the poll? Do I think there will be a mistrial today? I don't think there's going to be a mistrial today. I'm going to say no. I'm going to end this poll. This poll is 54% says yes. And 54% says yes, 45% says no. 2,200 votes. I'm going to tell y'all why I don't think there's going to be a mistrial today. I'm going to tell y'all why I don't think there's going to be a mistrial today. Okay, let's walk through this from a procedural standpoint. The judge asked Nichols and Harvey yesterday, but primarily Nichols, would you like a mistrial without prejudice? And Nichols said yes, but then said, well, let me huddle up and talk about it with the other defense attorneys. And that's where everything ended. So as far as we know, the judge has not declared a mistrial. And as far as we know, the case is still ongoing. Okay? Now, the rumors and the reporting is that the defendants are meeting with Fani. How often do they meet with Fani? We don't know. How unusual or unlikely or atypical, I should say, is it that they would meet with Fani? We don't know. Fani is in political season. She is the belle of the ball today. I understand she has different functions going on, and she has a reason to want to meet with them. And they want to meet with her, I imagine. Whenever she wants to talk, I'm sure they want to talk. So I just feel it's unlikely that they're going to go meet with Fani, say whatever they have to say, and then come back to court today, and the judge is just going to say, mistrial. Think about the way it would have happened. Would you like a mistrial without prejudice, or do you want to petition for that? Let's just say she's asking, do you want to ask for that? Yeah, well, let us talk about it. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Meet with Fonnie. Come back to court today, and the judge say, I'm going to rule a mistrial. No. I mean, Fonnie is apparently the person who can control that. Because if she feels a mistrial with prejudice is on the table, wouldn't Fonnie, she could get rid of that whole thing by just offering whatever kind of plea deal she wants. She could offer to even drop charges. She is the decider. She's the absolute decider in this case. So if a mistrial with prejudice looks like it's on the table and she has to start over, and that's going to be announced today or tomorrow, it's certainly not going to take until election day. That's going to look like a loss for her because it's for her office's misconduct. So Fonnie gets to control the mistrial. She might have to give up a lot. She might have to say the time served plus a class 17 felony or something. She might have to say SB, you get 3 more years. Nichols, you get 3-4 more years. Harvey, she might have to give up a lot, but wouldn't that all be preferable to a do-over because you effed up? So I don't think we see a mistrial. I think if we see a mistrial today, it will have to be because Fonnie weighed it out and said, politically speaking, trying these guys again is favorable to giving them even a sweetheart deal. And I don't think so. I think she gives them the sweetheart deal, y'all. I think she gives them the sweetheart deal. So I think she gives them the sweetheart deal over the mistrial. That's my take. No mistrial. They can't have this case becoming case law to be utilized for future litigation. It's too late for that. Real talk. Well, no. No, let me think. So, real talk. The way this becomes case law is like this. The defendants lose. They appeal. Then the appeals court rules something. If there's a mistrial today, we will still have to see what happens in the future to know what case law might come out of this. If they take plea deals and this case is over today, we won't see any case law come out of this case because there will be no appeal. If they take plea deals and the case is done, just resolved through the negotiation today, we will not see any case law because this case does not create case law. So this is a teachable moment for everybody watching. This is called trial court. This is the first level of court. Trial courts do not create case law. They don't create a precedent. They don't create something that the future courts have to follow. So if this is wrapped up now as a plea, everybody pleads out and it's done, we won't see any case law come out of this case. Okay? You could say that the Brian Steele contempt hearing situation that was decided on by the Georgia Supreme Court earlier, that is an appellate decision that creates case law. But if aside from that, anything that's just decided on a trial court level will not create case law. So there is no case law right now, with the exception of maybe the Brian Steele contempt hearing situation that the Supreme Court of Georgia ruled on. So if they plea out, we won't see case law out of this case, most likely. I mean, anything can happen. There could be an appeal of something here or there, whatever. But in order for you to get case law, you have to get appellate court rulings, not trial court rulings. So if you're saying no mistrial, they can't have this case becoming case law. The real question is, the case does not become case law either, by the way. Even though the name of the case is associated with case law, it's not the name of the case. It's not the whole case that's case law. It's the rulings. It's what happened during the case. Once it goes to the appeals court, how does the appeal court rule on what happened during the case? I'll give you all an example. Judge Glanville had this ex parte meeting. Brian Steele and Weinstein asked him to recuse himself. He said no. So eventually he said, okay, I'll move this to another judge and let that person decide. That was Judge Cross. She decided he has to go. Still no case law. Now, if Glanville had appealed his recusal to the appeals court and then they ruled on it, now we would get case law from the appeals court. And we would get case law as it relates to Judge Cross's ruling. The appeal court would say, we like this that Judge Cross said, but we don't like that. We don't like that, but we do like this. That would be all case law. Okay? So my point is, it's not the whole case that's case law. It's individual things that happen that the court either agrees with or disagrees with. Those individual agreements and disagreements are considered case law, but not the entire case. It's a little bit difficult to understand, but hopefully that helps. Y'all, I'm just scrolling down. I'm just picking people at random. There's a lot of comments. I appreciate that. They won't settle if they think they're winning, plus knowing they have reversible error and appeal. Brian Steele undoubtedly is in there. If he's in a meeting, he's saying, look, y'all have nothing. You haven't shown anything. You haven't proven anything. My man needs to walk free. So, y'all, the more interesting question is not the more interesting question is not what kind of pleas are they looking to take. The more interesting question is, are they united? Are they looking out for each other? Because I think we can all agree Thug has the least amount of evidence against him. He has one of the best lawyers, even though all the lawyers are excellent. You know, they're all freaking amazing. I would rock with any of these defense attorneys, period. But Thug is seen as the leader, and as the leader, they haven't shown anything. So Thug he's also the leader of Brian Steele. He's also the leader of his own defense. So Thug could instruct Brian Steele, I'm not going to leave my brothers. My brother, you know, he even typed brothers. I'm not leaving my brothers, right? If I want to get a good deal for me, I need them to get a good deal for them. You know, so we don't know if Thug is really the leader of this whole thing for the defense in a sense. And I don't say that because he has the most money. I say that because the charges against him seem to be least proven. So therefore, he could just skate maybe. He could maybe just skate out of this. But then you also have to wonder how that would look. Not only just look to the public, but how he would feel about that. So I definitely think Thug could skate. I think Brian Steele's going to try to get Thug the best outcome. But Amy, as I'm talking about this, my question is, we don't know what the best outcome is. I'm going to give you an example. John McCain. The legend of Senator John McCain is he was a relatively wealthy, not he was wealthy, but his family was prestigious in the military, I believe it was. And he went to fight in Vietnam and he got captured and he was beat up bad. And I don't mean beat up by the Vietnamese. I mean, he was a pilot and he crashed. I think he broke his arm. That's why his arm was always jacked up like this, because it never got It never got reset properly. But apparently when he was caught by the Vietnamese, they offered him a POW who they're effing up repeatedly. They like, well, look, you come from a prominent family, you know, blah, blah, blah. We're going to let you go. The legend of John McCain says, and this might have actually really happened. I'm not going to say it didn't happen, but I'm just speaking of it as the legend. The legend is that he would not leave the other POWs. Like, nah, you either let us all go or I don't know if he was saying just the people he was with or I don't know. But the legend is he said, you got to let us all go or I'm not going. I'm not going by myself. Does that make sense? Do y'all see where I'm going with this as it relates to Thug? Is Thug going alone? Is Thug going by himself if it comes down to that? Or is he like, no, like we all got to get a good deal? Does that make sense? Wait, what's the sweetheart deal still changing? We don't know, Jessica. We're just talking it through. We're talking it through. We're using the John McCain analogy where he was jacked up, but he had this privileged position where he could get out of a POW camp in Vietnam. But he said he's not going without the other people. So we're using that as like as a jump off point to talk about Thug. And would Thug say, well, look, I can skate. We don't know if he can skate. We just, we're talking about it. If he can skate, is he going to skate? Or is he going to say, look, nah, y'all got to help my peoples out? That's really the question. What difference does it make if someone in this case has been incarcerated previously besides Thug? Clearly, most of these guys are jailbirds. Charles Scott, it doesn't make a difference to the case. Well, it does make a difference to some of the charges, felon in possession of a firearm. But as it relates to the rules of evidence, the judge is not supposed to allow people to just willy-nilly say somebody else was locked up. There are ways for them to mention that. So I don't want y'all to come away from this whole thing saying, oh, you can't say somebody was, yeah, you can say it, but you just have to follow certain procedures to introduce that evidence. You just can't do it willy-nilly. You can do it, but you have to do it the right way. And the right way is not just getting up on the stand and starting to spout off about it. You have to, like when they talking about Lil Rod's conviction, you're like, we want to enter the certified transcript or conviction or whatever. That's how you go about it. You negotiate it. You talk about it with the judge. The defense has their say. The prosecution has their say. The judge rules on it. That's how you go about it. You don't just put a witness on the stand that's going to just start talking. So the problem, I asked my 11 and my 10 and 11-year-old daughter this last night. I said, imagine you have a guy who's on trial and you get a witness up on the stand who said that this guy has done all these bad things in the past. If you, 10-year-old daughter, if you, 11-year-old daughter, are on the jury and you're going to decide whether you think he did this new thing he's on trial for, you hear somebody saying he was in prison in the past, how would that affect you? They're like, well, that would make me think he probably did the new thing too, because he's the type of person. Even a kid understands when you bring in the evidence saying somebody was in prison in the past and you don't do it carefully, even if you do it carefully, but especially when you don't do it carefully, that can influence the jury to think, well, like you just said, Charles, you kind of proved the point. It's so funny. This didn't hit me till now. Clearly, most of these guys are jailbirds. You literally proved the point of why you don't give that evidence with your very question. Because you don't want the jury to say clearly most of these guys are just jailbirds and then judge them based on whatever they think about that person's past. That's why you don't do it. This is not the state's fault. The witness understood what he was doing when he switched from the laptop screen to the paper. Let me ask you this, too clear. I'm going to ask you this question, too clear. Thank you for saying this. I'm about to ask you a question, too clear. I'm so happy you just said this because it gives me something to talk about. All right, just refresh law and crime. We are still We're still not back. Too clear. I'm going to ask you a question. And please reply. I'm going to be looking for this bulldog. Too clear. Why did the paper have something different on it than what was on the screen? Let's say this guy knew what he was doing. Why was he even able to do that? You know what I'm saying? I don't know what was in his mind. I don't know what was in his heart. I don't know what popped up on the spur of the moment. What I do know is he does not have an encyclopedic memory. He could not have remembered having seen that Instagram post years and years and years ago, and every word that was on it, he had to refer to something. So my question to you, Too Clear, is why was he able to refer to an Instagram post, to a printout of it that had the information on it that he was not supposed to say? Just help me with that one. Why did he have access placed in his hands by the person who didn't want him to say something, and they gave him the thing he shouldn't say when they could have literally scratched it out with an ink pen or whatever? You know what I'm saying? You let me know how it's not their fault for giving him something they don't want him to say into his very hands. You tell me how that's not the state's fault. I'm going rapid fire with the comments, y'all. Every comment will be read unless it's just off kilter. Doug will be home in his bed by tomorrow, okay? You make great point about the politics of this case relative to Fannie and taxpayers. Fannie, yes. The lawyers were at Fannie's office yesterday. According to Thugger Daily, they're meeting this morning because future cases would refer exactly to this case. No case law. Again, you refer to the case, y'all, but it's not that you're referring to the case as a whole. You're referring to something that happened during the case. You just use the name of the case to refer to which case it was. It's like a baseball game or a football game. It's like Deflategate. It's like, Deflategate. It was a game where they thought that Tom Brady had deflated the football. You refer to the game, but the only thing you're concerned with during the game was when they found out about the football being deflated. It's not like you're referring to the entirety of the game. No court would refer to the entirety of this case unless they're just like referring to like a case that's just messed up. The judge denied mistrial motion, stating it's not clear who. Yes, the judge did say that, but how is it not the state's mistake for giving him a paper with something on it that they don't want him to say, when whiteout or an ink pen or a black marker would have easily obstructed his view of that? That's my question. I like your way of seeing what's going down. Thank you. One thing to remember, the deals that have been given in this case always have a loophole. Yes, I agree with that. Y'all, I'm just trying to get through these comments now. Whitaker gave the option for mistrial without prejudice to save herself. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm going to turn off this heater because it's getting hot up in here. And your boy does not want to burn up. I don't want to burn up with y'all over here. Whitaker gave the option for mistrial without prejudice to save herself. Possibly. I sure hope so. Whatever you hope so, I probably hope it too. Yeah, doesn't she have someone running against her? Yes, but my understanding is that the competition is doesn't have very high polling. We need the likes, Miss Lily. Idiots take pleas when they're truly innocent. A lot of people saying they shouldn't take a plea. Coming in late is finally ending. We will see that. We're waiting for court to start somewhere between 11 and 12. I've been talking since 8:30. I've been talking for 2 hours and 15 minutes straight, y'all. Give me a like, please. Statistics say otherwise. He's right about that, right? Blaming the witness is crazy. The state gave him an unredacted paper. That's what I'm saying. Everyone is free to think how they want. Y'all, one thing that you notice when you start getting into this internet stuff, if anybody on here does a stream or has a YouTube video, you get some comments and some opinions that you just like, what? Like, you like what? Like, I think that's where the country is right now. I'm not going to go too deep in this, but I think half of the country is saying like, really, to the other half. And that other half is looking at the other half like, seriously? Y'all, come on now. It's not the prosecution's fault for giving him a piece of paper that has information on it that they don't want him to say. Okay. Molly Bay, interesting in this more than Thug. Yeah, a lot of people are more interested in this than Thug. Hair Alchemist. Well, if everyone takes the deal, DA Fani will still have her 98 convictions on record. That is correct. That is correct, y'all. Amy Nix, hope so. That's an interesting point. I didn't realize about trial courts not creating case law. Okay, y'all. So no, trial courts do not create case law. There's 3 levels of court. Trial, which is where Thug and them are right now. Appeal and Supreme. Appeal and Supreme make case law. Trial courts don't make case law. So this case will not create any case law. Anything that comes from this case that is ruled on by an appeal court or a Supreme Court, either one of those rulings will make the case law, not this. So you could say it stemmed from this case, but it won't be any of Judge. Said another way, Judge Whitaker, Judge Glanville, at their current level, they have no ability to create case law. If either one of them were promoted or elected or however you get to the appeals court, appointed, once they're on the appeals court, their rulings will all or almost all create case law. Same thing once somebody goes to Supreme Court. They will all or almost all create case law. Trial court does not create case law. But you could prevent this case from resulting in appellate case law if you just get everybody to plead out, because there won't be any appeals. If there's no appeals, there's nothing for the appeal court to rule on. So then you won't get any case law. Let's see here. Fonnie is going to be vengeful against YSL after losing to Ashley Merchant. Y'all, Fonnie having a bad week, isn't she? That's another thing. I don't do a lot of Fonnie Willis content, y'all, but she's having a very bad, no good week. She's probably still going to win the election, from what I understand. This is not a good week, though. She lost to Ashley Merchant, and she practically is losing this, it seems. Good answer, no problem. Statistics show innocent people get wrongly convicted, not the same as taking a plea. I agree with that. Love and State always does this stuff. That's why it's hard for me to believe 8 lawyers and none saw that mistake. This very well could have been a paralegals or a legal assistance mistake, honestly. That's why I say there's too many people involved on the DA side. I don't mean too many people as in they have too much help. I mean too many moving parts. I would like to know whose job it was to print out that paper and whose job it was to redact the paper. I would like to know whose job it was to print the paper out. Somebody printed it. Was that the same person who was supposed to redact it? No felony. Still, y'all, if you become a member, you get access to, let me show y'all all of our emojis if I can get them up. For some reason, this is not working. I can do it over here. Let me show y'all all of our wonderful emojis. We got a bunch of emojis for all of our members. Y'all come on, become miembros with us. All of our emojis. They'll offer some irresistible plea deals. The system is the weapon. Yes. I do agree the system is the weapon. We don't know what kind of plea deals, but I have a hard time. I have a hard time squaring this in my mind. I have a hard time putting these two thoughts together. Fonnie knows there's going to be a mistrial without prejudice, so she could retry it. She knows that, and at the same time, she's not going to make a plea deal. I think if it's clear to Fonnie that mistrial is coming, however it's coming, she's going to make the plea deal. Thug, no felony record, no deal. Why did Lil Woody get immunity? Nobody knows. That's a key question. Not entirely true. I'm driving, but if you bring me on live, I'll explain to you even further. I don't know if you're talking to me, but what is not entirely true? Are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, so let me just keep it moving. Tagged you in picture on X. Let me see. You tagged me, y'all. Look, I'm not an expert X user, y'all. I'm sorry about that, but your boy, I'm trying to do. So if you tag me, where should that show up in my notifications? Okay. Totally shared the wrong part. Also, shout out to Institute. Glad I got to watch part of your live. This was oh snap. Is that just Auni 10 minutes ago? All right, so what are we looking at? All right, let's bring it up. Please don't have me showing anything crazy. All right, let's bring it up. Hold up.
Myself with a little bit of time. We thought that court was going to start at 9, and as you can see, I'm in big screen, trying to see all the things all at once. I think I was watching Paralegal at this point, the Paralegal Institute, which does really good condensed reviews of what happens every day. Love their content, and I haven't really caught their live before, so I was just on there. You know, I thought I'd be. You don't have to have different screens.
I'm just trying to.
Fine. You see, I just moved that screen.
I'm trying to see what you're getting at. I see myself there. That's cool.
Sorry, I'm tired. I was gonna start it for sure. That all did.
All right, well, that's cool. I think hopefully I didn't miss anything. Was that unidentified co-conspirator, or was that somebody else? That's kind of cool though. That's a lot of screens, y'all. There's people are really serious about this. Oh no, that wasn't you. Hold up. This is you right here. Okay. Breaking. Yeah. I think we saw this. Okay, unindicted co-conspirator. First look at Young Thug inside the courtroom. Might be last time. Yeah, we went over this. Dennis Byron. Yeah. Thanks for tagging me, y'all. Do follow us, please. Do follow us on X. I definitely appreciate it. If I missed something, just let me know. Brian Steele's ruling will warrant a mistrial with prejudice. Roe versus Wade is a great example. Roe versus Wade was a Supreme Court decision that created a precedent. I'm here for Thug and Lil Rod. Do the judges have to agree with case law because Whitaker found minor differences? Yes. Okay. This is the issue with case law. Most of the time, I shouldn't say most. Let me get rid of this, y'all. Just because it's a little distracting, not because there's anything wrong with that video. Thank y'all for tagging us. The problem with case law is this. I'm not gonna say most of the time, but oftentimes the fact. I'm gonna give y'all an example of case law. We've been seeing case law throughout this trial. But y'all might not have noticed it. Y'all want to see? Do y'all want to see an argumentation of case law live, real quick? I can show y'all an argumentation of case law live real quick. I think I know where it is. Let me show y'all an argumentation of case law. Clizzle, I see you say Slime Life put something on his Instagram story. Do me a favor and drop the link. I don't know what his Instagram story is. I don't know what his Instagram is. All right. So if you would drop his Instagram handle, I'd appreciate it. All right. I'm about to see if I can show y'all this. The previous stream was.
So argued. I want to address both of the two cases that Kendrick was released for.
Okay.
Said
This is ridiculous. Courts have to have the power to ensure that.
Sort of led the charge on.
Do y'all remember this from a couple of days ago? This is an argument of case law between this guy, I don't know his name, he works with the DA's office, and Brian Steele. They're battling case law. So what happened? Judge Whitaker removed Dennis, banned him from coming back as a witness in the trial, struck all of his testimony, got rid of exhibits, all kind of stuff. Okay? That's a trial court decision. Everybody who wants to 100% understand case law, just listen to me right now. You're going to totally understand. Judge Whitaker made a trial court decision. She decided that Dennis could not come back to her trial, to her case, to her court for this trial. So that's a trial court decision. That's not case law yet. So we all remember that Dennis is out. He's out. That's a decision by Whitaker. Now, after that, the state filed a motion for Whitaker to reconsider. Basically, they said to Whitaker, you effed up when you did that. Please undo your decision. Still not in case law territory. But in that motion, if I'm not mistaken, the state mentioned previous cases that said some stuff. Those previous cases will be either appeals or Supreme Court cases where they talked about the limits of a judge's power. Because the motion to Whitaker was, please reconsider your decision. What was the decision? To ban Dennis. So please reconsider your banning of Dennis because you don't have the power to ban Dennis. Whitaker will say, why do you say that? In the motion, they'll say, we say that because in these previous cases on the appeals and or Supreme Court level, they say that a judge does not have the power to do what you just did. So they're citing case law. They're citing specific parts of previous cases on the appeals or Supreme Court level that say, according to the prosecution, the judge does not have the power to do the kind of thing that Whitaker just did. So they're basically saying, look, previous courts have limited the power of a judge such as yourself, and you overstepped your boundaries. That would be case law that they're citing, these previous decisions. So the next day of court, they come in and they're going to argue this before the judge. They're still essentially arguing her to limit her own power, but based on previous decisions by appeals and Supreme Court. So this
On this, if I'm not mistaken,
It was his future testimony.
the arguments that done.
I'm just going to
Said
get to
that
the Brian Steele part. He's going to bring up two cases. Let me see here.
And then we have, yes, sir. Yeah.
Brian Steele's about to argue case law. They're not making case law right now. Brian Steele is going to refer to previous cases on the Supreme and Appeals Court level to convince Judge Whitaker that she does have the power to exclude Dennis. The other side is going to argue from previous Supreme and Appeal Court decisions to try to convince Whitaker that she does not have the power to get rid of Dennis. So that's the battle.
Good day, Your Honor, and good day, everyone.
Good morning.
So I understand your ruling obviously abides by it, but what I'd like the record then to show, if you don't find this to be changing, the state sent us lists of witnesses.
All right, y'all, this is
on a short list.
Hold up. This is
that they were going to call.
That's not it yet.
Address the state be allowed to recall Detective
That was
Dennis
a
to
that was
testify about
another
other.
issue.
This would be permitted to cross-examine.
that they are not capable of providing a fair trial and intentionally, and that's my word, but it was clear to me sitting there that when Ms. Hilton asked retired Detective Dennis, tell us about this photograph that has Mr. Kendrick standing on top of a car, his initial lead into that answer is, well, Mr. Kendrick just got out of prison. And, you know, that affects Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick, as the court may have heard, is signed to Mr. Williams' record label. Mr. Kendrick, as you will learn, is at Mr. Williams' home on May 9th, 2022, when Mr. Williams and Mr. Kendrick are arrested. And it is just not that simple to unwind that instruction. It was an intentional, obvious infliction to denigrate this trial and prejudice Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, and all. So you then have to do something about it. And what you asked to do is declare a mistrial. And you said, I'm not doing that, but there will be a sanction. So what are you going to do? So to me, that was the second time. The first time the court, I'm not saying it's not accurate.
So obviously, considering that I'm the one that imposed the sanction, I think it was an appropriate sanction. Address the state's argument that a trial court doesn't actually have the authority.
All right, did y'all hear that? She said, address the state's contention that a trial court does not have the authority to do this. She's basically saying, give me some case law that's going to override their case law. Give me some Supreme and appeals court decisions, or even a statute, but you're not going to find a statute about this. Statute would be just like a legislative law. Give me Supreme and or appeals court decisions that show I do have the power to do what I did. She's asking for previous Supreme or appeals court decisions, which is considered case law. She's the trial court. She can't make case law, but she has to follow it.
To impose that sanction.
I think that's wrong based upon, let me give you, and I put it in my response, but Illinois versus Allen, 397 U.S. 337, it's 1970. What happened there in the U.S. Supreme Court took down, that was an accused right to be present at a trial, constitutional right. And there's a dissent in it saying the accused, no matter what their conduct is, they could be gagged and bound. They have to be in the courtroom and watching the proceedings. Otherwise, it's a constitutional violation. But the majority said, this is ridiculous. Courts have to have the power to ensure that the trial is, and I'm quoting, conducted with dignity, order, and decorum. They are the hallmarks of a court proceeding. And then I found a case. I just found it.
All right, so he actually led with the weaker of the two cases. He led with the weaker of the two cases. This next case he's going to lead with, that he's going to talk about is the stronger of the two. Now, this is why I brought this up, y'all. So y'all, everybody on this stream should know two things at the end of this stream. One, case law does not come from the trial court. Judge Whitaker, Judge Glanville, none of these trial court judges are making case law right now, okay? Case law is what we also call precedents, a precedent. A precedent is a legal ruling from a higher court that the lower court has to follow. Well, guess what? Trial court's the first court. There is no lower court. So when they make a ruling, there's no lower court that has to follow it because they're the lowest level of court. Right now, Thug is in the lowest level of court, which is trial court. It's the first level. It's not low as in unimportant. It's just it's just the first level. So the first thing you should know is only the second and third levels make precedents, which we call case law. The second level is the appeals court. The third level is the Supreme Court. Trial court, the first level, they do not make any case law. They don't make any precedents, which are kind of synonymous, okay? That's the first thing. That's the first thing. The second thing is what's going to come up now. When the prosecution is battling with their cases versus the defense, which has their cases, the judge should rule for the case that is more similar to whatever's happening today, whatever she's ruling on, whatever actually happened, whatever the whole controversy is about. The prosecution says, well, these are my cases that support my contention. The defense says, well, these are my cases that support my contention. One side is going to have the cases that are most similar to the actual question at hand. That's the side that should win. One side's cases, either one or all or one or a selection of the cases, are going to line up the best with the current question, with the current scenario. If you have the case that lines up best with the current scenario, that's the question, and you can articulate it and get the judge to see how they line up the best, then you should get the ruling in your favor. So in this case, Brian Steele's about to win because according to Judge Whitaker, his case lines up the closest to the question at hand, which is, does she have the power, the authority as a trial court judge to exclude Dennis? So you're going to see how that plays out.
Amazingly similar. California versus Navarrete, Navarrete. Your Honor, it's 181 California Appeal 4th, 828 2010 case. And in that case, a detective is testifying, and there was a suppression motion granted. There was no Miranda rights given to Mr. Navarrete. And the detective testifies on the witness stand and said, well, the reason I didn't follow up on this DNA swabs is based upon the client's or Mr. Navarrete's statement.
Mm-hmm.
The judge did exactly what you did. The judge called the prosecutor, well, a little different, called the prosecutor and defense counsel in chambers and yelled at the prosecutor and said, you know, I'm demanding, what are you doing? And the prosecutor said, I didn't know that would happen. Just like here, I'm not saying that it was Miss Hilton eliciting that on purpose. I had no information that she would ever do that. But the judge said, well, this detective knows better. I find the detective is trying to harm this trial. The detective is barred. His testimony is struck. The direct is gone, and he can no longer testify. And the state did exactly what happened here. The state in California, the prosecution, the people, they called the next witness. To me, it's on all fours. The appellate court, Mr. Navarrete is, God forbid, convicted, and the appellate court then reversed and said, that remedy did not go far enough. That had to be a mistrial, that intentional conduct. And here, I'm asking the court, I believe that you have total authority. There is no way that anyone will convince me, I'm not the one who needs to be convinced, that Detective Dennis did not realize. It came out of nowhere. What difference does it make that Mr. Kendrick was released from prison?
Okay, so as y'all can see, Brian Steele says his case lines up very tightly with what actually happened in court. But he had to make an argument, though. So you're not going to have anything that's 100% the same thing. You won't have any situation that literally is a mirror image of a previous situation. The people are different. The time is different. The circumstance is different. The sun is in a different part of the sky. It's a different month, whatever. It's a different day. Everything's different. But it could be similar, right? So Brian's still saying, look, I have the most similar case. And look what the court said in this case. And so he's making, but then he kind of veers off and he's also adding some extra seasoning onto it with all of the stuff he's saying now.
It's in 5 weeks earlier. What difference does it make? He did that to bring out to the jury that Mr. Kendrick was in prison for, and I'm telling you, it's a federal offense, a gun charge. There was no basis. So to me, to say you don't have the authority to do that, I believe you have every authority. If a witness comes in here and starts cursing, I'm using an example, I would assume, you are going to say, you know, this is just not decorum. You can't curse. The witness curses again. You're going to do something. You're done testifying. Courts have that power. So I believe that the state's argument that you have no power to control the proceedings is not backed up by the U.S. Supreme Court.
I will say this, y'all. The moment I've read the state's motion to reconsider, I'm like, these people are off the charts with this motion. Because they basically told the judge, Think about this, y'all. They told the judge, please find that you, Judge Whitaker, don't have the power to do what you just did. I want y'all to understand what the motion said. Judge Whitaker did something, and the prosecution said, you know what? We don't like that. So we're going to write to the person who just did something that we don't think they have the power to do what they just did. And we're going to ask them to consider our argument for why they don't have the power to do what they just did, and then undo what they just did and recognize their own limited power. And I'm like, look, come on, man. Come on, ma. How many of you in a position of authority where even if you think, man, I might have overstepped right there, somebody who you are overseeing, or wrong word, bad choice of words, somebody you are supervising, come to you and say, look, I really think you need to recognize you don't have the power to do what you just did. So you should reverse yourself and get yourself in line. You can be like, no. You know what I'm saying? You could be persuasive. You could say, you know what? I think that was a severe sanction. Would it be possible for us to do this instead? You might get some buy-in with that. You might get some buy-in, especially if a person is questioning. And I'm not saying Judge Whitaker was questioning herself, but let's say you're questioning, dang, did I go too hard? Somebody say, look, you know what? I think you went too hard on us. I'm going to ask you to reconsider. And instead of going all the way over there, how about you just go halfway and, at least allow us some breathing room here. We really didn't mean it. You might say, okay. But if they step to you and say, you know what, you don't have the power to do what you just did, so I need you to undo that. It's like, what? No, I'm definitely not about to undo that. You don't come at me like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't be understanding them sometimes, y'all. All right, let's go to Clizzle said Slime Life Shouty just posted. Clizzle, was that this? I can't play any music. No, that was September 12th. Was that this?
Niggas know I smush.
Okay, no, that's not this. Clizzle, I don't know exactly what we're supposed to be looking at. I think this is Slime Life Shouty, but you want to be more specific, I'll be happy to bring it up. Okay? So y'all feel me though? Y'all feel me? So this was a battle of the case laws. One side wanted to bring case law saying to the judge, you don't have the power to do what you did. So wouldn't y'all agree that case law better be Trump tight? Like, bam! That better be like, bam! You can't get out of it. Otherwise, you're asking the judge to interpret some case law against her own ruling. That doesn't make sense. I mean, it makes sense if that's all you got, but so Brian Steele, this was kind of a layup for Steele, in my opinion, because the judge's inertia, the judge's inclination is going to be to continue in the direction she chose, which is to get rid of Dennis. So y'all, everybody should understand two things. Case law doesn't come from trial court. This trial is not making any case law. It could, I don't know if I would call it the same trial though, but if anything from this trial is appealed to the appeals court, then those rulings will make case law. And then again, if it goes from the appeals court to the Supreme Court, then that will make new case law. Either the Supreme Court will affirm the appeals court or they'll overrule it or whatever. And that's the first thing. Second thing, you're going to have a battle of cases on both sides. So it's not as simple as you show a judge the case law and that's just what it is. No, both sides are going to choose the case law that is best for their argument. And the judge still has to make a ruling or decision. So it's still not as cut and dry as just the case says this, so that's what it is. Sometimes it could be that way, but as we can see in this trial, you can also have a battle of cases and the judge still has to make a judgment. titty Ruxpin. Thank you. I'm trying to work on my explanations. I'm trying to make sure everybody is totally with me with these concepts. Thanks for the super. He deleted both of them now. Well, Clizzle, again, thank you for another super. What did he say? Or what was it about? Was it about the trial or what? Y'all, I'm keeping up on Law and Crime. Still nothing. Let's go back to Thugger Daily real quick, see if we get any updates on any kind of timing or whatever. Let's see if we can get any kind of updates on any kind of timing. No, still looks like we still have this post from 2 hours ago. People were saying 11 o'clock. We're at 11:15. So we are still, we're past 11 at this point. All right, no slime left behind, Slat. Okay, so yeah, that's the John McCain. That's the John McCain right there. No slime left behind. Thug, look, we'll drop all of the charges. But we need you to serve, 2 years probation for the guns. After that, we will expunge it from your record. You won't even have a felony. And Thug, like, okay, hold up. 2 years probation for the guns, then it gets expunged and it's not even on my record. I won't even be a convicted felon. Yes. Okay. Y'all, this is not saying this is on the table. I'm just hypotheticalizing over here. Okay. Y'all feel me? So don't go off and say, oh, they offered that. I'm not saying that. But then is Thug going to say, well, what y'all going to give Yak? What y'all going to give SB? That's the question. Don't worry about that, Thug. That don't have nothing to do with you. Ooh, well, hold up now. Is it no slime left behind? Where's Lil Woody? Yeah, Lil Woody's not here. I haven't seen Andre today either. Maybe I should send him an email. Wait a little longer. He's not the leader. He's the face. The way they call him Rapper Boy is proof he wasn't in charge. No, I don't think he's the leader. When I say he's in charge of this case because he's the one with the money, the most money. And without him, there is no case. So I'm not saying he's a leader of the gang or of a gang. I'm saying this entire case is intimately, the fate of the case is tied most to the fate of Thug. That's my point. Weinstein tweeted 13 minutes ago, it's up to the clients and the clients only what they do. No attorney, but I get your meaning. Correct. That's what I said earlier. That's why I called Thug the leader. Because truthfully, it would be more up to Thug. The reason I'm saying this, y'all, is I'm not speaking of it from so much a factual standpoint. I'm saying if you think about it, without Thug, they don't have the Rico. So if Thug takes a deal on the Rico, you kind of don't even have a Rico. I mean, when I say take a deal, if Thug gets off on the Rico, it'd be tough to put this Rico together at all. So I'm more saying Thug is the most important part. And because, as Weinstein said, he is the one who makes a decision about his own future. Y'all see where I'm going with this? Thug, when making his decision, it's going to affect everybody else. It certainly could affect everybody else if any of the other guys make a decision that includes factual acknowledgments and all that stuff too. So we can't forget that. Should be a mistrial with prejudice. This case is so screwed up. These men are not guilty. I think that the mistrial with prejudice after what we saw yesterday is reasonable. And he didn't leave his crew. So that's what we're going to see. Y'all, let me ask y'all a question. Again, I'm not the snitch guy. I'm not the such and such is a snitch. I'm not the, rats this and rats that. You're not going to ever hear me talk like that. You will hear me say it's kind of jacked up to not jacked up, but telling on your friends hurts your friends. You know, maybe there's more to it. You know, those factual acknowledgments that Monk Tunk agreed to, those hurt. Those hurt the case. So you can't get around that. But I'm not calling him a rat, not calling him a snitch. I don't get into that. But I do have a question for my rat people, for my snitch people, for my people who care about to go into those corners of street life. Here's my question, y'all. Even for my people who don't really get into it like I don't get into it. We're gonna open it up. Yesterday, when Slime Life was talking on the stand, what everybody was saying is, shut up, talk too much. He done fell for it. Everybody was saying. Now they hadn't thrown him all the way under the bus yet because he wasn't on stand long enough for him to go all the way in. And he wasn't, the testimony did not last enough for people to hate him. I don't think. But here's my question. If everything ends now, will Slime Life get off? Will he be remembered as the hero who tanked the case? Will he be remembered as a snitch because of whatever he did say on the stand? Because I saw people saying that yesterday. How will Slime Life be remembered? Or will he just be forgotten? We're not going to forget Lil Woody. We're not going to forget Monk Tonk. We probably won't forget Quindarius Zachary either, though he's kind of a more minor figure. But Slime Life only was on the stand for like an hour or so, and he didn't really get into anything. So what's Slime Life? Because people were like, oh, his rap career's over. Like they were already pronouncing it over while he was on the stand. But he did. It was his words that led to where we are right now. Nobody can ever take that from him. That Slime Life shouting with the pronouncement from his mouth led exactly where we are right now. So is his rap career over? Is he a snitch? I'm not giving an opinion on that again. I'm just, again, opening up a forum for us to have a conversation. And I think it's valid because people really going in on this guy yesterday. So what do y'all think? Ratting is a fairy tale. Everyone snitches. Okay. I'm just interested. Slime Life Shouty is a rat. He took the stand. Okay, so taking the stand, he is a snitch. Okay, so do y'all think, is he done? All right, so people are saying he's a rat. So what if he comes out later and he says, nah, I did that on purpose to get my brothers out? What if he say, I did that on purpose to get my brothers out? All right, so everybody who cares to talk about this, or most people are going on him. His rap career might be over, but his rap career just beginning. All right, y'all. Let's get off that topic. I don't want to go too far with that topic, y'all. I just thought it was interesting because people were really upset with him. But he's the one that led to this. He's the person who led to what's happening right now. It's over. He will be labeled a snitch. Dang, he will and should. Oh, snap. Andre, what up, bro? I was going to send you an email, man. He didn't do this intentionally, so he won't get credit. And what he did yesterday will get him nothing but hate. All right. Yeah, I think that's true. I think Amin Ra says he good. Amin Ra, you in the minority with that one. Most people, people are saying he's done. Y'all, I never heard his music. I always wish the best for everybody. I never heard his music. I'm not on one side or the other. I'm just wondering what the people are thinking. Dang. How's he a rat? If he was reading the document. Well, Paula, they're saying he's YSL. So him even being on the stand for the prosecution makes him a rat. They're not talking about his maybe mistake or not mistake of reading the paper. They're just saying the very fact that he came up to testify against Thug and them and cooperated makes him a rat. Chaos in justice system, late but here, good. So y'all, we've been maintaining here for 3 hours basically. We're hoping that court will start sometime in the next 35 minutes or so. So we're just going to keep riding it out. I'm gonna refresh my Twitter. Y'all gonna see my unredacted Twitter. Okay, Mel, this is I'm not a lawyer, but she's in court today, I think, and she was there yesterday. The random thought I had, still Adams Love and finding in a room and still speaking to everyone but Love because he doesn't speak to Miss Love. Oh my gosh. Court starts at Seti Nash says court starts at 11 or 11:30 today. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of fan theories about what's happening right now, but so 11 or 11:30. Let's see if Kathy, y'all, this is Kathy Russin. She is with Law and Crime. She typically knows what's going on. Let's look at what Weinstein said. Well, they started with 28 indicted on day one of jury selection. There were 21 defendants, 9 took plea deals, and 12 were severed for various reasons. All right. So Kathy Russin, each defense team is meeting with Fonnie and Adrian Love individually. The second defense team is in there now. 4 more to go after that. Y'all, it's going to take a while. The earliest they are going to let us in the courtroom. Oh, okay. So I think she's saying they're going to go into the courtroom around 11:30. Is the plea deal you pled to not guilty and we accepted your plea? Oh, my God. What happened to the mistrial motion? No official word. All I know is that plea deals are being discussed now, individual meetings with the DA. So people, plea deals are, yo, what could this possibly mean? What could this possibly mean, y'all? Because if plea deals are happening, let me make this bigger so y'all can see. We've seen with the DA that the plea deals are all in the service of getting YSL considered a gang and in furtherance of the YSL Rico trial court case. So do y'all think there's a bit of divide and conquer happening right now? All right, let's get another poll going, y'all. Let's get some more crowd interaction. Miss Lily, if you're there, Miss Lily, give me a poll question that I can throw out. If not, Andre, give me a poll question that I can put out. I have one that I'm thinking about, but I want to see what y'all are thinking. It's the state of Atlanta versus Jeffrey Williams. He has to make the decision. Y'all, I mean, could we see I don't know. YSL Mondo should be in Thug's seat. Thank you for recognizing my question. I'm very interested in learning more. Oh, Miss Paula Newton. Oh, let me go ahead and throw you to. Oh, let me throw I have this up in the. I might as well just share this, y'all. By the way, since you asked Miss Paula Newton, I will tell you. We are a paralegal program. Here's the link. If y'all are interested, go to careerparalegal.com. Careerparalegal.com. I teach a bunch of the classes myself, actually, y'all. So I just threw the link in the description. In the chat. I'll throw it in a few more times. Paris says Mondo is the cause. Revov says attorneys are fighting with prejudice. They need to attack what Hilton did on purpose, showing that guy that original sheet of her paper. Y'all, honestly, think about it like this. Fonnie Willis still has the upper hand. Fonnie Willis she has the upper hand, not all the cards. She has the upper hand though. Check his story, he responding. Okay, whose story am I checking? Y'all, let's use, instead of pronouns, let's use the person's name so I know who we're talking about. Whose story am I checking? Okay, I'll go check it. Are we talking about Slime Life Shouty? I'm looking. I don't see anything current from Slime Life. I'm just looking now. His post, there's no current post. Let me know who you're talking about. All right, Andre, I'll do that poll in a sec. We're going to do the mistrial poll in a sec. Y'all tell me where to go. I'm on Slime Life's page here. Refreshing it. Should I just click on this picture? I'm clicking this picture. Nothing happens. Mood for L. This is old. This is 192 weeks. Highlights, 302 weeks. Same with this, 300 weeks. Dang. This is 5 weeks. So where are we supposed to be going? I don't see anything. Not only has expert background, but works like bro has street cred. Y'all, I'm thank you for that, Rob. I'm not a street dude, though. I am not a street dude. I'm not a street dude, y'all. I'm not a street dude, but you know, I always say, and we always say in high school, we were the dudes that would be after the girls. So that would have been my stee in high school. We were the guys. But one of my best friends did choose that path, and it did not work out well for him. It did not work out well for him. All right, so I'm going to make this poll, y'all. I'm going to make this poll, but the question is, okay. I'm going to just say plea deals or a mistrial. Plea deals. So the implication of the poll is, are they all going to get plea deals? Let's say plea deals or charges drop. Okay, so for everybody listening, plea deals, charges dropped is one answer. Plea deals, charges dropped is one answer because there might be some kind of mixture. There might be some kind of mixture, meaning, you know, some charges might get dropped, some charges might get pled to. So I'm saying plea deals, charges dropped, or mistrial. Okay, plea deals and charges dropped are one bucket. Mistrial is a different bucket. Poll is live. Yeah, so I'm not saying some kind of box. I'm not saying drop all the charges. I'm not saying drop all the charges. I'm putting plea deal and charges dropped as in, will this be resolved with a combination of pleas and charges dropped? They might get one charge dropped, but they got to plead to another one. That's what I'm saying. Or will it end in a mistrial? YSL not taking no pleas. I don't see how the state has the upper hand in the way they handle this case other than corruption. They have the upper hand. Well, honestly, YSL has the upper hand. They could very well say, look, let's just keep this trial going because we know y'all going to screw up again. And Judge Whitaker, you're on notice that if you try to fix the prosecution's sloppiness, you're on notice that we're going to file for recusal. But this may be during the entire trial, this might be the best moment to get out of the trial. So while you will have other moments for something to happen, you might not have as good a moment as this to get what you want. Thug isn't taking a plea. We see how the plea deals have been working out. The plea deal for Monk Tonk didn't work out, GG, because Monk Tonk, his plea deal required him to do something. If Thug's plea deal, if they give him probation, the problem is they give you probation, that could just, you could just be set up. You could just be set up. So I kind of agree with you from this sense that any kind of reasonable plea would probably include a trap. If that's what you're saying, Gigi, you're probably right. Any plea, when I say reasonable, any plea they might reasonably be able to get will probably include a trap for them to be right back here. This is the best moment. It keeps happening. I agree with that. With election year finally on this ice and this sloppy prosecution leads only to a mistrial without prejudice. That would be for Page to decide, not for Fani to decide. And Page has ruled it out already. Neither one defense will take mistrial without prejudice. Trial continues. Oh, shoot. I should have put that on the poll. My bad, Dom. I should have put that on the poll, y'all. Y'all, I'm sorry. I gotta close that poll, y'all. I made a mistake. I'm gonna end this poll. Sorry about that. Dom, you're right. I should have put on the poll. I'm gonna do it again because I'm gonna say what will happen. Plea, dropped charges, mistrial, and then trial continues. Sorry about that. Trial continues definitely needed to be on there. So I just updated the poll with trial continues. No one should trust their fake plea deals. Didn't work out. Y'all, isn't Monk Tonk? Imagine this all ends today. Imagine the guys who are charged with murder plea to like a 5-year plea. Imagine the guys charged with murder get a 5-year plea deal or whatever. And you Monk Tonk. And all you did was got on the stand and told the truth. And you got 5 years. And the dude who's charged with murder gets a 5-year plea as well. Wouldn't that be the worst? I mean, you might be happy for them. But that would be like, yo, this is the biggest load of whatever ever happened in history. That would be like, this is the biggest load of whatever that ever happened. I tell the scenes chat message and comments are allowed, but direct messages are not. Where is that? Andre, where are we talking about, buddy? On Instagram, or what are you talking about? All right, y'all. So in the meantime, we're going to keep going back to the people on. So Thugger, see if there's any update. I think this trial's over. This is wild how it's ending. Thugger still has nothing for us. Nothing new, but we appreciate TD. What is Thugger Daily going to do with his life when this is over? What are we all going to do with our lives? I was thinking about that last night. I was like, what am I going to do with my life when this is over? I'm going to have to figure out what to do with my life, y'all. After being in jail this long, he might as well go the whole way. Any plea could cause him to violate. The only thing, Sean, is they're talking about it, apparently. They're talking about the plea. So I guess you do enter the discussion. You go in there either way, right? You go in there either way because who knows what could happen. But I don't see Brian Steele taking any old type of. Sorry about that. Y'all can probably hear that airplane going overhead. I'm near a military base. Y'all, by the way, please. Did y'all hit the like button? Let me spam some likes real quick. I do not see Brian Steele just going for whatever type of plea, y'all. Brian Steele is the man. And his client has the least amount of proof against him as of now, in my opinion. So I don't think Brian Steele just going to go for whatever. How is this considered RICO? I would think charging them independent. Tammy, please, like, I'm giving you the silent clap. 100% agree. This is not no RICO, but you got to remember the Georgia RICO statute is different from the federal RICO statute. That's why I keep saying I don't think they're going to charge these guys federally for RICO. Would they charge them with something? Maybe, but not RICO. I don't think that's going to happen. Probation is 1 foot back in prison. Lil Woody, how you doing? Been a minute. Yeah, because they live in Atlanta. I think if they're on probation, they move to where could you be safe? Somewhere where people don't know they live. California, I don't know. Lil Rod is going to jail anyways. Lil Rod's already in jail. He's appealing his conviction. He's in prison. The state probably doesn't have enough time to pick a jury and retry in 2 months. So Chris that's the first thing we talked about. There is no definitive answer as to whether that is the limitation, except my firm opinion that if this trial gets assigned to a judge who wants this case to go forward, then the case is going to go forward. Doesn't matter. All of that time and speedy trial and all that stuff doesn't matter. If this case is refiled, if it ends in a mistrial today and is refiled, and a judge who wants this case to go forward gets it, is going forward. We have a new member, y'all. Ashley Schmeltzer. Ashley, thank you for becoming a member. Y'all know it just warms my heart when somebody becomes a member. Like, that means y'all are linking up with me, and I really appreciate that. We're going to be doing some real interesting things with this channel. Doug can travel or tour out of the country if he's a felon. If he's a felon, that would severely limit every aspect of his life. As a wealthy performer. Very good point, Teresa. As a felon, he will probably forfeit millions of dollars of potential earnings. He will put himself, if he's on probation, or if he has any additional run-ins with the law, he'll be putting himself at a severe disadvantage for any type of further judicial proceedings. If he's a felon, he can't carry a gun. He might not even be able to own a gun. He might not be able to vote. I'm not sure, but depending on what state he lives in. So yeah, taking a plea deal might end things today, but it comes with a big cost if you're going to be a felon. Dang, that all could happen. That will be wild. Y'all, the thing I'm wondering is, are they all on the same page? We said no slime left behind this earlier today, but are they all even on the same page? What do I mean by same page? What I mean is, what if one guy or two guys want this mistrial, but the other four want plea deals? I guess that could happen. I guess 4 people could plea out, and then the other 2 could do the mistrial thing and just start over again. But what if 3 want the mistrial and 3 don't want the mistrial and none of them want the plea deal? What if 3 say mistrial is our best bet? The other 3 say, nah, we don't want a mistrial. We're winning. Let's keep it going. And none of them want to take the plea deal. Then what? Because the mistrial for one is a mistrial for all. So what do y'all think about that? People have been saying, all right, so let's take a look at Mr. Dennis Byron. My sources are telling me there's a plea deal. Ms. Hawkins, this may be speculation, y'all. Don't take this as news yet. When I say don't take it as news, I mean don't take this as any terms of the deal. This is probably speculation, but would Ms. Hawkins know? Not familiar with Ms. Hawkins, so I don't know who that is. But let's take a look. Time served for Mr. Williams. He doesn't have a criminal record, but I hope he gets the hell out of Georgia. No shades of GA, but imagine that, y'all. Time served, no criminal record. But what is that slime left behind though? Is that slime left behind? Still isn't taking a plea deal that would make his client a felon. I tend to agree with that. I would be surprised if he did. Unless it came with automatic expungement. We've seen how these, okay. Honorable Steele, Sharp, Matthews, Harvey Weinstein are no Mr. Right. They all have faith in the, okay. So plea deals look like they might be being worked out right now, y'all. If plea deals are being worked out, they might be being typed up. They might be being signed. They might be being reviewed letter by letter. Oh, hold up. We have some court action. Y'all. Let me get the court on. Just bear with your boy for a quick second. Don't freak out. We don't have anybody talking or anything, so don't worry. Any talking yet? So let me get us to law and crime. Again, no talking yet. Just the Georgia State seal. I can see it on my other computer here. All right, there we go. All right, so no talking yet. Just the Georgia State seal. All right, so we're going to leave the poll open. We're still seeing what's going to happen. Charges dropped or plea. That's one bucket. Mistrial, and then trial continues. 2 of those things could happen. 2 of those things could possibly happen. It could be plea deals and the trial continues. Some of the guys could plea out and the trial could continue for the other guys. So even though I put these as 2 separate possibilities, they're not mutually exclusive necessarily. It's becoming very clear and apparent that the state of Georgia has too much invested in this. I hope Doug doesn't fall for the bluff and stick out against free of all charges. Yeah, I see court is in session. I mean, the camera is on. I see that. Jury's not there today, apparently. Amy, hello, how you doing? No mistrial, so many mistakes. If the jury somehow does convict, it will be overturned easily on appeal. Patience. Daniel's son. Okay. We got the Patience Danielson. This shit is stressing me out. I've seen a lot of people say that. Chat must be delayed. Why do you say that? Chats are always a few seconds delayed, but not significantly, like 10 seconds, something like that. Sarah Boone case, if this one ends. Yeah, y'all, that's another thing I wanted to ask everybody. Where do we go next? Where do we go next? How we know the jury isn't there? We don't know that independently, but Miss Sylvia said that, and a few other people said it. People who would know about these things have said it. Get you a job, all. Get a job, you all. Get a job. All right. This is my job. Does Fulton County want to spend more money and risk more embarrassment? That's a good question. Sunk cost fallacy, Chris. We've already spent this much money trying, so let's get the job done by spending even more money. We've already spent this much. Suitcase Lady trial is almost over, I think, right? Sarah Boone is almost closing. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm in the witness. I'm with the patient Danielson, this personal now. Yeah. Bro, you should be promoting your school more. Yeah, I know. People have said that to me. Yesterday, I promoted the school for the first time, and we probably got 30 inquiries and somebody enrolled right away. I just didn't want y'all to see me coming off right off the bat as like a guy asking for stuff from you. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the reasons I didn't go with the school angle that much. I didn't want y'all to say, oh, this guy's just popping on here asking for stuff. So I decided to try to let y'all get to know my personality a little bit and do my thing a little bit first until the time was right. It just so happened that the time is right when the trial's about to end. Oh, man. You know, poor, not the best planning on my part. All right, you following? No YSL today. We're looking at the ceiling, so that's some movement. We have jobs. Go to Fannie Love and Hilton case. I believe sources saying plea deal and mistrial is accurate if no jury is around. Well, that would have been decided yesterday, I think. So I'm not sure anybody knew what was going to happen. Judge canceled trial today. You mean as far as the jury, right? Because we're looking at the ceiling right now. So somebody in that courtroom, somebody in there doing something. We don't know exactly what it is, but somebody in there doing something. I'm a housewife. My job is 24/7. Gotta give love to the housewives, y'all. I give love to the housewives. Oh no. What the heck happened? Let's go to Twitter. Golly, what the heck is going on? This is wild. So when you say that the judge canceled, are you saying that they just canceled right now? Okay, Kathy Russin just put, we are in the courtroom live. She just put, we are in the courtroom watch live. Looking at the ceiling. So now we're just looking at a black screen. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. People are getting antsy. As an advocate for incarcerated people in Georgia, the burn pile murder trial. We have a job, y'all. Appeals are for losers. Never want to count on appeal. Appeals are for losers. I mean, it's a weird way to say it, but I know what you mean. Miss Lely, how you doing? Jury has been through a lot, I'm sure. I see it's live, but it's not really. We're on the screen, y'all. We're on the law and crime screen. This is what they're showing us. They're showing us a black screen right now. They're showing us a black screen. And there's one pool camera. So if you go to the other, ones, you're going to see the same thing. I'm on Kathy Russin. I'm on her Twitter, her X. Let's go back over here. I'm going to refresh. She's the one who would know. She says live. 4 minutes ago, stream went black. Where did the feed go? Yo, this is crazy. People are really, really, really invested in this. At my job. What do you do, Patron, if you don't mind telling us? One of our regulars here. Thank you, Air Hall 23. Appreciate you being here with us. Yeah, I'm just trying to be here. Definitely appreciate y'all being here. Definitely appreciate y'all. I'm skipping down to the bottom. Disabled. Finishing negotiations, begin trial again tomorrow. So if plea deals go on, they will individually be brought over. What do you mean by brought over? You mean to the courthouse? Probably. I'm going to get my cases completed. They on CPT. Yeah. That you so far this comment wins the day so far. They're going to start the day off with a lunch break. They on GVT. Y'all, I'm going to put that. They on GVT, Glanville time. They on GVT today, y'all. They on GVT. That's me too, by the way. They on Glanville time. So I'm gonna refresh again, y'all, to see if Kathy Russin is gonna give us something. To clarify, they let our photog in to set up and turn on and then made him leave. No media is currently in the courtroom. Judges talking with attorneys. Someone, likely bailiff, turned our camera off and now we only have black. Okay. They let the photographer in to set up and turn on and then made him leave. So he entered. He set up his stuff and then they said, all right, you can get up out of here now. And because the judge is in there having conversations and they don't want her filmed for whatever reason, apparently, probably somebody in there first aimed it up at the camera up at the ceiling so it wouldn't catch the judge, I imagine, until they could finally figure out how to turn it off. That's what it sounds like happened. The judge blacking out everything. Yo, we are so blessed to be able to see as much as we see. I'm certainly not complaining about the little bit of privacy that they need in the courtroom. I mean, we see 95% of everything that happens. So, you know. Oh, ex parte, good point. Y'all should screenshot this. Judges talking with attorneys. So as long as it's not just one side, it's not ex parte. As long as it's talking with attorneys from both sides, or if the conversations are not about the trial, I don't know if you could talk about, you can talk ex parte about certain things. There's certain exceptions for ex parte as well. Andre says, I think the state doesn't want the world to see them fail, so Miss Love is probably going to try to keep this quiet. Keep what quiet, though? What can she keep quiet, Andre? We've seen everything that's happened. We see nothing in Australia. Yeah, Paris, there's nothing on the screen right now. It's black. So if you go looking for Law and Crime or any of the other streams, you're seeing they let the photographer in to set up and turn on and then made him leave. No media is currently in the courtroom. Oh, man, we haven't checked in with Miss Sylvia. Let's check in with Miss Sylvia real quick. Let's check in with Miss Sylvia. Let's check in with Miss Sylvia, see if she's live. On the infamous Slide channel, it does not look like she's live. On infamous Sylvia channel, yo, she's not live on either channel. She was live for a long time. All right, looks like Miss Sylvia is not live at the moment. At what point does this turn to malicious prosecution? I don't think we're close to that point, if that's your question. I don't think we're close to that point because the judge sees merit in this case continuing. And I would say at the point that the prosecution is caught fabricating evidence, suppressing evidence, or something like that. So far, they haven't really been caught with anything of the sort. If you found that the prosecution had evidence where they knew you didn't do something, or they had reason to believe you didn't do something, and they're still prosecuting you, I don't think we're at that point. Valley, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who supported us today. Today's been a very good day in terms of super stickers, super chats, in terms of new members. I kind of don't want this to end. Y'all, you know, this is where, if y'all would allow me the leeway to just speak and be real. I was questioning last night. I was like, okay, so when this is over, like, what am I going to do? What am I going to stream about from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.? Now, I'm not saying I don't want it to end. I mean, we have to put the interest of justice ahead of our own personal, desire to get together and watch these trials and stuff. So we, I'm not saying I don't want it to end, but it does raise a question. Tomorrow, if it ends today, what do we all do? Everybody who's been riding with this and watching and keeping track, whether it's been for the last couple of weeks or months or for the whole time, if you've gotten used to this, like, what do you do tomorrow? But I think it's more important that these, and of course you all know that, but I'm just going to say it in case anybody needs to hear it. It's certainly more important that these guys have justice served in their lives. We just have to find something to do. The screenshot of Thug earlier was an issue in court. It's possible the DA made a comment about this. Paula, source. So is that Thugger? Is that Thugger? You talking about this, Paula? Are you talking about this? And if you are talking about this, what is would I find what you're referring to here? Silva's talking about you on her channel. Blah, blah, blah. Wow, what's happening? Thanks for sharing. The face says, man, coming home. Photos today was so important. Positive vibes. Paula, give me a source for what you said, please. Yeah, corruption is all around us, y'all. Corruption is all around us. Yeah. I don't see it as malicious prosecution in a legal sense, but I do see it as unfair prosecution. I'm not sure. A lot of jets going over today. So if we're going to make a distinction, I don't think it's legally malicious, but I definitely think it's unfair. If it's a mistrial, it's bad on her. If it's a mistrial, it's bad on everybody on the DA side. Can y'all imagine what that would feel like to lose this trial? Can you imagine if you're the person who was supposed to redact that paper? Like, what if that was your job? I bet you, I'll be willing to bet $100 that there was no clear instruction to anybody to redact that piece of paper. I would be willing, and we'll probably never know, but I'd be willing to put $100 that no human individual knew it is my job to redact this piece of paper before we give it to the witness. I bet it was some kind of weird, nebulous, not well communicated, confusing. Oh, I thought you were going to do it, or I thought you were going to do it, or you were rushing me and I just tried to get it done as quickly as possible. I bet you it's one of those just things. But I bet you there was no clear instruction. Benita, you print the paper, make sure you redact this out, hand it to me in a fully redacted format so I can hand it to the witness. I bet you it did not go down that way. I bet you it didn't go down that way, y'all. Wow, no court today, according to Kathy. Let's see. Yo, this is wild, y'all. This is wild. Let's see. Let's see. Let me check. All right. So far, we still don't have anything here on the stream. Now, the stream is still open. Oh, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Judge Whitaker was meeting in the courtroom with the attorneys, and now word came out that they were done for the day. The drama continues. Y'all, we've been on here since 8:30, practically 4 hours. I'm going to leave this open if y'all want to chat. What I'm going to do, I'm going to play yesterday's second half. I'm going to go get some food or something. But I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave this open if y'all want to chat with each other and whatnot. I will pop on periodically. But I'm going to just play. It's an hour and change what happened yesterday. So we are going to start. Remember, y'all, there were two mistrial motions yesterday. Check my Twitter settings for what exactly? Yeah, they went offline now. Fox is gone. Everything is offline. Court is canceled. Court is canceled, y'all. Court is canceled. Court is canceled. There's no word as to what happened. Let me check one last time with Thugger Daily before. Thugger. All right, conversation is ongoing. So, y'all, I'm going to just go ahead and play what happened yesterday. I'm going to go grab some food. Your boys got to eat. Your boys got to get some food. So I'm going to play this from yesterday, y'all.
Your Honor, we're making a motion for mistrial on behalf of Mr. Nichols. We're not going to be able to unring this bell. Your Honor,
y'all are
this
free
is
to
the
hang out.
exact same issue that while we were at the bench, I brought it up.
And we are back, and we are back. Go ahead and hit that like button, especially if you're somebody who's hoping that the YSL trial will end soon in a mistrial or a jury verdict. It looks like we are on the cusp of a potential mistrial. You are about to see everything that happened today. I cut out all of the breaks, but I did leave some in for the tension. You have to feel the way that my bad. I'm tripping. I'm over here with my microphone on mute. Told that some defendants' families were told by the lawyers that they don't need to come in right now. Sounds like a signal the deals are not finalized yet. So looks like the deals are ongoing. According to Thugger Daily just minutes ago. No court for the rest of the day. Looks like conversations are ongoing. So they're still negotiating, y'all. They're still negotiating. Sorry about that. I have my mic on mute. So the day is done. Y'all are free to hang out. I'm going to leave this chat open, but I'm going to turn off my camera and my mic. I'm just going to play the video from yesterday. Okay. My video that I made from yesterday. We'll just play that back. It'll last for about an hour and change. Feel free to hang out. Yeah. If we have any, I'm going to leave this comment open. Has anybody taken paralegal? If we have any students, ex-students, chime in. We'll be happy to greet you here. And I'm going to go ahead and play this video, y'all. So,
Your Honor, we're making a motion for mistrial on behalf of Mr. Nichols. We're not going to be able to unring this bell. Your Honor, this is the exact same issue that while we were at the bench, I brought it up.
And we are back, and we are back. Go ahead and hit that like button, especially if you're somebody who's hoping that the YSL trial will end soon in a mistrial or a jury verdict. It looks like we are on the cusp of a potential mistrial. You are about to see everything that happened today. I cut out all of the breaks, but I did leave some in for the tension. You have to feel the way that the tension built today. We have Wooney Lee, who is a recording artist who goes under the name Slime Life Shouty. Wooney Lee is on the stand, and you're going to see how he might have a role in just bringing this whole trial down. So I'm not going to do a lot of talking. I know how y'all like to get on me about my talking. But one thing I want to let y'all know is we are a real paralegal school, y'all. We just got a call today from a lady who's like, are you a real school? Yes, we are a real school. We've been in paralegal training for over 20 years here in the DC area, but our program is virtual And now you can study paralegal and earn your certificate across the country. If you are interested in that, check out the link in the description. All right, without further ado, don't forget to comment, like, subscribe, and let's get into it.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I was able to review the times indicated by Ms. Hilton in that
Okay.
email. And on behalf of, I've discussed with Mr. Steele, we don't have any objection. I don't want to speak for anyone else. But I didn't see anything that we object to.
Okay.
In those specific
Anybody?
times.
As to the specific times, which Ms. Hilton, that's all y'all intend to play for that one video, 48 in or whatever it was. Okay, anybody else have objection to those specific times? In 48, I think it was, I don't know, I could be making that number up.
I think it's
Whatever the
46
video
November,
was.
November.
It's, 46.
46, okay. All right, I'm taking the silence as no one has any objection to that. How about any of the other exhibits that are contained within this Wooney Lee?
Yes, Your Honor, page 5, 40 November, November. Just have an objection unless they can lay the foundation because Winnie Lee is tagged, but I don't know who tagged him.
What is this a picture of?
It's a picture of him sitting in the courtroom during Mr. Ryan's trial.
45?
No, 40 November, November, page 5.
Oh, page 5. 40, okay, sorry.
Your Honor, we actually redacted all of the other content that was actually on this post because I believe Mr. Lee will say that is him while he was sitting in the courtroom. This was during Mr. Blaylock's initial trial of the murder of Mr. Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
And our initial understanding, and he had said something different today, was that he was in court when the witness who testified yesterday, Ms. Smith, was testifying and sent her a brain emoji and a rat emoji. And so this was evidence of him being in court.
Okay.
However, he has said to me today that he was not present during her testimony, but this does show that he had actually went to court that day. So things have changed just slightly, given his testimony. But at one point he was in court watching that trial, and essentially he sent these emojis to Ms. Smith. And so someone captured him on video and tagged him in it along with the tag. The post also reads free little Bali, free little ride. We've taken those parts out of it because the individual who posted it is not.
All right, I'm not following. I follow what this is a post of, but I'm not following why you're going to be using it. Or I don't understand what you're saying, because you're talking about his testimony and his statements changing. So what do you mean?
So
why would you be how would this come up at all?
To show that this was a photo of him in court.
Okay.
When we believe when the witness was testifying, and based upon what Ms. Smith advised us, I believe, or matter of fact, his phone was taken on the day that the posts were made. So back in 2021, during the trial of the case, we believe that Mr. Lee was present in court. While in court.
Yes. And that while in court, he sent those emojis?
He posted those emojis. We believe he sent them while in court. He posted those emojis. Whether or not Ms. Smith was on the stand is something he's saying. He never saw her on the stand. That's what he is saying. What we know is he was in court when those emojis were posted. Whether or not she was on the stand or not, we don't know. But he was present in court, we believe, when those emojis were posted. And so this was just proof of the fact that he was sitting in court in or around the time that these subsequent messages that are coming after this post were posted.
How are you? This is a picture of him in courtroom 7E, apparently.
Yes.
How are you proving that it is during Mr. Ryan's trial? Am I missing something?
He is a part of our, let me
Are you
pull
going to
up
be able
the-
to establish when this picture was taken?
Yes, I believe he will admit that he went to the trial and saw the trial
Okay.
himself.
And which
I believe he
case,
will admit that.
why will you need this picture?
To show proof of those things. The same way we have a responding officer who goes to a scene.
So you're going to put it up and then say, is this you in court during the Ryan Blaylock trial?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess if he says no, he says no. Okay. So in terms of the objection, then.
If they lay the foundation.
I'm not sure what you mean by if they lay the foundation. So they're going to present it to him and say, is this you in court during the trial? And he'll either say yes or he'll say no.
Right. If he puts himself there at the date and the time that they're saying, then that's this foundation. But if he doesn't, I don't. If he says no, then it shouldn't come in because he didn't lay the foundation.
I agree. Okay. So that's that one. What else?
And then the next one, 41 November. That's just a screenshot of his Instagram.
40. Okay. Hang on. Hold on. All right. And so what is this? A relevance objection?
Correct.
Your Honor, so for 41 NN, this screenshot was taken along with 42 NN and 43 NN on the day that we learned of the emojis being sent to Ms. Smith. And so this captured that this was his Instagram account direct messaging the witness, Ms. Smith, with these emojis. And so 41 NN, 42 NN, and 43 NN established that.
So that would be.
I am sorry that I am not following you, but are you saying that that day in court, his phone was confiscated and screenshots from his phone were taken?
So we learned about the emojis being taken.
Thank you.
Our office then went to his actual page and they were able to, excuse me.
Okay,
Let me
you
check
said
first.
something about his phone having been taken, but
His phone was also taken in court, separate and apart from being able to capture the images from his Instagram page that showed him communicating with the witness.
All right,
And I
so walk me through what on 41 NN shows him communicating with Ms. Smith. And I'm sure this is me just being from a different generation than the Instagram generation, but.
And I misspoke. So 41 NN, when the witness reached out to our office, she screenshotted 41 NN, which is his page. Then she also screenshotted 42 NN to show the individuals who are following her, which it shows Mr. Lee's Instagram handle. And then she also screenshotted and sent to us 43 NN, which is the actual direct message he sent, which is of the brain.
Which is what?
An emoji of a brain. He also sent an emoji of a rat, but that emoji was deleted prior to the witness being able to screenshot that as well.
Okay. And so how are you getting these things in?
As a part of his plea agreement, one of the things he admitted to was the fact that he sent the emoji. So this is just proof of that fact that he sent them.
So how are you getting the first two in then?
Because this is
He
his.
admitted that he sent a screenshot of a brain.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And a
so
rat emoji.
If he denies that, on the stand, you'll show him this is that what you're saying?
No, if he admits or denies, this is just proof of it the same
Okay.
way of
All right, so then I guess I understand 43 NN and I guess 42 NN.
because this is her page. So you have to be able to show that.
How are you going to show this is her page?
So
Like that would have been something you asked her while she was on the stand.
Her Instagram records are
So-
blessed auntie.
on,
What?
Her Instagram was blessed auntie or blessed auntie. That's what the 88 Hiles testified to.
that was her Instagram in 2019. The trial was in 2021. So she changed her Instagram.
But how are you going to show that this is her Instagram?
He admits to who he sent it to. So he is admitting that he sent this brain emoji, which is but from Slime Life Shawty.
I'm not asking about 43 NN. I'm asking about 41 and 42 NN. I'm sorry to not be clear about that.
So 42 and then shows that he is someone on her page.
How is this her? How are you going to show this is her page?
Her pictures are at the top of the page, Your Honor. That first picture is the young lady who was here yesterday.
Is that just how everybody's Instagram looks? They have pictures of themselves at the top of the page. And so everybody who's young knows, oh, that's so-and-so's Instagram?
Yes.
Or can you post whatever you want at the top of your page? Or could somebody else have posted her picture at the top of their page?
No. No, Your Honor. So
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I could pull up a picture of Elvis and put it. I mean, I actually don't know that.
Your page.
I think I probably could
so this
find my Instagram and put a picture of whomever I want on there. But I don't know that.
so
Of course,
Your
correct.
Honor,
You can put whatever
right.
image you want to on your page.
So how does this establish? How are you going to be like, okay, see, this is her
this
page.
is her Instagram story. So at the top of this story are pictures, Instagram videos or pictures that she posted on her story, which lasts 24 hours. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 images on the top of 42 NN. When you actually, you can't see it as well on here, but when you have it on the screen, you can zoom in and that is her.
I mean, I believe that's probably a picture of her.
So then what she sent to us is a screenshot of her Instagram stories and she could see who was viewing her stories at the time.
Right. But you didn't ask her yesterday when you had her, hey, are these 2 screenshots that you sent us back in the day from your Instagram? So how are you going to establish that this is from her Instagram?
Your Honor, I think circumstantially from the fact that he's going to admit that he sent it to her, that he is on 42 NN, you see an individual with the same vanity name that he has viewing her page, that there's pictures of her at the top of the page, and then 43 NN showing the slime, showing his same vanity name with the brain emoji.
What
I believe
does 41 show at all?
41 is simply to show that this was his Instagram page. Slime Life Shorty is Mr. Lee's vanity name. So this is just the front of his.
All right, we already know that. Don't we know that from some other witness already? So do you need?
We know that Slime Life Shorty is Winnie Lee, but the individual is taking the stand, so we can.
Fine, you can say, is this your Instagram page? And I guess you can ask him if 42 is her Instagram page that he followed. But if he says no, then I think you're stuck with that answer. Okay. And then 43, sort of the same thing. Okay, what else?
That's it on behalf of Mr. Ryan, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else with any objections to any of these in this compilation?
Nothing further from Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nobody else. Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Wunnie Lee, W-U-N-I-E, last name Lee, L-E-E.
And good afternoon. How old are you?
25,
And are you employed?
yes,
What do you do for work?
music.
And when you say you do music, what do you mean?
I make music,
What type of music do you make?
hip hop.
Do you have a name that you perform under?
Slime like Shouter.
And are you signed to a record label?
Yes,
What label?
Alamo Records.
And when did you first sign to Alamo Records?
2018,
And I should ask, how long have you been in the music industry?
since then.
Since 2018. Have you been signed to any other label besides Alamo?
No,
Where are you from originally?
Atlanta,
And what part of Atlanta?
Southside, Cleveland Avenue.
And did you go to school?
Yes,
Where did you go to school? Elementary, middle, and if you went to high school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary School. You said middle school too?
Yes, sir.
Crawford Long Middle School.
Okay.
And Carver High School.
Carver?
Yeah, Carver High School.
Carver. After leaving high school, is that when you started your music career?
During high school, like my last year in high school, or like 11th grade or something. I didn't get serious till after high school though.
You said you didn't get serious until after high school?
Yeah.
And that was around that 2018 year we just talked about?
Yeah.
Okay. As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
I heard of it growing up. I didn't know if it was a gang or what it was, but yeah, I know what it is.
And how did you know about Rock Crew?
Because they had popular songs.
What were some of their songs that they had that were popular?
I don't know by heart right now. I just knew like there was the music back then.
Do you know who were some of the artists who were with Rock Crew?
One of them, Big Boo.
And he was he performing as a hip hop artist?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
It was some younger people too, like my friends and stuff.
Who are some of the younger people?
They locked up or dead.
Do you have names of some of those individuals?
Let me see. My partners who locked up right now, twin, they used to rap.
Do you know their given name or
Their first and last name?
or their first name?
Nah.
Anyone else outside of Twin?
Rudy. He rapped too back then when we was younger.
Anyone else you can think of?
As of right now, yeah, that's it, I think.
Now, you just spoke about Big Boo. Did you know his given name?
His real name? No.
Okay. And did you have your own personal relationship with Big Boo?
Yeah, when I got older.
Now, did there come a time when you were younger that some members of Rock Crew began calling themselves YSL?
Mm-hmm.
You said, mm-hmm?
You asking me that? Or you what?
I'm asking you.
Can you say it again?
Sure. As you got older, were there members of Rock Crew who then became members of YSL?
Yes.
Who were those some of those individuals?
Everybody, because YSL music took off and rock crew music died, or just, I don't know, Boo got old, so I don't know.
So who were some of these people? You're saying everybody. So who's the everybody who was a part of the music?
Basically everybody from my neighborhood.
So everybody from your neighborhood was doing music?
There's a lot of people doing music from my neighborhood though, but not everybody was doing music though. I'm just saying like everybody in the whole, all the people that were rapping or doing music or supported the music was on some YSL stuff now. Like it wasn't rapping rock crew or under that name.
Okay. So tell me some of the people that we're talking about.
Me, myself.
Okay.
My friends who I just told you about. Jeffrey. I can't think of everybody's name.
And what does YSL stand for?
It has multiple meanings.
Tell me some of the meanings.
I say it has multiple meanings, definitions, or what it stands for.
So tell me some of the meanings.
Young stoner life, young slime life, young successful lifestyle. I think that's all I can remember right now.
So let's talk about young stoner life.
Mm-hmm.
When do you distinguish between young stoner life, young slime life, and young successful lifestyle?
You said when? Did I?
Yeah, how do you distinguish between the two? When do you use young stoner life versus young slime life?
Slime part is just like the lingo of it. Like, we'll just call each other or something. You wouldn't call your friend or something like, stoner, what's up, stoner? We just say like, what's up, slime or something. So that's how I think young slime life is used. Young stoner life, from what I know, was I'm just saying like a way of life as far as music, or I mean not the music, but like getting high or like a hippie, or I don't know.
And outside of the music, is YSL a gang?
You said outside of the music?
Yes, sir.
Some people treat it like that.
What do you treat it as?
I treated it that way before.
You treated it as a gang before?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you stop treating it as a gang?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know.
You said you don't remember. And when you say you treated it as a gang, what do you mean?
I don't really know. I never thought about that. I don't know how to answer that.
How old were you when you joined YSL, the gang?
Can you tell me what you mean by like join? Like, are you talking about?
What would you consider joining?
No, I'm saying like, do you mean join like, cause you know like to get in the gang, you join the gang, like you get beat up or something like that.
How did you become a member of YSL?
My music got popping and I became a known face in my neighborhood. And I started coming around and going to studios and stuff.
So was that how you became a part of the gang YSL, or that's how you became affiliated with the music of YSL?
I'm gonna say that's how I became affiliate of the music of YSL. But as far as joining a gang or something like that, I never like joined. We just all grew up together. There was no time to join or when I joined. We just all know each other from school and grew up together and stuff like that. But I mean, I came around like 20, I forgot, was 2019 or 18, one of those years, when I came around as far as like officially being YSL.
How do you become officially YSL?
Just coming around more and rapping.
Is everyone that is affiliated with, and I'm talking specifically the gang YSL, rappers?
Some people.
So, but not everyone?
Some people rap. A lot of people rap, but everybody doesn't take it serious. Some people just rap just to, because they want to rap, because they want to follow the trend.
I definitely understand that, but I want to ask specifically, is everyone who's a part of YSL a gang trying to rap or rappers?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is everyone who is a part of YSL the gang rapping or try to be rappers?
I don't know. I think so. Everybody try to rap.
Is there anyone in YSL, the gang, who's not trying to rap?
Yeah. You think?
Now I'm going to ask if you know a few people, okay? Do you know Marquavius Huey?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I didn't know his real name until now, until this trial, but how do I know him? Me and his little brother went to school together. Me and his little brother was in the same class. And I always just knew he got a big brother named Quay. And I seen him a couple times, stuff like that.
And is that what you called him, Quay?
Yeah, I think that's what his name used to be back then.
Okay. And you said you went to school with his little brother. Do you know how old he is, Quay?
Quay, how old he is?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did you ever used to hang out with Quay?
When?
At any time?
Not growing up. He came to the studio with me a couple times. That's it. We never hung out outside of the studio.
When did you start seeing him around the studio? About, if we're in 2024, how long ago was that?
I don't know. I can't remember the exact date.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could just identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
You said identify what?
Identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
He next to the lawyer with the brown. I think he got on brown too.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Huey.
Yes, I reflect.
Do you know another individual by the name of Quamarvius Nichols?
Yeah.
Or another Quay?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
And how do you know, how long have you known Quay?
I knew him longer, I think, since I was a kid. We didn't hang though, but I just knew who he was. I was younger than him though.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a friendship or a relationship with him?
Not a strong bond, but we know each other.
And do you see him here today?
No, actually. Oh yeah, I see him now.
And if you identify him as well?
I can't see what he got on. He just got the dreads up.
Okay.
In the air.
And right. Is he towards the back of the room, the front of the room, or somewhere
to the back.
else? Is he sitting in between anyone?
Yeah, I think his lawyer.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified.
It's really not, that could be a couple of different people.
There's two lawyers right there. He right there, and there's a lady next to him on the left side of him.
Your Honor, now let the record reflect.
All right. It'll so reflect.
Do you know someone named Shannon?
Yes.
And do you call him Shannon?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you call him anything else or just Shannon?
I think I just say Shannon. I don't know.
How long have you known Shannon?
I don't remember. I don't remember when I met him.
Is it longer than you've known Quay, the two Quays?
No.
Shorter than that?
Yeah.
And what is your relationship like, if any, with him?
Now?
Let's talk about before now.
Oh, we were cool.
Are you still cool now?
I don't know him right now. He been locked up for a couple of years. Well, I ain't supposed to say that.
Disregard that.
And just listen to the question that I ask you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Yak?
Yes.
How long?
I got a question.
Do you need to talk to your lawyer?
No, I'm just trying to see. I ain't supposed to say that or something. Well,
Don't worry about it. Just move on to the next question.
all right.
How long have you known Yak?
I don't remember when I met him. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Is it longer than you know any of these other people? The first three people I asked you about.
Not longer than I knew the Quays.
Okay.
I knew them when I was younger.
Okay.
I probably met Yak when I was about 18, 19, 18. When I started rapping seriously.
Next, Jeffrey Williams. How long have you known Mr. Williams?
Like the same thing as Yak.
Okay. And then Rodalius Ryan.
I've known him since a kid.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know how much older you are?
Not exactly. A couple of years though.
And do you have a nickname for him?
I can't hear you.
Do you have a nickname for him?
A nickname that I have for him?
Do you call him something?
Oh, Leroy.
What is your relationship like with, just generally, what is your relationship like? Good, bad, indifferent? What is your relationship like with Little Rod?
Right now?
Just period.
Oh, good relationship.
And do you see Shannon, Diamante, Jeffrey, and Rodalius in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Yes.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we're willing to stipulate that you can identify him.
Okay. Appreciate that. So that's stipulated too.
All right. Do you see Diamante? Just describe him by the article clothing he's wearing.
You said, do I see who?
Yeah, or Diamante.
Yeah.
What is he wearing?
Like a trench coat.
Is he sitting next to
yellow, tan. I don't know what color that is, but a trench coat next to the lady.
All right. Y'all let the record reflect. Is he sitting between two ladies?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see the other lady right there.
Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified Diamante Kendrick.
Okay, the record will so reflect, and I don't know if jury, y'all been explained what a stipulation is. That just means everybody agrees, so you can accept that as a fact. That as to Mr. Stillwell, that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Stillwell.
Do you see Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, we'll join the stipulation.
All right. And so it is now, you can accept as fact that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Williams.
And then last, Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
Okay. And where is he seated and what is he?
In the front row, next to his lawyers.
All right. Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified. Is he sitting on the right side of his
right side?
Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Ryan.
We need to probably do a little bit better than that with the identification.
What is he wearing?
A suit.
All right. And so you can now accept this fact that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Ryan.
Thank you. All right, just a few more people. Do you know someone by the name of Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
All right. And do you have a nickname for him?
You talking about Slug?
Is that what you called him?
Oh, yeah.
All right. How long have you known Slug?
I don't know. Like 2018 or something, I think, when he got out.
Okay.
I think. I don't know.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Darius Ford?
Big? Yes, I do.
All right. And when he was living, how long had you known him?
Like all my life.
Did you all grow up together?
No.
Okay. How did you know him all your life?
My brother was best friends with his big brother.
Okay.
And they played sports together, so I always knew him when I was a little kid.
What about Christian McMillan?
What about him?
Do you know him?
Yes.
All right. What you call him?
Christian.
Okay. How long had you known him?
Since a kid.
And what about Durante Beebe?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How'd you know him?
We grew up together.
All right. And then last, Demekion Garlington.
Who?
Demekion Garlington.
You asked me how long did I know him?
Do you know him?
I know him. Yeah, I know him.
And how do you know him?
I don't even know how I know him.
Mm-hmm. And does he have a nickname?
D.
Now, do you have any tattoos, Mr. Amouli?
Yes.
And specifically, I want to ask, do you have any tattoos with the wording Rudy?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Rudy?
My little brother.
Is he your biological little brother or someone you call your little brother?
I just call him my little brother.
And your tattoo with Rudy, what, if anything, does it say?
Long live Rudy.
On live, Rudy?
Long live.
And within the Cleveland Avenue area, do some people call themselves the Rudy Gang?
You said do some people call themselves that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really a gang though.
Mm-hmm. What's the significance? Tell the jury about a Rudy Gang.
His family made that for him. They're just showing that they for him. Like they doing it for him. I don't know. They just say a gang.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you have social media?
Yeah.
And specifically, do you have Instagram?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. What is your IG handle?
Slime Light Shopping.
How long have you had that Instagram handle?
I don't remember.
Okay.
When I made it, I don't know.
We're in 2024. Did you have it last year?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a better question. From the time you got into the music industry in 2018, have you had that Instagram handle?
Yeah.
What is your primary purpose of using Instagram?
My primary purpose is just social media. I think I would have had an Instagram whether I rap or not. So just social media.
And have you used IG to post photos?
Yes.
Have you used IG to direct message people?
Yes.
Have you been in group chats on IG?
Yes.
Right. Have you been in group chats or had DMs on IG with Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
What was his Instagram name?
What is his Instagram name?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff. I don't know. What's his Instagram name now? You said what was it then?
Yeah. When you were communicating with him using your IG, what?
I think it's the same. Thugger.
Is it Thugger or something else?
I think it's Thugger. I think that's his Instagram name right now.
Have you ever used the handle Thugger1?
I think. You said, have I ever used it?
Have you ever messaged him using that handle Thugger1?
Yeah, I think so.
Trontavious Stevens or Tick, did you ever IG him? Or excuse me, direct message him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do you recall what his Instagram handle was?
I don't remember by heart.
Have you ever heard of the handle _1slug?
Yeah, that probably was it.
Okay. Christian McMiller, did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Have you ever direct message the Instagram OE5 or O5E and Drive Slim?
Ocean Drive Slim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Was that Christian McMiller?
Yeah.
All right. Darius Ford, did you ever IG or direct message him on Instagram?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And was his Instagram at real1_FR?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Demikion Garlington? Did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
From what I've seen in the indictment, yeah. But I don't remember his Instagram though.
Okay. And then Shannon Still, have you ever Instagram him or direct message him on Instagram? Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall sending here what his Instagram handle was?
Not by heart.
Okay. Have you ever IG'd him on an Instagram handle OG.BOOL?
Yeah, I think so.
Today, have you had the opportunity to look through or look at some of your Instagram records in preparation for your testimony today?
Yeah.
Permission to approach Sharon?
Oh, you may.
Or no, Mr. Chart? I'm showing you what's been marked as 31NN, 31NNA, 30NN, 30NNA, 32NN, 32NNA, 33NN, 33NNA, 34NN, 34NNA, and 35 NNA. Are these the items that we went over today?
Yeah. Yeah, you showed me that.
Okay. And were they the items associated with your Instagram account, slimelife.shawty?
Yeah, from what these papers say.
Okay. And you're on this time say what I did tender, Stacey did with 30 NN to 35 NNA, 30 NN and 30 NNA through 35 NN and 35 NNA into evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
You may.
You already say like 10 to 30 and NNA through 35 NN and NNA into evidence.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 NN, 37 NN, 38 NN, and 39 NN.
I need to keep that.
Yes, you keep it. Did you see those earlier today as well?
Yeah.
Say no?
I said, yeah.
Okay. And first looking at 36 NN, do you recognize the people in that photo?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the people who are in that photograph?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Now show you 37 NN. Do you recognize the person that's inside of 37 NN?
Yeah.
Looking at 38 NN, do you recognize the person in 38 NN?
You said, do I recognize who?
The person standing next to you in 38 NN.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of you and the person standing next to you in 38 NN?
Yeah.
And 39 NN, do you recognize the individuals in that photograph, 39 NN?
Yeah.
And how did you recognize? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the people inside of 39 NN?
Can you repeat that?
Does that look or appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the individuals inside of 39 NN?
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 36 through 39 NN.
Those are admitted.
And I'm going to first show you State's Exhibit 36 NN. Who is in this picture, 36 NN?
Me and Sherman.
Okay. And was this photo taken in October of 2020 or was this photo taken at a different time?
I don't know when it was taken. I just see when they posted.
All right. And earlier we talked about Instagram pages. Is this Mr. Stillwell's Instagram page?
I think so.
All right. And can you read for the jury what the caption says?
Fuck the other side. Put them on TV about my dogs.
You got to slow down because the court reporter is taking it down.
Go ahead and read it. Just read it a little bit more slowly.
Fuck the other side. Put them on TVs about my dogs. Soldier reads bloody teeth, Glock with beam about my dog. Cause a scene about my dog.
I'm not kidding. Let me enhance it.
I'm going too fast.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Slow it down. I know you want to rap it, but slow it down.
Where you want me to start at?
You can start from the beginning.
Say it again. F the other side. Put them on TVs about my dogs. Soldier reads bloody tees, Glocks with beams about my dogs. Clear the scene about my dog. If he F with them, you can't F with me. No, he is not my dog. That's it.
No, keep going. Keep reading the rest of it.
The rest of it is not my song.
Okay, so the first portion is your song.
Yeah.
All right. But I want you to read the rest of the post, though, for me.
Even if our position ever come down to being back to back, that's just how we're going to rock out against whoever with you.
All right. And are there some hashtags?
No slang left behind.
All right. And is that an emoji next to that hashtag?
It looked like a crazy emoji. I never seen that.
Okay. What's the next hashtag?
2 B's.
Do you know what that signifies?
Big business.
All right. And what else does the rest of it say?
Many more blessings and riches, I say.
And is someone tagged?
I don't know who that is. Oh, there's somebody who made some clothes.
All right.
Real feel. I don't know who that is.
Okay. And what else does the rest of the post say for the record?
Thank you for this exclusive ass hat and for this crazy ass one of none hoodie.
And then someone else tagged.
Somebody named Marilyn is totally responsible.
Okay. And when was this post posted?
2020.
All right. Now, the verse that you quoted, your verse, what song is that from?
Dang, I forget about it. For another separate. Dang, I don't even remember. Okay. I really don't. I think, is it Where the Love at?
And was that a song that came out before 2020 or in 2020?
It probably came out in 2020.
Okay. And in looking at this picture, do you know where you and Mr. Stillwell were when you took it?
At the studio.
All right. And do you have a particular studio that you used to go to?
No.
Okay. Where was this studio located?
I can't remember by heart, but it looked like, geez. I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I remember.
All right, that's fine. Course indulgence for one moment. Ms. Westmoreland, do you want to see? What does no slime left behind mean?
I think that's just what it means. No slime left behind.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 37 and admitted, excuse me.
Oh, that was my mixtape name. That's why he put the hashtag. He was supporting my mixtape.
Your mixtape was No Slime Left Behind.
Yes.
What made you name your mixtape No Slime Left Behind?
Like the No Child Left Behind thing that's, in school.
Okay.
I just named it that. No Slime Left Behind.
And when you were talking about slime, who were you referencing anyone particular?
No, not nobody in particular. No, I just wanted to be different. I just named it that.
I'm going to publish 37 NN. Who is in 37 NN?
OG Boo.
And who is that?
Shannon.
All right. And can you read for the jury the caption?
Read his caption.
Yes.
Said ain't nothing more compatible than a trench. A carbon while in the trenches.
And then is there a hashtag?
Hashtag no slime left behind. Hashtag 2Bs. Life size.
Okay. And is there another hashtag?
Free Quay.
Is there another hashtag on the screen?
Oh no.
Your Honor.
It's in this paper
Your
right
Honor.
here. You got me reading.
Your Honor, I have to make a motion.
All right, I'm going to excuse
I
you.
wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking at this paper.
That's fine, don't worry about it. Can I ask you to step outside for just a minute? And jury, I'll excuse you all for this minute. Mr. Lee, can you step outside for a minute for me, please? Thank you.
Your Honor, we're making a motion for mistrial on behalf of Mr. Nichols. We're not going to be able to unring this bell. Your Honor, this is the exact same issue that while we were at the bench, I brought it up. It was Exhibit 37NN that there was a hashtag on that exhibit that said free Quay, which would definitely indicate to the jury that Quay, has spent time in jail or in prison. The state agreed. We stipulated that they would redact it. And then the state presented, I guess, to the witness the unredacted version, didn't prep him to not comment on it, and he did. And Your Honor, before we had the opportunity for you to preside over us, this happened already again. And I made a motion for mistrial. Now it's happened again. So now the jury has repeatedly heard about Mr. Nichols being in jail, being in prison, and you cannot unring that bell. We would ask for a mistrial.
Your Honor, Carter Matthews for Mr. Marquavius Huey. We join in that motion for mistrial. And what's important for this court to know is that 45 minutes ago, there had been a reference to a person being in jail. Now, this witness has identified Marquavius Huey and has also identified Marquavius Nichols. So all the state had to do was ask this honorable court for an opportunity to have this witness maybe step out of the courtroom and go over with that witness that, we don't need to say anything about someone in jail, what have you. That did not happen before he went on the stand, nor after that first slip up by this witness. There may have even been a document right there on the witness stand that should have been pulled from the state of Georgia from that witness stand so that this could have been avoided. So, Your Honor, we are joining in that motion as well.
Oh, hang on. It's all right. You just didn't know, but we'll let you know when to come back in, okay?
So we join in that motion, Your Honor.
Your Honor, and I just want to briefly add that it is painfully obvious that the state is not prepping their witnesses. You can tell by the way when the witness spoke the first time and he said, oops, am I not supposed to say that? Like, oh, I had no idea, which makes it obvious that the state had not spoke to him, had not prepped them. And this has happened repeatedly. It's happening over and over again, Your Honor, and we're just not going to be able to unring 100 bells.
And finally, Your Honor, Mr. Marquavius Huey, it's been established that that his nickname is Quay.
Okay, isn't there going to be, we talked today about, isn't there going to be a stipulation that references to Quay, at least at some points, are not either Mr. Nichols or Mr. Huey? We did.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's a few things. So one, Your Honor, it was not intentional because we clearly.
Okay, but it was sloppy because I presume he's reading from the document that you handed him instead of reading from the screen.
And we should have instructed him to read from the screen, but.
Or you should have presented him with a document that had that part redacted. It's just sloppy.
The issue came while he was on the stand, Your Honor. So the issue did not come prior to. Ms. Westmoreland walked up to me while he was on the stand and said, I'm going to have an issue with that. Can you redact it? That is when the state became aware.
Then it should have occurred to you, you know what? I'm handing him a hard copy of this document that is unredacted.
But not if there's multiple Quays, Your Honor. If I don't know which Quay that.
Hang on. Can we stop having people come in and out when I've asked the witness to step out and every time the door opens, they can hear what we're talking about? Please, just for a few seconds.
Sure.
I'm not asking anybody who's in here to leave. Huh?
The state is in charge of the witness, and they're supposed to be guiding the witness to the room.
Yeah, there seems to be.
And so that is the point in which we learned of it is we redacted it on here. Ms. Westmoreland brought it up here.
Yeah, and you didn't read it. So the jury didn't see it, but now the jury has heard it. I don't think it is really that, much of a crisis because there is going to be this stipulation that Quay is not always either of these defendants. So nor is it obvious to everybody that free whomever is such a quote about who knows, everything these days. And so it doesn't necessarily indicate that whomever Quay spent time in jail or in custody or in prison or anything. I mean, they say it about, Hollywood stars who are in a breakup. It's not so obviously, oh, this must mean this person was in prison. But also, we were already saying Quay isn't either of these people. So let's just, and whether this was one of these people or I don't even know who it did refer to.
And we don't know because it's not his post. He was reading someone else's post. So it could be a multitude of Quays.
You talked to his attorney earlier, right?
Yes.
And did you get any kind of an indication? I don't know if this was one of the things you were going to, but it's an issue now. And you said before lunch that you were going to ask Mr. Rubin.
Yes, we did ask.
Do you know at this point whether the free Quay referenced, this wasn't even his post, was it?
It wasn't. And it wasn't an issue until so when I talked to Mr. Rubin at lunchtime, this wasn't something I was going to address with him because it wasn't I did not realize it was an issue. Mr. Rubin found out for me that Slack Quay is not either of these two Quays.
Okay, but this isn't Slack Quay. This is just Quay.
Right.
I know. So why doesn't everybody, they don't know how it's spelled. They only heard it. Why doesn't everybody just enter into some sort of a stipulation that the free Quay or the reference to Quay just now isn't either of these people?
I don't know if it is. So it was.
Okay, so.
Your Honor, the state can enter stipulation that we weren't referencing we as the state of Georgia.
Okay, that is not a reference to, if you would prefer that.
I don't know what the poster is referencing.
I don't honestly really care what the poster was referencing. What I'm trying to do is fix your sloppiness so that everybody.
All right, y'all, I'm back.
You know,
that was the key moment, y'all. I'm gonna rewind that. By the way, I did just update the thumbnail. I saw some people who were confused. We had a thumbnail from this morning when we thought there was going to be court, and there is no court today. So I just updated it for the confused folks. I'm going to run that little part back right now because that is what I think could get Judge Whitaker in a lot of trouble. I'm trying to fix your sloppiness. I can't believe she said that. I'm going to run it back. Let me run that back.
Quay.
Okay, but this isn't Slack Quay. This is just Quay.
Right.
I know. So why doesn't everybody, they don't know how it's spelled. They only heard it. Why doesn't everybody just enter into some sort of a stipulation that the free Quay or the reference to Quay just now isn't either of these people?
Did y'all hear that? By the way, y'all, there's so many things we got to point out here, but that's another big one. Why don't y'all just enter into a stipulation that the Quay reference there is not any of these two people? She doesn't know that. She doesn't know that. So is she asking them to essentially mislead the jury? Or is she planting the idea that they mislead the jury? Y'all catch that?
Right.
I know. So why doesn't everybody, they don't know how it's spelled. They only heard it. Why doesn't everybody just enter into some sort of a stipulation that the free Quay or the reference to Quay just now isn't either of these people?
Y'all saw that? What if it is one of those two people? So she's asking the defense to enter into a stipulation, basically to lie. You feel me? You sent a DM. Are you talking about me? 27 years exonerated. I'm gonna keep playing this. I'll double check now.
I don't know if it is. So it was.
Okay, so
Your Honor, the state can enter stipulation that we weren't referencing in, we as the state of Georgia.
Okay, that is not a reference to, if you would prefer that.
I don't know what the poster is referencing.
I don't honestly really care what the poster was referencing. What I'm trying to do is fix your sloppiness so that everybody won't have wasted, 10, 12 months of their lives in this trial.
Yeah, we can come over and
Okay, do it now.
Y'all, I don't know why
Y'all work on that. I'm going to take 5 minutes.
I don't know why it can't be messaged. 27 years. I have 2 messages.
Maybe I'll come up with. All right.
Wait, hold on, Matthews. Before you say we have a stipulation, F, Judge, once you rule on our mistrial,
Right.
on my motion for a mistrial.
Okay, so are you asking, what kind of a mistrial are you asking for?
Your Honor, I believe that we were goaded into the mistrial.
Okay, well, I do not believe that, because if you had seen Ms. Hilton's face when that came out of the witness's mouth, she was appalled. And I do not believe that they are purposefully trying to insert error into this trial to make y'all ask for a mistrial so that they can try this case again. I think it is continued, and I am sorry, y'all have, this gigantic, ginormous universe of evidence that maybe if you narrowed down, you would not be making these kinds of mistakes, but I believe that to be a mistake.
Your Honor,
so I'm going to deny a motion for a mistrial with prejudice. That one, I don't believe that the facts bear out. Would you like a mistrial without prejudice?
Yes.
You would? Who else would? That means...
Whoa. Y'all check out. Hold up. Check out this lady. Oh, man. YouTube doesn't let you pinpoint. I'm going to run it back. Check out this lady right here. The Miss... What is her name? Y'all know this lady. She's not the court. She's not the court reporter, but she's like the assistant. Look at her face. She just knows something's happening.
That one, I don't believe that the facts bear out. Would you like a mistrial without prejudice?
Watch Miss Percival. Watch Miss Percival, y'all.
Yes.
You would?
Watch Miss Percival, right?
Who else would?
Here, Miss Percival, like, oh, this is good. Miss Percival, like, oh, this is good. Oh, y'all can't see it. Let me take this off. Let me take these banners off. All right, now y'all can see. Look at Miss Percival's face. She like, oh, this is what I came to work for. Miss Percival got that smile on. Look at her.
That means, of course, that the state would be free to try every one of y'all again.
Judge, just a moment.
Sure.
All right, this is why y'all can't message me, by the way. It's on no one right now, so I don't know. Should I put that to everyone or should I put that to verified users? Y'all let me know. And we back. Okay, well, that was the end. That was the end. After that, they said just a moment. Nothing happened more after that, y'all, besides Whitaker just came back and said court's done for today, which I did not put on the video. So, thank everybody for being here. Y'all, that was it. This is what we're going to do. I'm actually going to stay live for a while because I'm going to make another video. So if y'all want to rock with me, I'm actually going to do a video right now as we are here. I'm going to answer all of the questions, all the top questions about what's happening right now. We're going to find out the answers to everybody's questions. Okay. So if y'all have questions, If y'all have questions, send them over to me in the chat. I'm going to try to keep up with them. And then I'm going to take this video and I'm going to edit it down and make a video that I'm going to release hopefully by about 3 o'clock or whatever. So we're going to keep the chat going. Was Love disciplined and removed? I missed the 411. There's no indication that Love was disciplined or removed. No. There's no indication or that Love was disciplined or removed, L Boogie. So I'm not sure what 411 you're talking about, but there's no indication Love was disciplined or removed. Yeah, so most people are not verified on X. I know. So, all right, so let's do a quick Q&A, y'all. So everybody just saw how we got here. Everybody just saw how we got here. You saw that it was Slime Life Shouty. He read that little bit of the post, Free Quay, and that caused a mistrial motion by Mr. Nichols and Mr. Harvey. Why were those the two people who requested the mistrial? Because those are the two guys who are referred to as Quay. All right, so that's number one. Mr. Nichols and Mr. Harvey are the two people who requested the mistrial because those are the two people who are referred to as Quay. Now, once Judge Whitaker started to deliberate on a mistrial with prejudice, she more or less ruled that out right out of hand right away. Judge Whitaker said she's not giving a mistrial with prejudice. Mistrial with prejudice means she is prejudging. Let's go to a quick Google search. Mistrial with prejudice is a mistrial in which the case is permanently dismissed. Y'all probably can't see this. Permanently dismissed and cannot be brought back to court. This is in contrast to a mistrial without prejudice, which means the case can be brought back to court. So Judge Whitaker ruled out this type of mistrial with prejudice. So she said, I will not give you the type of mistrial such that this case can't be brought back up. Then she said, would you like to petition for a mistrial without prejudice? This is the type of mistrial where the case could be brought back up. And as you saw, Ms. Westmoreland said yes, but then they went into a conference of all of the different defendants. Now, one thing to keep in mind is there is one mistrial. You can't get a mistrial per defendant, meaning you can't say I'm going to call a mistrial for defendant 1, 2, and 3, but keep the trial going for defendant 4, 5, and 6. That doesn't work. So you get one mistrial. It's going to cover everybody. The entire trial is broken. It's over. It's done. Done for this iteration. But as we can see, a mistrial without prejudice would allow the prosecution to bring the trial back again for a new iteration. However you slice it, a mistrial without prejudice or with prejudice for that matter, either way, it would be for all the defendants. So you have to ask yourself the question, do they all want a mistrial? So as you notice, Ms. Westmoreland, she went into a conference. It looks like all of the attorneys huddled up. It looks like they're working together. Ms. Westmoreland does not represent all of the defendants. She only represents, I believe, Mr. Nichols. She works with Mr. Harvey, I believe, representing Mr. Nichols. She doesn't represent Thug. She doesn't represent Lil Rod. She doesn't represent Yak Gotti. She doesn't represent anybody else but Mr. Nichols. So what does that mean? That means she's supposed to go for what's best for her own client. But she needs to consult with him to have an idea of what his own best interest is. He may consider it to be in his own best interest to not leave the brothers behind. You know, he may be considerate in his own best interest to consult with the other defense attorneys to come up with a strategy. Okay. So this is where we stand as of today. Mistrial without prejudice means bond and no next trial. No, I don't agree with that. I'm not sure what you mean by that, actually. Mistrial without prejudice equals bond. They could still hold them without bond, but I do think they would have a stronger case to get out of bond. You know, I'm gonna type these. I'm probably gonna make a standalone video for this, but I am gonna write down all the questions. So bond, mistrial with prejudice. All right. So the judge with Alec Baldwin case gave a mistrial with prejudice. Okay. So the judge in the Alec Baldwin case gave a mistrial with prejudice, but the prosecutor in that situation appealed it. I didn't keep up to see what happened with that appeal. Why was Woody not disciplined? Did he have any type of agreement with the state? Woody, okay. I'll put that on Woody versus Monk Tonk. I'll put this. I'm going to make a standalone video, y'all, so I'm not going to probably use this footage, but these questions are going to be good for me to go over. Why was Woody able to do what he did, but Monk Tonk wasn't? Woody was not in the same situation as Monk Tonk. Woody, when he came to court, was a free man. He was walking about the earth in his freedom. Now, is he on probation? I don't know. But even if he was on probation or is on probation, his probation was not contingent upon testifying in this case. Woody is not part of this case. So even if he has probation from a previous case, he did not have to testify in this case in order for him to stay on the right side of his probation. He's not part of this case. Now, y'all, if you ask me why isn't he part of this case, I don't know. That's up to Fonnie and Love and the people building the case. I don't know why they left him out. I don't know. But Woody is not part of this case. So whether he has probation or not, they couldn't make his probation contingent on testifying because he would have already had probation outside of this case. So Woody, when they brought him into the case, the only reason why you saw Woody get locked up is because they gave him immunity. They can do that to anybody. They could do that to you. They could do that to me. They could do that to anybody. They can give you immunity and then lock you up if you plead the fifth. Okay. So Woody was an outsider to the case, the same way you are, the same way I am. He has information and he was involved in some of the acts, but he was not charged. Same way I'm not charged, same way you aren't charged. So they could come get any of us on a warrant, tell any of us we have to testify, and meaning give us immunity, tell us we have to testify, and if we plead the fifth, they could lock us up. That could happen to anybody. It happened to Woody. But Monk Tonk was part of the case. Monk Tonk took a plea deal and agreed to testify. Woody never agreed to testify. He didn't have a reason to agree to testify because he wasn't part of the case. Monk Tonk was arrested as a part of this case. Woody never was. So again, if you keep saying, but I saw him arrested on the stand, he wasn't arrested as part of this case. He was arrested for not testifying once they gave him immunity. He wasn't arrested on the RICO indictment is what I'm saying. Woody is not part of the RICO indictment. So therefore, he did not have to try to maintain a probation deal because he didn't have a probation deal because he was never part of the RICO indictment. Monk Tonk was arrested as part of the RICO indictment. He made a deal as part of this whole thing that he would be free, but he had to testify. So Woody never had to testify except for the exact same kind of immunity that they could put on anybody. Monk Tonk, on the other hand, entered into an agreement as part of this RICO trial that he would testify, and then he didn't. So, y'all, I mean, this is a little bit hard to understand, but hopefully that explanation helps you. Woody was locked up for a weekend for not cooperating on the stand. Yes, that's right, but that's the simple way of putting it. Monk Tonk, but Woody was not part of the RICO indictment. Okay. Mistrial with prejudice is rare. They're discussing plea deals today with all the defendants. Correct. So plea deals. So I'm going to talk about that on the video. Good. Keep the topics and the questions coming. We could see plea deals from some. We could see plea deals from all. No slimes left behind. So we could see plea deals from, remember, there are 6 people on trial. All of them should be negotiating independently, even though I imagine they might want to know what the others are doing. But these are independent plea deals. So they can prepare again and do some research. Yes. If there's a mistrial without prejudice, the prosecution can try to tighten their case up and come back and try this case again. That is correct. Right. No slimes left behind. Confirmed no court tomorrow. Appears plea negotiations are ongoing. Right. Kathy Rusin posted that. Yes. They can hold him without bond. Yes. They can hold all of these guys without bond, but I imagine they would get a new bond hearing with whichever judge presides over it, and they would make their case. I did not know that as of yesterday. I keep bringing this up just to let y'all know this is a learning process. I thought mistrial would mean it's over until they refile at least, but it's not like that. The indictment stands even though the trial would be over until they bring up a new trial. Do you think the state knows they have any solid evidence for a win and wants mistrial for it to look like an accident? Liz Aker, if there were evidence of what you're saying, the defense would be the number one party arguing for that, because that would be mistrial with prejudice. If there were solid evidence that the state is losing and they're trying to muck up the system so that they can get out of this, that would be a open and shut case for mistrial with prejudice, and this would be over forever. So I would say, based on my opinion, I don't think so. I don't think that the state is trying to muck it up. I do think that there's some acrimony within the office at the state. I think Love seems to have been a polarizing figure. She certainly has been among the public, all the way over to Germany. Apparently, people are watching her and feeling the need to write to the Georgia District Attorney's Office about her. And maybe the working conditions, and I don't know, but maybe the working conditions are difficult. When you have a leader who you don't really vibe with, sometimes you just aren't as thorough. Now, I'm not calling anybody watching this, I'm not calling your integrity into question, but let's be honest. If you don't really mess with somebody and they telling you to do this and they telling you to do that and you think they're doing things wrong, your work output is just not going to be the same. We all know. They are consulting because Paige asked them what they wanted. Yes. Doesn't look like it's a go. Loco setup. No mistrial. Just know he's done. They want more time. Talk about plea deals. There's no mistrial happening, bro. Okay, so plea deals, I have no idea what the plea deals could entail. I don't know. And I think the biggest thing about this is what happens. The problem with the plea deal question is this. Every time somebody takes a plea, it affects the case in its entirety. If you have, I'm gonna just say Quay because there's 2 Quays, so that way I'm not talking about somebody. You have a guy named Quay, and he's on trial, with six people. One of the Quays says, "Yeah, I'll take that deal. Y'all got me on trial for murder. Y'all gonna give me 3 years plus, 15 years probation minus time served. I'll be out in a year, whatever. I don't know. But I have to stipulate to this, and that. I have to sign these factual acknowledgments and testify." My point is, look at Moncton's plea deal. Moncton's plea deal brought him into court against these guys. So we really can't just say plea deal. We don't have any idea what would go into the deal. And you also have to ask the question, how does this person taking a deal affect everything if that person or those 2 or 3 people don't want a deal? Wouldn't that mean this person taking the deal could affect whether you want to take the deal, because you figure if they take the deal and their deal is they got to turn on you, now you might say, well, I didn't want a deal, but you got these 2 or 3 people turning on me, so now I might feel like I have to take a deal. So my point is, with the deal, there's just too many moving parts for us to really speculate intelligently, because again, big part of the deal is to flip people against other people, which could lead those other people into or out of a deal themselves. Does that make sense? So we can't without more information, we just don't know what all the calculations might be. I would definitely want to continue because I think the jury knows. I agree with that. I definitely do agree that we have to imagine that the jury is like, this is a load of whatever. Woody did not have immunity, Rashid. He received immunity. So let me just, yes, he had it after he got it. He didn't have immunity from the jump. Also, remember, Woody's immunity was use immunity for his testimony. It wasn't like a blanket, unqualified immunity. Ms. Hilton kept asking him about the hashtag. Exactly. We saw it. We all saw it. And then he read it and she's like, still thug, definitely not taking a plea with the evidence they have. So, Nico, think about this. Everybody just wants you to think about this. You have Quay, you have Diamante Kendrick, you have all these guys, you have Nichols, you have Lil Rod, you have all these guys who have stuck together, apparently, right? Like almost like this. Nico, thug, like y'all ain't got nothing on me. I don't want to take a deal. I'll ride this out. And you got Quay and whoever. You got whoever. Let's just choose 3 of them. They're like, look, we'll give y'all 5 years minus time served. You'll be in for 3 years plus a rack of probation if you sign this piece of paper. Now, Nico, I want you to tell me, you thug, you don't want to take a deal. You have 3 defendants who literally about to sign that they're going to come in and testify against you. Again, I'm not suggesting that anybody's going to do that. I'm simply saying, what if? You still going to be so strong against a deal if 3 of the people that the jury's been seeing in this trial with you are now going to come speak against you? Again, I'm not suggesting anybody would do it. I'm just simply saying that these calculations are not so simple as just thinking about yourself. You also need to think about the other people who might be chiming in who are currently on trial with you. Woody didn't have a 30-year probation. I don't know what Woody's probation was, but the point is Woody's probation was not associated to this YSL trial. He was not given probation as a deal. So whether he was on probation or not is not the point. The point is Monton got in trouble not because he was on probation. He got in trouble because he was on probation for this trial, and he had to testify to keep that secure. There's millions of men and women on probation in this country, but not for the YSL Rico. Monton is one of the very few people in this country who's on probation as a result of the YSL Rico and who had a stipulation that he had to testify a certain way in the trial. The reason he got in trouble is because he got his probation by agreeing he would testify a certain way, and then he didn't do it. This dude respectfully ain't talking about anything relevant today. I will have a nice day. Have a nice day. Question, why does it turn into a mistrial with prejudice? 100%. When does it turn into a mistrial with prejudice? 100% screw ups to me equals, I agree with that. I think most people would agree with that. 100 screw ups. I think we would mostly agree with that. So there's an attorney on X who said that they should take the mistrial without prejudice and then try to, I guess, appeal and I would need to look at his terminology, then try to appeal and have that with prejudice changed over to, have the without prejudice changed over to with prejudice. So that's possible. 30 years probation, a normal thing. Well, he had 30 years that he was going to do in prison. So they just basically were allowing him to do his 30 just out on the street. So, it sounds bad, but it makes some sense if they say you could be in prison for 30 years or you could be on the street and just on probation for 30 years. Woody was not allowed to plead the fifth. They would revoke his immunity. So he had this. They weren't going to revoke his immunity. They were just going to lock him up. They were not revoking his immunity. They were just going to put him in jail. I think if they continue to stay, is going to be very careful. I say continue to trial, but I'm not behind bars. Yes, agree with that. Will there be a decision made today? When do you expect one? I think they'll get to one as quickly as possible. I just think there's too many moving pieces for it to be done quickly. Again, whether or not somebody else is going to plead and what their plea deal might be will affect the other people who might plead and what their plea deal might be. This could be with prejudice, especially with her saying she's been cleaning up that mess. I agree with that, Nico. My birthday still is on the way. All right. What's MC Hound? What's your birthday? Everybody, please do hit the like button. Make this madness end. I feel like it's coming to an end soon. They left him out because they was banking on him to cooperate and what he said in prior interrogations. That makes sense. That does make sense. But they could have also done the same thing they did with Monton, Donna. They could have arrested him, put the charges on him, and then made him sign a deal. They didn't do it that way. So you still do have to wonder why not. Last question. Ask all your questions because I'm using this to load up what I'm going to put on the video. So you can ask any more questions. Does Monton have any recourse other than hoping to get out in less than 5 years? The judge who sentenced Monton just said in court that she's been trying to clean up the prosecution's mess. So I would imagine Monton could appeal based on the judge, her actions, and the prosecution's actions in the trial. Is it a long shot? Is it likely to succeed? I don't know. But I think that there's something there. I mean, the judge is trying to clean up the prosecution's mess. She said that. She's trying to clean up their sloppiness. So, one, I think that Monton needs to get a new lawyer or Derek. Let me not say. I'm getting a new lawyer. I am claiming ineffective counsel. And I'm also claiming that I was collateral damage for a judge trying to clean up the prosecution's sloppiness. So, I think he can make the argument. Will it work? I don't know. But I think he can make a legitimate argument that his counsel did not represent him efficiently based on what we saw in trial. I think he can make an argument that he's collateral damage for the sloppiness of the prosecution, and that the judge, in trying to clean up their sloppiness, threw him under the bus. And put those two things together and any other themes that I'm not currently thinking about, he can make a decent appeal. Will it work or not? I don't know. Thank you. Thank you for loving the channel. I appreciate it. Woody Shirley said a lot of shooting. Woody, he said a lot. We all know. So it's been confirmed there's no court tomorrow. Appears plea negotiations are ongoing. Correct. Woody was not charged in the case, but they gave him a subpoena and him immunity. They they was arrested for failure to comply. Correct. So after all the mistrial motions from many defense attorneys throughout this trial, which with each motion denied, now this motion falls in the lap and they all huddle discuss. Well, remember, the reason why they huddled is because Judge Whitaker made it clear that this would be a motion to grant a mistrial without prejudice, and that without prejudice means that the state can bring the case up again. If she had said she would grant a mistrial with prejudice, they wouldn't have needed to huddle. There are over 20,000 viewers invested in this case. If they get a mistrial, there's no way they can retry this case and get a fair. Way more than 20,000. I anticipate that there are at least 200. Well, how many people are international? I don't know, but I imagine that there are at least 200,000 people who are interested in this. Not necessarily viewing daily, but I think there are at least 200,000 people who this case is on their radar and they will watch content on YouTube about it regularly, maybe not daily. It might be more than that, but no less than that. What about the plea deals and thugs attire in the courtroom? What do you mean about thugs attire, Talib? What do you mean thugs attire? Woody is the case. He didn't testify because he helped build the case. You could say that. Take the curtain. Is it time? Thug won't plea, in my opinion. When the judge said, "I'm trying to fix your sloppiness," I think those words sealed a mistrial. I agree with that. Gunner's not going to testify, apparently. If they indicted Woody, he would not have to say anything to incriminate himself. His prior statements were important. Yeah, don't know why they didn't bring Woody up. The mistrial sound a lot like Karen Reed's case. I'm not very familiar with that, so I won't comment on that. On top of prosecution intimidating witness, they will use what you say understand to come after you. Yes, but remember, Woody has immunity. I was wondering what his shirt said today. Oh, did his shirt say something today? We can take a look. Let's take a look. I'll take a look and see if I can find that. Do we know if the detective will be disciplined regarding slip up? Dennis is no longer a detective. He is retired. So I don't think anything's going to happen to Dennis. Thug will plea if he can remain felony free. I don't know if it's that simple because, again, I keep asking what happens if Thug gets to skate, but the other guys don't. What happened if Thugs get to skate and the other guys don't? Would that just be like, okay, cool, great? Would that be like, okay, cool, great? This is Young Thug from today. I don't see any, I don't know what, somebody point out to me what about this. I just see I love. I don't see anything in particular about this outfit, but y'all point it out to me. I'm gonna keep reading and see if anybody can point it out. Mistrial doesn't mean you're let off. Not this type of mistrial. What about Young Thug's speedy trial? Still met with Fonnie and the feds. I'm going to go over that on my video. There's no definitive answer as to whether or not the mistrial motion or the mistrial petition from before this trial, there's no definitive answer how that would affect a new trial. There's no answer, but my answer is if a new judge gets this trial and they want to go forward, it's going to go forward. Doesn't matter what the mistrial thing says. That's my answer. People are really hung up on that. Oh, no, this can't go forward. If a new judge gets this trial and they want it to go forward, it's going to go forward. Meaning if there is some kind of, motion or whatever, and to dismiss or whatever the case may be, and the new judge is like, no, I don't see it that way. There really isn't a whole lot of, I mean, who's gonna stop that person from having the trial go forward? Then you could appeal maybe and all that stuff. But my thought is going forward, if you get a new judge and they want it to go, it's gone. That's how I see it. Slim did that on purpose. He might have. You know when to hold on, know when to hold on. Can they still ask for prejudice? I do think they can ask for prejudice after the fact. That's why some people are saying they need to just go ahead and take this mistrial and without prejudice, and then try to get that prejudice attached later. I think Jeffrey won't take it unless they remove the Fed case he needs to tour. Do they have a Fed case, Jeannie? I don't think he's facing a Fed case right now. And I don't know that the feds are going to be inclined. Or are you talking about the guns? Are you talking about the stuff they found in his house? Be more specific. Question, can all but Jeffrey take a plea deal? And yes, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. What if the other cats all say, yo, we're going to take the deal, and the deal says they have to testify against, Thug or whatever? I think that could happen in theory. I've been watching it since it started. I still haven't heard anything on that would be a charge to get a conviction. I don't think anybody's heard that. But it's not just Thug who's on trial right now. You have 6 people. And so some of these other guys, I think this is kind of a moment of truth, right? Are they going to stick together, or are they going to break up? Because some of these other guys might have some evidence against them that Mr. LeVar, that maybe somebody's heard some evidence against these other guys that sounds more convincing, and they might see it in their own interest to take the deal. And also with that deal mean they have to testify against Thug. How does speedy trial work into this? I talked about that just a minute ago, but I'll repeat, I don't know. Nobody knows. At the end of the day, nobody knows about this speedy trial thing, y'all. So don't believe anything you read as the be all end all fact. The statutes about the speedy trial situation is a little bit vague. And with that vagueness means that the court will have more latitude to interpret. Meaning that if a new court gets this trial and they want it to go forward, they can probably just make it go forward. Those should take 7 years time served. 7 years? You saying like the 2 that he served plus 5? I don't think they're going to do that. Defense is winning. Yes, a lot of people say that. Still, anybody on the clothing thing? I have Thug on the screen. What's wrong with this? I just don't notice anything. Still make sure he has ironclad deal. I think we all agree with that. Gone too far to do a negotiated plea. Okay, Daryl, let me ask you this. You're on trial with 5 other guys. You come to this moment and the other 5 guys all signal that they're going to take a deal and testify against you. The guys that the jury's been seeing in the court this whole time with you are now turning against you. That could work for you in your favor. You can certainly argue that. But would you be more likely to take a plea deal if you knew everybody else's deal was going to involve them turning on you? That's my question. And I'm not insinuating that that's the case, but we can say that's the game that Fonnie and them been playing. I'm not insinuating anybody's turning on anybody, but I am saying Fonnie and them been playing that game, and we've seen it. She wasn't lying. They've been very sloppy, correct. It's not comparable to Karen Reed. I haven't seen that. I think Steele is going to put her in a position to either with prejudice or recuse herself. Recusal is I feel like having Judge Whitaker recusal is kind of like the ace in your back pocket. I definitely feel like there's something to that. Anybody, but his attire was super casual. I assumed I love NY, the blah, blah, blah. His attire is super casual. Love is the problem. Whitaker's own words when she said either incompetent or doing it intentionally. Yes, she did say that to Love. But you got about 3 guys outside Lil Rod have things that they are guilty. Again, if you thug and you think you winning, and you look at these other guys and they like, yo, we might be about to take this deal. And that deal could include them talking about you on the stand. Mightn't your way of your calculation change based on that fact? I'm not saying that's what's happening, y'all. I'm not insinuating anybody would talk. I'm just saying, since we don't know, we're asking questions. Haven't seen any concrete evidence on Thug. Defense has accused the state of trying to cause a mistrial. I think they have a strong case at that right now, Bird. I think they have a strong case at that, honestly. I think they have a strong case at that. Yes, she want the state to just delete the statement. Is Judge Whitaker's statement that she was trying to clean up the prosecution's sloppiness ground for prejudice with the higher court? I think it could be. It's an argument you can make. I think you could definitely make the argument. Let's get into this speedy trial question. Here's a person named Willie D who wants to chime in. Willie D, we're going to look and see what you say. There are 2 separate speedy trial considerations. You are looking at the language guiding statutory speedy trials, which would have had to have been filed within the first 2 terms of court following the indictment. No one in the case files a statutory speedy. So having the trial within a certain time frame doesn't really come into play here. There's also a constitutional right to a speedy trial that comes into play if a person has not been to trial and the defendant's ability to defend himself has been impacted by delay. One does not have to file a statutory demand in order to make a constitutional challenge. Baker v. Wingo is the Supreme Court case that guides this analysis, and I think the long and short of it is that there are probably not enough factors in the defendant's favor to warrant a dismissal on the case. So, I mean, I'm not sure who is that, Willie D or Wiley D. I'm not sure that this person's credentials, but I don't doubt you. So if you're watching, I'd certainly, former public defender, I certainly don't doubt. But I think that this whole speedy trial thing is just kind of chasing after the wind in a way. I don't think it's that relevant. I only think the only relevance is whether that, if this gets assigned to a new judge, whether that person wants to go forward or not. If they want to go forward, they're going to take it forward. They'll figure out a way. There's enough ambiguity in the law. They'll figure out a way to take this trial forward. And if they don't, then they could cite the speedy trial thing as a reason not to. It would really come down to whatever that judge wants to do. We've seen that with Judge Glanville. We've seen it with Judge Whitaker. When there's enough ambiguity, the judge goes the direction they want to go. And I think there's more than enough ambiguity with the speedy trial thing. I think that was a in-house created letter to gain sympathy. Are you talking about that letter from that letter with love? Y'all, there's just been so much stuff. There's just so much stuff. Can we please discuss the plea deals on the table? What do y'all think led to this? But Ms. Talib, that's all we've been talking about. We don't know exactly what the plea deals are. We don't have any details. So we would certainly talk details if we had them, but there are no details that we can discuss, or we would be talking about that. So we could go to Thugger. Let's see. I'm with y'all. I'm on the outside looking, hoping Thug beats this. But he's the one actually going through this, not us. He has advice from the best. I know they're not accepting just any BS offer. Full respect to whoever makes the decisions. At the end of the day, the defendants should be the people deciding whether they take a deal or not. That's another thing. The defendants should be the ones deciding whether they take a deal or not. So Thug is the one who gets to say, I'm going to sign that piece of paper or not, if there is a deal. Will there be court today? Not only will there be no court today, but there won't be any court tomorrow either. So we're all sad here. At this point, even if they're found guilty, the trial has been so corrupted that it will be reversed on appeal. That's quite possible. That could be another, who knows how long. If you're talking about being found guilty, you're talking about another probably 4, 5, 6 months of trial, then appeal. Judge needs to declare a mistrial and stop this. I agree with that. All right, y'all. I think that this is it. I'm gonna ask y'all, if y'all want to hang out, no trial, yes, Sir Jones, no trial today and no trial tomorrow. We don't know exactly what's happening right now. We do not know if anybody has signed anything. We do not know we don't know what's happening. The only indication we have is that they are there, or they at least were there today in the courthouse, that there are or have been meetings with Fonnie and DA Love and the different defendants. And we don't know. We imagine they're talking about plea deals. We really don't know what they're talking about, but people have been saying plea deals, so possibly. And that's it. Free Monk Tongue is not getting out unless he gets a miracle or a Hail Mary. And I don't say that with any pleasure. I mean, it was terrible watching Monk Tongue. I saw a lot of people say, "Oh man, he's a felon. He's going to jail." Blah, blah. You should look. I didn't like seeing Monk Tongue get locked up like that. I don't know him. I know he's done some things in his past. I'm talking about the moment. It was not it was a heartbreaking moment for him and his family. I mean, so, let that be it as it may, what his past and all that stuff. It was just a terrible moment, but Monk Tongue is going to be in there. Thugger has no criminal arrest or convictions. Interesting. Thugger is not a felon. So Thug is probably in the best position. It's so funny. Not funny. It's so interesting that the supposed head of everything is actually the cleanest and in the best position of everyone. Thanks for showing some love in DC. Supreme L, appreciate it. Monk Tongue has a good case for appeal for ineffective counsel. 10,000,000% agree. Monk Tongue's lawyer got him locked up. Woody testified at one point with representation and didn't know a state professional. Unorganized still got locked. Yeah. No, I agree. I think Monk Tongue can claim ineffective counsel. Monk Tongue can claim the judge who put me in jail says she's trying to clean up the prosecution's sloppiness. And I fell into I fell in as a part of her cleaning up their sloppiness. Because they were sloppy with me. They were sloppy with how they handled my case. They were sloppy with how they handled my paperwork. And now I'm getting punished for it. I mean, will it work? I don't know, but he can certainly try. If you perfectly apply the perfect life that I wrote on Facebook on. Okay, well, thank you. That's excellent. Breaking news, we would love to share. Hey, Syndicated news. How you doing? Slop all over the place. Got a good super chat. Y'all gonna keep me around. We still got 2,800 people here, man. We'll just keep it rocking and rolling. Mistrial with prejudice. Monton released on appeal. Ineffective assistance of counsel. Judicial error. Improper sentencing. Post-conviction relief. Habeas corpus. Prosecutorial misconduct. Newly discovered evidence. Habeas corpus. True. Thank you for the 1999. That is so excellent. I love the way you just went in with all of the catchphrases and keywords. It would feel like in an injustice that Monton gets locked up and everybody else doesn't. I don't want anybody else to get locked up. That's not the point. The point is Monton doesn't seem like, he's been trying to live a clean life apparently for a while. And if he's the only one punished out of all this, it would be weird. I don't, I'm not saying I think anybody else should be punished. Don't misinterpret me. By the time they get to a Monton appeal, he will have served out. Yeah, he is stuck. I agree with that. I don't know how long the appeals take, but he needs to file for some emergency action. I almost feel like the universe is helping Monton by having Whitaker being judged that revoked his appeal because now she made a statement of bias. Exactly. And Whitaker might have gone easier on Monton than another judge would have. That's another thing. I speculated, and I still continue to speculate, that Judge Whitaker may have been more lenient, even though y'all might say, how is that lenient? 5 years. I'm making a comparison here. What she could have given him was anything from 0 to 30. She gave him 5. That's less than 20% of what he could have gotten. It's by no means a little bit. I mean, it is a lot, but it's not nearly even close to what he could have gotten. So it could be that Whitaker gave him less than others would have given him. Most are too young to remember 2013. You were mostly young kids in 20s. I remember it. I was not a kid. I wasn't in my 20s in 2013 either. Free the jury. They're the ones suffering. Jury needs to get free. I agree with that. Monton had no business signing anything in that position because dudes fold and have no common knowledge of laws and want to be thugs. I mean, at the end of the day, I think your point is taken. Monton. One thing I said, and another thing I said that I continue saying, he knew what he was signing when he signed it, and he knew what he was risking when he got on that stand. So there is no doubt about that in my mind. There's no doubt about that in my mind. I think Monton absolutely knew what he was getting, what he was risking when he decided to say what he decided to say on the stand. Let's see here. Adrian, thank you for your comments. Monton's lawyer got him locked up. Yes. That the problem is, how long does it take for him to get an appeal? I think the mistrial will be denied based on past behavior in this trial. She doesn't want to be seen as wrong. So that's why we're seeing a lot of these plea deals. Maybe that'll end everything. I think Woody is a new leader for the... Whoa. We have our second comment of the day. I think Woody is a new leader for the Black community. All right, now let's not get carried away. Woody is definitely something of an inspirational figure. I would agree with that. Woody is something of an inspirational figure, but a new leader for the Black community. Don't know about that one. Let me see, y'all. So, y'all, this is what we could do. we can either wrap it up here, or if y'all want to just stay chatting and stay with each other. Matter of fact, since there's so many people, and I appreciate y'all, this is what I'm gonna do. There was another video from yesterday for the first. Remember, that was the second mistrial motion of the day that we saw. That was the second mistrial motion. That wasn't even the first mistrial motion of the day yesterday. The first mistrial motion of the day yesterday came from Lil Rod's attorney. So I am going to play that. Y'all are free to hang out. I'm probably going to work on a video, maybe. And I'll pop back on a little bit later, just giving y'all a place to kind of get some content and, hang out and continue to chat. So I am going to play the video from yesterday, the other video where Little Rod's lawyer files her or verbally files her mistrial petition, which is also denied. So y'all remember there was 2 mistrial petitions yesterday, not 1. There were 2. If you want to hang out, keep hanging out, and I'll be lurking. I'll be around. I'll be in the chat. So I'm going to go ahead and play this.
I contacted the state last night to say, hey, I'm not sure what you want to do about this. We feel in a position that we are forced to ask for a mistrial. We really don't want a mistrial.
And we are back. Want to thank y'all for watching. Go ahead and hit that like button. It helps us out a ton. And it only takes the minimal amount of effort from you. It helps us out and it helps you because it helps us. So go ahead and hit that like button. Y'all, we have another mistrial motion. We are going to show you a video from Miss Abbasi from yesterday. Then we're going to show you what happened this morning. Miss Abbasi, it didn't go her way, y'all. Didn't go her way, as you already know. But I want you to take a look at what happened so you can be the judge as to who was right. But Miss Abbasi got her get back, y'all. I think on cross-examination of this first witness, Miss Abbasi went all the way in and then some. So we're going to show that to you. So again, without further ado, like, comment, subscribe, and let's get into it.
All right. I think tomorrow we'll have Detective Hogan and the ME, and then move on to whatever the next group of witnesses is going to be. Okay.
We also have one of the former co-defendants, one of the co-defendants.
Who?
One of the we've already been discussing with Mr. Lee.
I was trying to find out if the state was going to be calling.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. Okay. Is there any other matter we need to take up this evening before we leave?
The court's not addressing. Yes, I understand that something could be used against, I'm just using his name, but Mr. Kendrick, not against the others, but
right.
But then it says that you can use the other evidence, and there's no instruction that that's only if a jury finds beyond a reasonable doubt that one or more of the persons entered into a willfully and knowingly. And
right, but we're talking about overt acts. I mean, they're going to have to, that's another step or portion of what they're going to have to decide. And obviously they're going to get full instructions at the end of the trial. So I'm not going to get into, here's how you're going to consider all of these different parts of the RICO count, I
do understand, but as a listener, I guess, for a juror, they don't even get to decide the acts unless they first find it. They could do it in any order they want, I guess, but they first find that there was a willful and knowing joinder of the conspiracy.
Sure, that's a part of what they're going to have to find as to each defendant before they can convict anybody.
And I'd like that language in any instruction, because otherwise, let's assume that this trial ends, the state rests in December. That's approximately a month and a half, maybe 2 months from right now. Meanwhile, they're the jurors are being conditioned, in my words, from the Honorable Court's instruction that, hey, yeah, we can use evidence against everybody except certain evidence. So I'm going to realize that this is against everybody before there's been no instruction to my knowledge in this entire case that they have to first find that there's a conspiracy, that a person joined the conspiracy. So
They're not supposed to be deliberating until the end of this case, the close of all the evidence, all of the jury instructions. So there isn't a danger of that.
okay, well, that's my problem.
All right.
Because,
Well, I'm not going to give them a full kind of mid-trial mini instruction on how to consider RICO. They're not
Okay.
supposed to be doing that yet.
okay, I'm not trying to say a full instruction, but just a line, maybe. I put it in.
I mean, I can say, I'll give you further instructions later
on
how to consider all of this.
and whether a conspiracy even exists or a person joined a conspiracy. That's what I'd like, because I do find, and that, yes, I understand that they'll be instructed later, but I do find that it is, jurors should have some context of this instruction. This instruction standing alone seems like it's already, that there's a suggestion. I'm not saying the court's doing it on purpose, by the way, but there's a suggestion that other evidence can be used against everybody. Well, that may not be true.
I'm only saying it as to if the state presents evidence aside from the guilty plea as to overt acts 56 through 59, and then aside from Mr. Ryan's trial conviction as to overt acts 79 through 81, which, I mean, they're certainly doing that for the murder of Jamari Holmes. They're doing it right now. So I guess I don't believe that it is broader than what this is saying, which is specifically as to those enumerated overt acts.
Now, I would like something, if you, ladies and gentlemen, find, based upon my instructions that will come at the end of the case or at an appropriate time, that one or more of the people on trial knowingly and willfully joined a conspiracy, then go into something about then you may not use the guilty plea or verdict, whichever.
All right. Well, I
against anyone
appreciate
else.
that, but I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
And I don't think that this misleads them into thinking anything at all
Okay.
wrong, really. Okay.
And
So
I still believe my original that the evidence shouldn't come in at all, because I'm struggling with the instruction. So,
all right. Well, I
with that
think
being said.
in terms of if anybody would prefer the language, you may not use this conviction in your consideration or deliberations against any of the other defendants in this case. It is not evidence of anything against these other 5 defendants. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined by the evidence presented against him, not by what happened with regard to a criminal prosecution against someone else. That's one version. The alternate version is you are not to consider the co-defendant's, whatever it is, conviction as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of, charges or something. I don't know what that language is, but any preference as to which of those two the court uses? No, nobody cares. Okay.
I don't want either one. Sorry.
Well,
either one. and I'd
I'm
like to-
definitely going to give one or the other of them, because if I don't give one or the other of those, then it will be reversible error in the event that there ever is a conviction in this case, which of course would be ultimately a benefit to your clients to build in reversible error. But I would prefer not to do that, because the court's job, to the extent I can, is to avoid any error at all, much less reversible error. So I'm going to give one or the other versions of that language. Does anybody have a preference as to which version of that language the court will give?
Your Honor, can we, since I have a preference, I still maintain my objection. I don't think it's reversible error if you keep out these pieces of evidence, and that would be my preference.
No, I don't think so either, but that's also not fair to the other side.
Can we just huddle for a minute so we may have
And
a
y'all
split?
don't have to tell me right this instant. I just need to know before the conviction is going to get introduced, which may be sometime today.
Yes,
Okay.
And if they're huddling now, once they're finished huddling, we just having another announcement to the court.
All right. How about announce, and then if they want to huddle, they can huddle.
And good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
The state does intend to call Mr. Lee this morning.
Okay.
He will probably be our third witness this morning. I know we were, Miss Abbas and I were supposed to speak very briefly. After they're huddling, we can have just 2 minutes to speak.
Well, I may have them huddle later, because the Wooney Lee stuff's more pressing, because you can tender the conviction, in any order.
Yes, Your Honor.
So on the Wooney Lee evidence, is there any objection that still needs to get hashed out?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. And then if so, where's the easiest place for me to find the
Your Honor,
evidence?
if I may, there's something we wanted to address first.
Okay.
Your Honor, I've got some members of the defense side here taking a look. Our understanding, and if it turns out to be wrong, it turns out to be wrong, was that the state was undecided yesterday as to whether they were going to call Mr. Bernard Mitchell. I know at the lunch break, Mr. Hiles was on the stand. His text messages had already been admitted. We went back to speak with him. The state went back and attempted to speak with him. So at that point, my understanding was it was still up in the air. I can be wrong. My understanding was it was still up in the air. Per Your Honor's request, we had discussed as many things ahead of time as possible. The discussions with the state were, and it was very clear for both sides, that we were not going to be objecting and not asking this court to litigate Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records, because the state was going to call him. Yes, with them coming in, there were portions that we intended to use, with the understanding that that is what would come out in terms of evidence. His messages would come out, so we would want another section in there. If the first section is in there, we would want the second section in there. But he's certainly not our witness. The evidence he presents is not a theory of the case that we would have brought to the table. And so now the state does not want to call him. And I think we're faced with a confrontation clause issue, because we relied in good faith on our discussions with the state. We didn't go through and take the court's time to say this is conditionally admitted based on this happening. So we simply relied on what they represented to us. We had the evidence, came in, it was read out. I contacted the state last night to say, hey, I'm not sure what you want to do about this. We feel in a position that we are forced to ask for a mistrial. We really don't want a mistrial. We'd like to be able to rely on what we were told. And like I said, we're checking to see if there's something definitive on the record. But if Mr. Mitchell is not testifying, then we feel we have no option but to ask for a mistrial.
Would the state like to be heard on that?
I guess the state's response, Your Honor, is that the state, after the lunch hour, indicated to
Talking to the mic, pick one up maybe.
the state after the lunch hour indicated to the court, as well as counsel, at least for Mr. Ryan, indicating that we were not going to call Mr. Mitchell, basically because he told not only the state, but defense counsel that he wasn't going to say anything when he came onto the stand. That was the same thing that was told to us by Mr. Uten. And my recollection is that it was an either or is what the understanding was. It was we were going to maybe call either Mr. Uten or Mr. Mitchell. And yesterday we decided neither. So I don't know how there could be a confrontation issue that's being claimed today. If we decided to put Mr. Uten up yesterday and not Mr. Mitchell, the records would have still come in the same fashion without Mr. Mitchell testifying. More importantly, before any message came in as it related to Mr. Mitchell, the state indicated to defense counsel that we were not calling Mr. Mitchell. We indicated that to the court as well. And
I don't remember y'all indicating anything to the court until the end of the day, y'all. But what I was told by the deputies was that the state had very clearly said they can be transported back. We are not calling either of them. And that was right after the lunch hour that I was told that. I asked yesterday morning, is this an either or? And yesterday morning, the state was definitely indicated, it might be one, it might be the other, it might be both. We don't know yet. We still need to talk with everybody. And then we just went on with the trial, and they didn't, after lunch, they went back because y'all had made that determination, and you certainly communicated that to the deputies with regard to transport. And you are making the representation that you also let the defense know that. Do y'all disagree that the state let y'all know they didn't intend to call either witness?
Excuse me. At the very end of the day, I had inquired to the court, said, discuss what's going to be the order tomorrow. And I said, well, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Uten, checking.
All right. I think tomorrow we'll have Detective Hogan and the ME, and then move on to whatever the next group of witnesses is going to be. Okay.
We also have one of the former co-defendants, one of the co-defendants.
Who?
One of the we've already been discussing with Mr. Lee.
I was trying to find out if the state was going to be calling.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Is there any?
Mr. Kokomo took a look, and before lunch, what was represented to the court said, who are we going to get to? And they said, we may not get to him today. So
that was before lunch.
That was before lunch. And then we came back in and everything was published.
And everybody not everybody, but counsel for Mr. Ryan and counsel for the state spoke with, I guess, Uten and Mitchell over the lunch break.
We went back. He didn't want to speak with us. That's fine. We went separately from the state.
Right.
We didn't discuss anything with the state about who would or wouldn't be called at the lunch. And I don't believe before we started in the afternoon. That's not my memory. The announcement before lunch was we may not reach him today. They spoke with him. Obviously, at the end of the day, I still thought they would be called.
My recollection is after lunch, I was sitting there. Ms. Abbasi said, so you're not calling Mitchell? And I said, no, we are not calling Mitchell. That's my recollection. Before Mr. Howes began testifying after lunch, and we didn't call Mitchell. And the messages came in unobjected or not objected to. And there's been no conditional admittance of evidence that's been permitted or agreed to by any of the parties during the trial of this case, at least the time that I've been here. So it's my indicator, be the state's opinion that any objection to the messages that came in are waived at this point.
Your Honor, our response is, we have difference of memory. That's fine. It is what it is. If the state knows they're not going to call him going into it, I don't think it's fundamentally fair for them to publish and then say, haha, you missed it. I don't think that's good faith. As far as, no, we didn't conditionally admit it because we've done everything we can, at least for Mr. Ryan, to avoid taking up the court's time. This is what it was. We all agreed. We all understood. So that's how we proceeded. And now here we are, and we're stuck in a position we don't want to be in.
Well, I'm not quite sure what to do with this. I have a representation from Mr. Abadi that the state communicated to defense counsel that they were not intending to call Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Uten, and that was communicated prior to Mr. Hiles' afternoon testimony in which this evidence came in. And Ms. Abbasi, you're saying, well, that it's not my recollection, but I could be wrong. That might be. So
I will not say my memory is perfect. I have no memory of having that conversation after lunch. I'm not going to say, you know, Mr. Abadi's. I can't promise you my memory is 100% accurate. And I'm certainly not getting up and saying that Mr. Abadi's lying. I'm not going to do that. But I have no memory of that conversation at all. And, you know, as I said, I brought up at the end of the day, you know, what's the order of the witnesses? When are Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten coming in?
I don't remember that.
I had brought it up when we were asking about witnesses because I didn't know if the sheriff needed to bring them over. And that's what was coming up.
Are you saying that you on the record asked when Mitchell and no, you didn't?
That was at the very end of the day. We were just
Amongst counsel?
I believe Your Honor was on the bench when we were discussing just who are we getting to tomorrow.
Yeah, I asked who we were getting to tomorrow. I don't recall you saying, when are we getting to Mitchell and Uten?
Well,
I don't recall the two of them being mentioned at all at the end of the day.
I know I asked the state at that point, oh, you're not calling him? No. And at that point, the evidence had already been admitted.
I'm asking you, did you make that statement on the record?
I don't believe so.
I
We can
don't
check the
either.
record, but I don't think so. I think the last statement on the record was we may not get to them today.
I don't recall that statement on the record or off the record. This is all a surprise to me this morning that now there's some debate about it, because everything I knew post lunch yesterday, although through the sheriff's office, not through the state or the defense, was that a decision had been made and communicated that neither of them was going to be called. I mean, can't really do much else with I don't see a basis for a mistrial. So we need to deal with Wooney Lee's evidence. And y'all are just going to have to communicate or put more things on the record or something if you want to avoid misunderstandings in the future.
That's fine. We'll litigate everything forward.
Or just put on the record your understanding.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if the understanding was these will come in if Mitchell testifies, just say, we talked about all of this and we don't have any issue as to, you know, X, Y, and Z. And these things we've agreed are going to come in if Mitchell testifies. And then there'll be a record of it and everybody will know what they're dealing with.
I mean, I guess the state can make the suggestion. I mean, we can call him and the state will have no questions for him and then defense counsel can cross him if that will solve the issue.
I mean, at this point, he might have yet again been sent back, even though my staff was making Herculean efforts this morning to try to get him over because somebody wanted him. At the bench, y'all said, nope, that's fine. We don't need him. And by y'all, I mean you, Miss Abbasi, said, that's fine. We don't need him. If y'all aren't calling him, fine. So we just communicated to the sheriff's office. They don't need him. I don't know where he is at this point.
Okay. And Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo checked at the end of the day. I did inquire for the court, who do we need tomorrow? And gestured over to the door. And then that's when Ms. Love said, we've talked about it and we're not calling him.
All right. Well, then that's even more of a record against your recollection.
I guess I don't understand. There wouldn't not have been any reason for me to ask about whether people were coming from the back after the evidence had already come in if I knew he was appointed to be testifying.
So you're saying you pointed towards the holding cell doors.
Right, asking about witnesses for tomorrow.
All right, well, that is no record upon which to grant a mistrial. So let's get to the Wooney Lee evidence.
Coming into today, have you had a chance to review the interviews you did with the witnesses you spoke to?
Not all of them, but yes.
Okay. You haven't had a chance to review them?
I haven't reviewed, I reviewed Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten's recently. The others have not.
Okay. All right. So I want to start. You've been an officer for quite a while, yes?
Yes.
And so you know that when you are getting information from people, it is of the utmost importance to make sure it's accurate, right?
Yes.
And that's one thing you were doing with Ms. Smith, is confronting her with facts to test whether what she was saying was accurate, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And especially in a situation kind of with young people, they may not always be fully forthcoming in the beginning, correct?
It's not limited to young people, but yes.
Right. Especially if they think there's something they could get in trouble for, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the folks that you were speaking with in this situation, they were not, well, the two young men you spoke with, they were not lawfully allowed to have weapons, were they?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So that's something they theoretically could get in trouble for if they admitted to it.
Yes.
Okay. So when you're speaking with them, when you're speaking with Ms. Smith, you're asking questions to make sure you can verify things. One of the things you told Mr. Mitchell you would do was get his Instagram records, correct?
I may have, that doesn't come to mind off the top of my head, but it would be something I would do, but I don't remember if I told him that.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of a transcript from that interview?
Sure.
He's
out of court statement.
He's on the stand. He can repeat what he said.
That doesn't make it not hearsay, but
I mean, I can ask whether he asked somebody.
I think it's not hearsay in this circumstance, so overruled.
I mean, in this circumstance, it would be.
It's overruled.
Okay.
So.
So were you planning on getting Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records?
I may have been. It's hard to say. This is a lot of years ago, so it's part of my tools that I use for in each or any case that I have that I work. If there's an opportunity to pull those, and I need those, then yes. But I don't remember if I wrote a warrant for his Instagram or not.
Okay. You said if you have the opportunity, you certainly had the opportunity, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with those, if you had them, you could come back to him and say, hey, was this true? Was this not true from what you told me, correct?
Yes, I could, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, they were both cooperative, correct?
Yes.
So if you wanted to follow up with them, they gave you no indication that they wouldn't speak to you or anything like that. They were readily available.
Yes, not at the time they were cooperating with me that day, yes.
You didn't attempt to contact them any other times, though, did you?
I don't recall doing so, no.
Okay. So in this case, do you recall what search warrants you did take out?
No, not all of them, no.
Okay. Do you recall taking out warrants for Instagram records?
I do.
Do you recall whose records you requested?
No, I got little rods. I got Bally's. And without going through the index on my report, I can't tell you exactly, but I know I got little rods and I got Bally's. I got Rodelius Ryans and I got Damon Blaylocks. May have gotten Mariah's and Brazy's as well, the Tyara Hartfield and Miss Smith.
Okay. What was your purpose in getting those records?
It's to any information there that might help with the investigation.
Okay. Did you look at those records?
Not personally, no. I looked at some of the pictures. It comes in a format. Again, as I indicated, I'm not a computer guy. I'm not even on social media. I gave that information to somebody who could put it in a format that was easier to read, and then those people looked through it and they let me know what they found.
So it wasn't for you to get more information. Someone else was supposed to get more information.
The information is going to come to me. It just didn't come through me.
So at what point did you get the information of what was contained in those Instagram messages?
When they gave it to me. I don't know what day it was.
Who's they?
I don't remember who the analyst was that did the examination of those records.
Okay. And the examination of those records, I would assume you included in your report?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them. Could you let me know then when? I assume if you put them in your report, it says then when you got them, correct?
It says when I put it in the report. Let me see.
I mean, that's something you would put in the report, right?
One that jumps out at me was from February the 26th of 2019. Somebody sent me an Instagram post on that day, and it was a short video that showed Mr. Ryan riding in a car.
Okay, but that's not the Instagram records, right?
It's from Instagram.
That's not the Instagram records for which you obtained a search warrant to get so you could get more information, correct?
I haven't verified it, but if it came from his Instagram and I got a search warrant for his Instagram, then yes, it would be in there.
Right.
I just got it before I got the search warrant records back.
I'm sorry, if you could repeat that last part.
It was posted. Somebody saw it. They sent it to me. If my search warrant had not been executed and the information sent back to me at that time, it would be included in both records, but I got it before the search warrant records came in because somebody sent it to me right after it was posted.
Okay, I think a second ago, because you said you didn't confirm it, right?
You're gonna have to, I don't understand what you're saying. I've confirmed it. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well, I think about the content of the messages, you said you did not confirm with the records.
I just said I'm assuming.
Right.
If it's in his Instagram records, I received it before the records came back from the search warrant. I'm assuming that that information that I received that day before the records came back would be in the records when they arrived to me.
Okay. So without those records, having looked at them, there was no way for you to go to Ms. Smith or Mr. Mitchell or anyone else and say, hey, you told me X, Y, Z, but your records say something completely different. Right?
I did not do that, no.
Okay. You could have done it though, right?
Yeah, sure.
And that would have been confirming, right?
Sure, yes.
I want to ask you about what you testified to earlier about the actual crime scene. Mr. Abadi asked you questions about where you found certain things. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you answered questions about where you found those 7.62 shell casings, right?
Yes.
But you didn't actually find those casings, did you?
No, I did not.
Those photos, you weren't there when they were taken, right?
No,
You never saw where those 7.62 casings were.
not physically, no.
So when you say you found them, you didn't find them. Someone else did.
I said they were found. I'm not sure that I said I did.
Okay. When did you learn about those casings?
Later on the same day that the murder happened, I was at the office when I got the call.
Okay. And when you spoke with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, were you aware of those casings?
As I recall, it was around the same time. I don't remember exactly the sequence of events, but I spoke with them later on in the morning. It was sometime around the same, a lot of things were happening at the same time, that we got the call about the shell cases. That's one of the reasons I did not physically see them, because I was busy at the office. So I asked the responding officer to collect them and supervise that. But I don't remember the sequence of when exactly they came in.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy from your trial testimony?
Sure.
I'm sorry, not your trial testimony, the last proceeding, several proceedings ago.
Okay, sure. All right, so what's your question again?
If when you spoke with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, you were aware of the 7.62 shell casings?
I was aware that they described to me 2 shooters, but I don't recall if I knew about the shell casings at that time. I may have, I don't remember.
You said that they described to you 2 shooters?
Yes.
Okay. You've got a transcript in front of you, so you've testified about this before, correct? This matter?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't recall the attorneys asking you at length whether anyone besides Ms. Smith mentioned 2 shooters?
I'll read here that they were asking me about that, yes.
Okay. And your testimony was that Ms. Smith was the only person who said there was 2 shooters, right?
Yes. That's what it says here.
I mean, when you...
Wait, before we get too far around here, let's make sure we got the right context.
If you want to flip to page 1,100.
No, let me read these first.
Okay.
On page 1076, as I recall, they were asking me about my interview with Ms. Mitchell. And I had mentioned to her that I had 2 sets of shell casings. They were trying to determine if she...
Okay, well, I don't need you to testify about what someone else was trying to do.
So what I'm saying is context matters. In this particular instance, I was describing my interview with her, and in the process of the interview, when I was confronting her with the evidence, I told her that I had 2 sets of shell casings.
Yes, I understand that.
You said page 1100?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So having reviewed that page, Mariah was the only person who said there was 2 shooters, right?
According to that transcript, yes, ma'am.
That was your sworn testimony under oath, right?
That's what I said. Yes, yes, yes.
All right, so that was the truth that you said it then, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to back up for a moment. I think you said Mr. Mitchell and Uten, they told you about not 7.62, but a weapon which would have fired larger shells. Is that right?
Yeah, they described a long gun coming out of the breezeway. Yes.
Okay. And when you were speaking with them, that was not consistent with the scene as you had seen it, right?
Again, I don't remember exactly when I got all the information about the shell casings. So at that point, I was getting his statement, and I took it as he gave it to me.
Did you not previously testify about the shell casings? I did not know about it when I interviewed Mitchell and Uten.
Okay, well, if my recollection was that then, I don't remember that now. If I didn't know about the shell casings then, if that's what I said, then that's what I said.
Okay. But you didn't confront them with what at that time would have been their testimony inconsistent with the scene, right?
No.
Okay. And they both told you 1 shooter.
Sustained.
The number of shooters they told you was not the same as Ms. Smith, correct?
That's the same question, just worded differently.
We've already been through this.
I'm going to overrule that one.
Bernard Mitchell described the shooter coming out of the breezeway, and also the shooter when he was going around. He was right beside he described the person right outside the car shooting him in the car.
So that would be
dreads and a hoodie.
So that would be he described to you 2 shooters, based on what you just told me.
Yes, based on my just reviewing my interview with him the other day.
All right, I'm gonna have you take, so you don't recall testifying that Mr. Mitchell actually never said anything about 2 shooters?
I got a sneaking suspicion you're going to show me that I did, but as I sit here, I don't recall that, no.
You were able to review your interview with him, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You still have that transcript in front of you?
No.
Get back.
Oh, is this it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
You could take a look and see if that helps refresh your recollection about whether he told you there were 2 shooters.
It may or may not refresh his recollection, but I'm going to object against hearsay with Mr. Mitchell. I'm going to object to hearsay.
This is impeachment of what the officer previously said.
I'll let you ask about whatever he previously said.
Do you have a page or an area that I need to look through? Exactly, it's a long interview.
No, sir.
How many pages are we talking about?
Can't see, maybe about 20. I can't see if that's right. It could be more. You know what? We can come back to it. We'll probably have a break and you can take a look and get back to me.
Okay, sure.
Cool. So when you went out to the scene at the time, you were looking to speak with other witnesses, correct? If there were any.
Originally, when I first got to the scene, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You were trying to speak with as many people as you could, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you had access to the cab reports and the 911 calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had access to the 911 calls themselves, correct?
Eventually, yes, I did.
Okay. And anyone you spoke with, you would have put that in your report, correct?
Yes, most of the general information. I don't necessarily put all the details, but yes.
Okay, but like their name, right?
Not always. If they don't wish for their name to be included, if I can exclude them, I will.
Fair. But you never spoke to the 911 callers, did you?
No,
Even though you had their name and contact information, right?
that's right.
Even though you were aware that one of them wanted to speak to the police, right?
If I was aware of that, I would have spoken with them.
All right. I'm going to approach you with what has already been previously admitted into evidence and marked as states 1 NN Nancy.
Okay.
Okay. And that is one of the cab reports you've reviewed, correct?
It appears to be a cab report from the case. I can't say I reviewed it, but this seemed to be from the case, yes.
So you didn't review the cabs, or you did?
Well, I look at it, I verify that it's got the right address on there, and if there's any information as the case progresses, and if I need to get back in touch with anybody like a 911 caller, I would do that.
Okay. So you didn't see the.
And I would use the cab report to get that number
Okay.
and name. In this particular case, I didn't see the instance to it. Didn't need it.
You didn't need to see the person who wanted to speak with you?
I wasn't aware of that person.
So you didn't review the cab?
I looked at the front page. I didn't read every word. No, ma'am.
Okay. So you didn't listen to the 911 calls?
No.
Okay. So if you're trying to speak to as many witnesses as you can, why wouldn't you speak to the 911 caller who wants to speak with you?
Again, I didn't get the word that they wanted to speak with me, or I would have. My plate was pretty full. I talked to a lot of people when I did a lot of work that day.
Oh, okay, you were too busy.
Yes, I was busy.
Okay. So when Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, no, let me back up. The photos of the 7.62 shells, you didn't take those, correct?
I did not.
Okay, were they just sent to you? Is that right?
Yeah, they were included with the report. Yes.
Okay. And so is it from those photos you pieced together, let's see the exhibits, say 10 NN that you've drawn a line on? 10 NN, you drew this line, correct?
I did.
Okay. And this earth image or whatever it is, that accurately depicted the apartment complex as you observed it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and the line on the left side where it starts, that's your belief, that's where the 7.62 shell casings were.
That's correct, yes.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen for you what has been admitted as, I don't know if it is the share screen. All right. So looking at 59 NN, what is it you see next to kind of that entryway, exitway by the sidewalk to the building?
Well, I see satellite dish and an AC unit.
Okay, AC unit. And then you were standing at that AC unit looking at the parking lot. What is to your right? We have a line of bushes.
I'm turned around here. I don't understand what.
If you're standing next to that AC unit with the AC unit on your right, you're looking at the parking lot. Do we have a line of bushes there?
Yes.
All right. Could you flip back to 10 and then? So looking at 10 NN, officer, you said it was consistent. What happened to that line of bushes?
They're not there.
Okay, what happened to the AC unit?
It's not there.
So how is that possible?
Well, when I got the information from the officer about memorialized what he told me what he found, he said it's by the Y building. I was assuming that Y building was where I indicated right there.
Oh, okay, so you just
back.
assumed that.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
It's in the same complex. The picture with the shell casings is in the same complex. I think it's in the next building back in that little courtyard.
Okay. But so you didn't go out to the scene and see where those 7.62 casings were, right?
I've said that a couple times.
So you can't say for sure actually that 10 NN is even where those were found, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I can say they came from the complex, but
Fair.
exactly where in the complex, I don't know.
Fair. And with this image, I'm going to point you to, I guess I can't really point to it. That corner right there, right?
Yes.
That's where Ms. Smith indicated one of the shooters would be, correct?
I don't recall that.
Where do you recall she said the shooters were?
She said, if my recollection is correct, she saw somebody walking down the breezeway.
Here?
Yes. I believe, yes.
Okay. So all those casings should be right there.
Yeah, but there's, the buildings are very similar in design, and there's two sets. So there's breezeway that goes through both sets of buildings.
Oh, okay. So they're very similar. So
So it's easily confused is what I'm saying as far as locations because the buildings look very similar.
okay. So you may have been easily confused, right?
I was confused, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, during the earlier parts of her interview, she had only talked about one shooter, right?
I recall she said she saw someone with a long gun and she heard shots. I don't recall if she indicated whether there's more than one shooter or not. I don't remember that. Should I refer
Okay.
to something?
So what earlier on in the interview, or when in her interview, I think you talked about, she said some things which weren't consistent.
Yep.
And then you consoled her.
Yes.
And then she was more consistent after that, right?
Yes.
So when was it that she began telling you, back this up. At what point between those did she go from one shooter to two shooters?
I know when she described to me, she said she described the two guys that she was with, and she described each one of them having a different kind of weapon. I recall that, but I don't recall if she stated that she saw anybody shooting. She just stated that she heard shots and ran.
Okay.
Saw both of them with guns, but I don't recall if she said she saw them shooting.
Yes. My question was, when in her interview, before or after the consoling?
It was after the consoling.
Okay. Because before that, it was only one shooter, right?
I knew that story she was telling me was crap, so I really wasn't paying much attention to it.
Okay.
So I don't remember what she said.
And it was between what was the consoling? I'll go there.
What was what?
When you consoled her.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm a husband and a father. I've got a daughter. I just spoke to her in a fatherly tone, assured her of her safety, and calmed her down and encouraged her to tell the truth.
Okay. But she didn't start doing that until after she was told to, I think, sing her ass off, right?
I don't recall if that was said or who said it.
You don't recall that?
I'm not saying it wasn't said. I just don't remember who said it. Yeah.
Okay. And there were discussions during that interview about whether she was implicating herself, right?
I don't recall.
Whether she could be going home or not?
I don't remember that.
She wasn't concerned with, or didn't seem as though she was concerned about getting in trouble?
She was concerned about getting in trouble, yeah.
Okay. And so I want to back it up. She came in, she's telling you a bunch of things. They're not adding up. You console her. And then she is telling you something consistent with the evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. But that part didn't happen until you were the first one to bring up that someone had a rifle, right? As opposed to just a small gun, right?
I indicated that there were two types of shell casings, a rifle round and a small caliber.
Okay. Before that, she had not described two types of rounds, correct?
Like I said, I haven't seen that interview in quite a while. I do not recall.
Okay. You're the one who brought up a second person there to ambush, right?
I described two types of shell casings indicating that it was two shooters, yes. Implication there is it's two shooters.
Okay. So you made that implication and then we had two shooters, right?
Yes.
Okay. What more did you do to confirm what she was telling you?
And what, do you have an example that you'd like me to answer? Because she told me a lot.
Right. She told you about different things that Mr. Mitchell did or Mr. Uten did, right?
Yes.
And those weren't consistent with what you learned from them, right?
Yeah, they were fairly consistent.
Okay. So when you spoke to Mr. Mitchell, that's when you learned about him putting a gun to her head?
Oh, yeah, she did say that about him, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, that's the story I didn't believe her, so I forgot about it, yeah.
So it would make sense if she's telling you these stories that you would want to confirm them, right?
If it's the truth, yes.
Right. And she told you things about, well, let me ask you. You never went back to Mr. Uten or Mr. Mitchell and asked about whether everyone had been chatting together, like she told you, right?
Oh, no, they described in their interview that they had been texting with the girls.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant that everyone, the defendants, everyone came out and was chatting together before this happened.
I don't think that came out with Mitchell and.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So they didn't say it, she did, but you didn't go back and say, hey, this witness told me this. No? Okay. And you didn't go back and look at her Instagram records, right?
I don't think so, no.
So you couldn't confirm whether she said she'd been talking to the victim every day, right?
Bless you, the victim. No, I didn't.
Okay. You could have though, right? Because you said you got her records or you ordered them, did a warrant for them?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you about a specific type of van that Mr. Ryan's mother drove, correct?
Yes.
You didn't go check and see if she actually had a van like that, did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And that's in your report?
I don't think so, but I did do it. I noticed it. Let me look see. It might be in the report. We went to go talk to his mother.
Mm-hmm. She was cooperative, right?
She was.
You didn't ask to search the van, did you?
No.
And that van would have been, based on what you were told, used basically as a getaway vehicle, right?
Yes.
So it could have a murder weapon in it, right?
Yes.
Could have gunshot residue all over the steering wheel, right?
No, unless it was shot from the car.
Okay. Those wouldn't transfer from someone's hands?
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe. But you didn't get a search warrant to check either of those things, did you?
No.
And within just a few hours, you had an address for Mr. Blaylock, correct?
I did.
And you didn't get a search warrant for that apartment either?
No.
So you made no effort to look for what would have been the alleged murder weapon, right?
That's correct.
Okay. That would have been useful, right? If you had that, that's great evidence.
I've worked 100 murders. I never got one.
Never.
Mr. Bassi, let's pause for a minute and take our morning break. And if you want him to look at whatever that portion was while we break. Okay. All right.
Sure. He's welcome to. And Officer, I'll hand you your other transcripts and you can look at whatever you need to.
And can I ask you to actually step outside if you don't mind?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I've just got to deal with another matter.
How about you start with whatever it is that you wanted him to actually, that you asked him on the stand about? Okay. I mean, you can give him all of them, but I'd like for him to start with the one that you specifically asked about.
They'll be here.
All right. Okay, so there's been some back and forth about the whole Mitchell, that's his last name, right, thing. And Ms. Abbasi, you said that you kind of gestured in a vague direction towards the holding cell door at the end of the day without mentioning anybody's name, and asked who the witnesses would be tomorrow, which is now today. And the state's answer did not include either of those people. And then, of course, there was some point in time in which the state was maybe going to get Mr. Mitchell, and I don't know what they were going to do, put him on the stand, just, I don't know, as a concession to Ms. Abbasi, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, just FYI, Mr. Mitchell is here and available. I'm just letting y'all know that. And I kind of need to know before the lunch hour, or whenever this next, the witness that's on the stand right now is over with, if he's going to be called, let's go ahead and call him next so that he can be whatever's going to happen and then transported away back to where he has been staying before this time.
The issue raised on the defense is his messages would kind of affect what sort of road we went down with the defense. We've already gone down that road.
All right.
The mistrial has been denied. There's no further, I'm no longer insisting at this point he be called. Whatever damage has been done has been done. So working with what we have.
Just wanted to let y'all know. Okay, so then does the state want to call him? If not, tell me now and I'll have him shipped back.
No, I think this line of hearsay questions has cured any sort of issue as it relates to a mistrial and confronting Mr. Mitchell, since she's been able to do it without Mr. Mitchell even testifying.
All right. Thank you. Let's take our break.
The only person who ever gave you any indication that Mr. Ryan knew Mitchell, Mr. Uten, victim, anyone in the car was Mariah. She's the only person who said they knew one another, right?
That you confused me a little bit. Say that again. Say it again.
The only person who said that Mr. Ryan knew Mr. Uten, the victim, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Mitchell, only person who said they knew each other was Mariah, correct?
I don't recall that.
Did you look at your interview?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I did, but I forgot what you asked me for to be looking for in there.
Okay.
Maybe it's a question. Ask me each person at a time. So Mariah, you're saying Mariah said she knew Mitchell.
Mariah told you was the only Mariah indicated, whether through this or something else, Mr. Ryan had some contact, knew the existence of Mr. Uten, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Holmes, right? You never went to any of them and said, hey, do you know this guy?
No.
Okay. And they never, gave you any names saying, I think it was this person, or I have a problem with this. Nothing.
They who?
Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten.
They said they did not know who shot at them.
Had no idea.
That's correct.
And didn't ask them if they, had any problems with Mr. Ryan or Mr. Blaylock, right?
Yeah, they said, yeah, they're correct. Yeah.
Okay. And Mariah, she never told you anything about being locked in a basement, did she?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And she didn't tell you anything about Mr. Blaylock attacking her, did she?
Other than when Mr. Blaylock. Oh, no.
Okay.
No, not that I remember.
All right. And so based on the evidence you had, the person who fired the 762 was tall, right?
I was described, he was described as being tall, I believe. Just
All
a
right.
second, let me double check it. They said.
And I can get you a transcript of your interview with Mr. Uten if that further helps. Too,
I bet you can. Let's see. Yes.
Okay. So Mr. 762 is tall. And based on all of that evidence, was your conclusion that Mr. Blaylock was the one with the 762, right? Page 18?
Page 18. Of what? Which one am I looking at?
Your report.
Well, if you got a page 18, you're doing better than me. I got 17 pages.
Oh.
Okay, I see what you're referring to. Yes.
Yep. So final conclusion you came to based on everything you reviewed was that Mr. Blaylock had the rifle.
That's what I wrote. Yes.
Gotcha. All right. So we have rifle rounds, and then we have all these other casings from a smaller gun, from a 9mm, correct?
Yes.
All right. And those casings were found very, very close to the vehicle where the victim was, correct?
There were casings on top of the car. Yes.
Okay. And casings on top of the car, you don't know how they got there, did you? Or do you?
I didn't see them be placed there or fall there. No.
Okay. Did you speak to the EMS, the emergency services people who would have been there responding?
They were gone when I got there.
Okay. So you're not sure whether they had to move anything to get to Mr. Holmes?
It was obvious that the hat we found on top of the car was placed there by someone.
Right.
I don't know who. But I guess it's plausible that somebody would say, hey, there's a shell casing, let's put it on top of the car.
Yeah. So they wouldn't want to lose it.
Don't know why they do that, but yeah.
Okay. So you discussed with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten whether they had guns, correct?
Yes.
They both had guns, right?
Yes.
And you never asked them if they shot, did you?
Mitchell said his gun was empty.
Okay.
Uten, I don't recall ever asking that specific question.
Right. You didn't ask him what kind of a gun he had, right?
I don't recall
Okay.
asking him.
Y'all, we got some breaking news per Miss Sylvia. We got some breaking news per Miss Sylvia. I'm watching Miss Sylvia on my other computer, Doris. I'm watching Miss Sylvia on my, it's over here, but this is backward. We got some breaking news, y'all. Per Miss Sylvia. Per Miss Sylvia. She says that plea negotiations have been ongoing and that Shannon and Thug both turned their plea deals down, and that the reason that they're not in court today doesn't have to do with the plea deals. So, according to Miss Sylvia, there were plea offers. Jeffrey Shannon turned it down, and she thinks Yak, but she said she believes Jeffrey, Shannon, and Yak all turned down the plea deals as of now. I don't know. Let me see. I don't know if there's any continuing negotiation, but she also says that the lack of court is for an outside reason. for an outside reason, y'all. So, what do y'all think about that, y'all? Miss Sylvia did say this morning, I was watching her stream. Miss Sylvia said this morning that, so yesterday she was alluding to this trial might be over soon. But this morning on her drive in, she said she doesn't think that this case is going to end today. And now she's reaffirming that, saying that she believes this case is going to go all the way to the end. Supreme Court, give a source. Is this Georgia Supreme Court? Excuse me. Is it Georgia Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court? Y'all got to give me more information. So why was court canceled for today or tomorrow? I'm listening. Let me see here. It's over. Where are her sources? Miss Sylvia, she knows people. Miss Sylvia says she does know why there's no court and it doesn't have anything to do with mistrial, but she can't share why. So she said that she knows why there's no court, but it's not because of the mistrial stuff. So she dropped those gems. Y'all go subscribe to Miss Sylvia's channel, please. Probably the infamous Slide. She has 2 channels, and it's kind of like unfortunate that she has to divide up her audience between 2 channels, because on one channel she has her primary audience, and then that got demonetized. So now she has like a second channel, and you can only become a member on the second channel, but she still posts on the first channel. So you kind of get divided in attention there. But she says she's affirming she does not believe this trial is going to end yet. What if the trial doesn't end, y'all? I just broke in because I'm lurking here, you know. I have this playing in the background, but meaning I had this video playing for y'all in the background, but I've been lurking over here, just keeping up with Twitter and stuff, reading through certain things, trying to figure out, you know, is there anything to talk about? And so what do y'all think about this? What do you think? What would be your feeling if we just back Monday, like, hey, okay, so Slime Life Shouty, would you please read this caption again and we just back? So LTO, Miss Sylvia she's in the courtroom. How does she know? She's in the courtroom. She knows people. I don't ever doubt what Miss Sylvia says if she's saying it factually speaking, just because she normally has the goods. Robin Dolphin says negotiations. Irvin Umeki, Irvin says not guilty. Georgia Supreme Court has stepped in. Is this a factual statement? Is this your opinion? And if they did step in factually speaking, how did they step in? What did they step in and do? I'm currently not seeing any information about Georgia State Supreme Court stepping in. Okay. So Thug Shirt today. Dennis Byron, y'all go follow Dennis Byron on X. This apparently is due to Thug's girlfriend birthday coming up. Apparently. That's very nice of him. All right. Georgia Supreme Court. I'm keeping it here, y'all, because I'm scrolling on my X, and you know, you never know what's gonna come up on these feeds like y'all saw yesterday. Stuff getting weird. What is your source for this information? Tomorrow is canceled, so there's no court tomorrow. Why take a deal if you're innocent? Excuse me. Teddy B, it all depends. It depends on the term of the deal. if they were to tell me, look, if they were to tell me, the problem is this: if I take a deal as thug, am I throwing my brothers under the bus? That's number one, because you have to think about how the deal ripples across the other defendants. But let's say you just speaking personally. All right, I've been in jail 2 years. They say they're going to give me 2 years they're going to give me time served plus 2 years of probation. All charges dropped. And after I serve my 2 years probation, they're going to expunge my record so I won't be a felon. And I could just end this now. I'm probably going to take it. Now, this is if I don't have to do anything that's going to hurt the other defendants, okay? If I could do that, I would probably just take it. I can end it now, get back on the streets, start making some money, stay clean for 2 years, and then have my record expunged. So I'm not going to be a felon anymore. I think I would take that. Again, I'm not in his position. I'm not speaking for him. I'm not saying what would happen if as a condition of that or implication of that, my boy's going to be thrown under the bus. So you have to think about a lot. Probably to protect her source. Yeah, Miss Sylvia is protecting her source. I stay in Atlanta. People was all over the courthouse. Yeah, today would have been one of those days. Respectfully, it sounds like Miss Sylvia doesn't know what's going on either. Maybe. I feel like Miss Sylvia is usually on point. She seems like she's usually on point, big head. Plea deals being offered means state is losing confidence. Well, remember, Judge Whitaker has encouraged plea deal negotiations at least twice on the record in court. So, I wouldn't be surprised if Judge Whitaker directed them to talk or suggested them to talk. I wouldn't be surprised about that. Sonia's feelings and won't take the deal. Hope their attorneys read the pleas very carefully. Again, Miss Sylvia is saying that her information is that they did not take the deal. Y'all, Miss Sylvia knows the lawyers. She's in there every day. She's been in the trial since day one. Y'all don't think she has somebody's telephone number? Y'all don't think, again, I'm not vouching for her as in I know her, but I don't think she has any incentive to just pop on here and start spreading falsehoods. Thugger want to come home. Prosecutors want a mistrial without prejudice so they can retry. Yeah, exactly. Can we get an alternate? Oh, y'all not feeling Miss Sylvia, huh? All right. Well, I am on X right now. That's why I'm not showing it to you. And I don't have an alternate source, y'all. I don't have an alternate source right now. So if y'all don't find Miss Sylvia credible, then it is what it is. But that's the source we have right now. Plea deals are much better than not guilty for the state. I agree with that. 1,000,000%. I stay in Atlanta case is over. Why you think still stop talking? I stay in Atlanta. This case is over. Why you think still stop talking? I don't know what you mean by case is over. You mean the plea deals have been signed? They waste a lot of tax money to convict them. And if it's not guilty, that's a very bad look. Totally agree. I'm not sure, but do you think they will look into Lil Rod's case now? Well, he has an appeal pending. So you do want to wonder if they would amend or be able to bring any additional evidence from this trial into the appeal. I would imagine yes. Mistrial with prejudice. You're saying that, but I'm not seeing it. So I don't know where that's coming from exactly. People like Thugger Daily have not reported on it. Oh, hold up. Somebody said Thugger Daily is a group. And we had a little bit of not a debate, but a little back and forth about that yesterday. And this says discussion tonight with both Thugger Dailies. So whoever said Thugger Daily is a group and 2 or more is needed to form a group, I guess maybe you were right. This says both Thugger Dailies. So, and there's two emojis here. So looks like there are at least 2 people in Thugger. If they found innocent, can they sue the state? They probably could, but I don't think that lawsuit would go anywhere unless they had direct evidence of not misconduct, but malicious prosecution. That's good news for defense and the breach that represents the two best players who need to get the deal. And sorry, man, I'm not reading this very well, but let's just say that's good news for the defense. Again, this is from Miss Sylvia. I find Miss Sylvia to be pretty credible, but you know, your mileage may vary. I guess that should find another source. Again, yeah, I agree with that. It's always good to have more than one source. I agree with that. I haven't seen it anywhere else though. There's a discussion night tonight with both Thugger. So Thugger Daily is a collective. I did not know that, y'all. I'm learning something new every day. So Thugger Daily is not a person, but it's a group. I would lose my ever-loving mind if they just pick. Miss Sylvia just said right now that on Monday or the next court date, they are going to pick up where they left off. I repeat, Miss Sylvia just said that on whatever the next court date it is, this trial is going to pick up where it left off and continue. So, Amy, is that what we don't know the future? And Miss Sylvia, I'm sure, is saying as of now, that's the trajectory. Anything could change tomorrow or later today or whatever this weekend. But as of now, according to Miss Sylvia, the trajectory of everything is if things don't radically change, we're going to be back in court Monday or whatever the next court date is. Irvin, it looks like, according to Miss Sylvia, we're going to be back. I'm going to keep listening while I'm talking to y'all. Okay. Yumika. Okay. Yumika. Thank you, Yumika. I appreciate that. I love pronouncing people's names correctly. Yumika, would you join? Would you become a member? Would you join us? So I can say Yumika every day? They can't sue for incompetence, unfortunately. Correct. You can't sue just for incompetence. They have to step in. They told them stop wasting taxpayers' money. Now what the F is going on? Hey, how's it going, Ashley? Ashley, I just said Miss Sylvia. Y'all do check out Miss Sylvia. It sounds like there might be a little bit of hesitancy toward Miss Sylvia here. But for the people who don't have hesitancy toward Miss Sylvia, she just said on her channel, and I'm reposting, but I'm giving her credit, that Thug, Shannon, and Yak all turned down plea deals. That's according to Miss Sylvia. Yes, Air, I'm back. I've been here the whole time. I was just letting the video play while I was doing some other stuff here on this other computer. But I was checking on information about this case periodically, and we got Miss Sylvia, who has reported that according to her sources, according to her understanding, Thug, Yak, and Shannon have turned down deals, and that as far as Sylvia is concerned, this case is just going to pick up. I cannot wait for them to tour together. That's going to be a big tour. It's decimation of character. They saying they kill someone. Yep. I thought he was talking about the liar. I'm not sure. Sometimes these comments I get a little bit lost. Y'all, I'm going to just skip down to the most recent comments. Thug not taking a deal, that leaves him with a charge. That's why I said if the prosecution is smart, they would allow him to have the felony, but then maybe give him an expungement deal if they could line it up like that, where they could represent it as a felony conviction or felony plea or what have you, but then give him the option to just stay clean for X number of years and get it expunged. But y'all, I mean, I'm thinking about risk versus reward here, you know? I mean, you're going to win this trial, but you're going to be sitting for another. I mean, look at this. Okay, look at this. The way this trial is going, the prosecution was able to get 19 witnesses. 19, y'all. The day that Lucci's mom came onto the stand, that was a day that they did 19 witnesses in one day. But what benefit is it to you if you can get 19 witnesses in one day every once in a while? Then you're going to have other situations where you cut court short and have 2 days with no court because of shenanigans. Do y'all feel me? My point is, you sitting in jail, you want this to be over as quickly as possible. You see that the prosecution can do 19 witnesses in a day. They say they got 100 witnesses. Okay, well then run through them all in 2-3 weeks then, please. Okay, but then on one witness, they're going to take half a day off, next day off, and then who knows what's going to happen on Monday. So I'm talking about the time factor of sitting in jail or prison. But maybe at this point, it's just like their regular routine and they like, nah, I'm cool, I'm comfortable, I got money coming in. You know, we taken care of. So, you know, maybe it's not the same as what I would think. I wouldn't take the plea deal either, but got to wonder if it's another 6 months of paying for premium lawyers and no guarantee that you'll ever be free. Thug gonna get free. Based on the evidence we've seen thus far, this is no Rico. The other guys, I don't know. I don't know. They should stick together. I'm skipping down to the most recent comments, y'all. I got no court tomorrow. Miss Sylvia said she knows, but she's not going to tell us. So who knows? Who knows? There's all kinds of secrets all the time, y'all. It's always secrets. Doug has a felony. He can't tour out of the country. It would be more difficult for sure. Doesn't mean if they take it, the judge can still rule it. Yeah, I agree with that. But the judge has been the person pushing them for plea deals. So I don't think that the judge is going to miss the opportunity to approve some plea deals. Fonny's deal would be bad. That 19 witness day killed me. The whole trial could have been running like that. Wasn't that crazy? 19 in a day. I'm like, whoa. Most guys in Rico are dead or in jail or waiting to go to jail. Rico is a terrible, terrible, terrible charge. Rico is a terrible charge. Zempai, I think both. I saw a video earlier today with the judge offering a mistrial without prejudice. But yeah, that was yesterday. That was last night. Well, yesterday afternoon. That was yesterday afternoon. If Thugger make a deal, does that mean Gunner's still a snitch? So I asked that question about Slime Life Shawty, Woonie Lee, Mo Twin. I asked that same question about Slime Life Shawty. I asked that question. If this whole trial were over now and it was as a result of Woody Lee's faux pas, mess up, F up yesterday, but he still has never had to really get into the nitty gritty of what happened, of testifying, would he still be considered a snitch? And everybody's like snitch, rat, blah, blah, blah. So I think Gunner got away easy. And I'm not going to talk too much about this because y'all know I'm not the snitch guy. That's not my lane. But I think Gunner got off easier because he never had to take the stand. Let me ask y'all a question. There are certain moments during this trial where you just feel the tension. Woody had a number of those moments. Seeing Montunk get the handcuffs put on him was one of those moments. It was a big moment of just tension. But also yesterday when they were asking Woody Lee to point out the different people in the courtroom, did y'all feel the betrayal? Let's just keep it real. Did y'all feel like, yo, this is the moment where the betrayal is happening? For me, it wasn't the walking in, it wasn't the sitting down, it wasn't the saying of his name and spelling it, but it was like, do you see that person in the courtroom? And it's so funny because at first when he was talking about Mr. Nichols, they were like, do you see him in the courtroom? He said, for real, no, I don't. Oh, yes, I do. I was like, nah. I mean, just the because he's like, nah, actually, I don't see him. Oh, yeah. He over there. It's like, oh, shoot. So, sorry, somebody's calling me. So, I think as it relates to Gunner, he got to get out of this whole thing without taking a stand. 27 years. Hey, hit me up now. I changed my settings on Twitter. You should be able to hit me up. I had it on. I think nobody could send me a message unless I sent them one first, which obviously is not good for business or anything. So you should be able to hit me up now so we can talk. All right. Direct messages. Everyone can send me direct messages. All right. So hit me up. Yeah, that Montunk thing was intense, was sad. But also, again, yesterday when Woody Lee was having to point people out in court, it was like, oh, shoot, this is the moment everybody's going to remember and call him a snitch for. Because the pointing of people out is a direct confrontation. It's almost like, I mean, shoot, I was about to say it's almost like pointing people out, but that's exactly what it is. So, but again, I'm not going to go too far into all of that because truthfully, that's not my lane. The stuff that you cannot say, bro, respect, but I got this one from here. Who thinks that brothers who have given witness statements to the state, do you think? The thing about it is, I'm just not here to say who. I'm not here to try to have the whole snitch conversation too deep. I mean, we could touch on it because it's a valid kind of surface topic we can get into. But there are people who will sit down and talk for an hour about snitch stuff, and I'm not that interested in it. I can say, and I've said this before, when you sign a piece of paper saying that YSL is a gang and that you have factual knowledge that certain people did a certain thing in furtherance of the gang, that's tough, y'all. I am not the person that's going to sit here and say, whatever. I'm not saying anything else besides that's freaking tough. That's your friends. And, that's tough. It's just tough. It's tough when you do that. That's tough. Okay, he would have been Montunk if he lied and he said he didn't see them. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're right. He was probably in a very tough position. I don't need it if I'm in prison. Yeah. Zenpai has been kind of defending the state a little bit, which I don't mind. Y'all listen. Y'all know what really flipped? I think it flips most people out is you hear about this lady, Fonnie Willis. You hear that she's coming to clean up the streets of Georgia. You hear that once she did certain things, the crime rate dropped a certain percentage and blah, blah, blah. And so as a person who wants a safe neighborhood, as a parent, as a person who wants to be able to take a walk your dog at 8:00 at night, as a person who wants to be able to buy nice things and have them in your house and not get robbed, you hear about a person cleaning up the streets and you're like, oh yeah, that sounds good. We all want safety, right? We all want safety. We all want to be able to drop our kids off at the bus stop and not worry about somebody abducting them or a stray bullet hitting them or a drunk driver running them over. We all want to be able to jog, try to get in shape and not have to worry about, somebody robbing us or whatever. So but The thing is, now once you start watching the trial, you say, oh, so this is kind of a smoke and mirrors type of deal here. This is a little bit of smoke and mirrors. This is not what I thought it was going to be. This isn't what I thought it was going to be. And then you start saying, hold up. So is this how we going about it? And it really just gives you a whole different sense of this make the streets, clean up the streets thing, right? It gives you a whole different sense of the take the criminals off the streets. So you definitely, so for anybody who says, I want my streets to be safe, so do I. 10 million%. But if we have to do it like this, I'm not in favor of cutting corners, not like this. So that's my thing. That's my thing, Zenpa. Bloods, MS-13 are a gang, and they YSL is just some homies from same block who gave themselves a name. That is what that is a more or less the type of take I have on this. They are not a real gang. And even if you could consider them something akin to a gang, this was not a RICO. Now, and it wasn't a conspiracy to commit RICO either. Yeah, Jeremy, you know when I first heard about snitching as like a real thing is when the first time I heard about the street version of snitching is this. I was watching a guy named Jay Williams. He was doing prison stories. And I'll never forget him to say, I don't even talk to the police. That was the first time I understood that snitching in the street is not just telling on somebody, but you could be considered a snitch just for giving information to the police, even if you're not telling on anybody else other than yourself. I was like, dang, is it that serious? Like you can't even talk to the police? But everybody can talk to the police. Because y'all remember the whole, like, I think it was Vlad was talking to Lil Bibby or somebody. Forgive me if I got the wrong rapper. But he was like, so you wouldn't call the police if somebody did this to your mama? And like, no, I wouldn't call the police. Okay, but then, so you got jewelry? Yeah, I got jewelry. Is it insured? You got $5 million worth of jewelry? Is it insured? All right, so somebody steal your jewelry and you want to claim that insurance, you got to file a police report. You going to file it or not? There's always a reason you might have to talk to the police. So anybody who goes to that extreme about the snitching stuff, I don't believe it. There's always a reason. Okay, so you telling me if somebody were to accuse you of a crime that you didn't commit, you're not going to defend yourself? If you know that they, like, let's say, for example, people in a domestic violence situation, Jeremy, somebody's in a domestic violence situation and the person hurts their own self. Then they call the police and blame it on their partner. You're saying the partner can't say, no, I didn't do it. That person literally did it to themselves in front of me. That's snitching? Because I'm thinking most people, when the cops come to lock you up, you're going to be like, no, I literally just watched them do that to themselves. According to the streets, you couldn't even say, nah, they did it to themselves, because you'd be snitching on the person who's trying to literally do something to their own self and blame it on you. So that's why I don't get into it, because I don't really believe, I don't understand all the ins and outs about it. All right, so I kind of went off on a little bit of a snitch rant, but that's why I don't get into it, because I don't understand it. Yeah, Cameron, they asked him if he would snitch on his neighbor if he found out they were yeah, I think like a serial unaliver. Y'all don't believe all that stuff, okay? Don't believe all that stuff. People saying that stuff. Yeah, people saying that stuff on TV. I don't believe that stuff. I really don't. Particularly if the police are trying to say, hey, maybe you did one of these unalivings. You think he's not going to be like, nah, it was Buddy? Come on, please. Mistrial is a small thing. It's a major call. I agree with that. Criminal snitch, civilians testify. Hey, Renee, I like that. Thank God I have never had to either snitch or testify in my life. It's called getting the heat off them. Anybody named Jeremy? Come on, y'all. Let's not do that. Yeah. So, y'all, let me just repeat this real quick. Miss Sylvia says, according to the infamous Sylvia, there is no deal for Jeffrey. According to the infamous Sylvia, there is no deal for Yak Gotti. That they have rejected the deals. They have rejected the deals, according to Miss Sylvia. People have asked for another source. I don't have another source right now. I am looking feverishly. Oh, y'all can see me. I didn't know y'all were looking at me, but I'm looking online. I'm not seeing anything else. So I don't know. Anything is liable to pop up on freaking Twitter, y'all. Let's just leave it here. So according to Miss Sylvia, there's no deal for Yak Gotti, for SB, for Shannon, Yak, which is Diamante Kendrick, or for Jeffrey, which is Thug. I believe WL was watching this trial and knew about prejudicial bad character reference. It worked in his favor because the state didn't prep him. Mooney Lee. Yeah, Queen. You saw him say what? I wasn't supposed to say that. Now, we didn't get to see Hilton's face to know what kind of face she gave him. So that's why I'm kind of on the fence about it. But yeah, he wasn't watching. Come on. Everybody's watching. The type of ish of the content that you're talking about is dangerous and can ruin people's lives. So I agree with you, bro. Yeah, I think everybody from this trial is gonna be okay depending on how they play it. We see that Woody arguably has the worst snitch allegations on him of anybody in this trial, and so far has played it the best, probably by accident at first, but definitely at some point he realized what he had and he got a team around him, and now he's playing it on purpose. And Woody is a celebrity now. He's a legit celebrity. So, I don't think anything will happen till election is over. I don't think she's just going to drop this case after the election's over. Now, these things will continue to go wrong. Will she fight the same? TMZ just reported it's being said a decision for the defense's mistrial proposal and any potential plea deals will be made Monday. So why? I'm pulling up TMZ. I'm not going to show y'all TMZ just in case there's any kind of copyright stuff. I certainly don't want to run into any issues, but I'm scrolling TMZ right now. Big love for Mariah as mistrial looms Rico. Yeah, this was 11 o'clock in the morning. I don't know that TMZ has any additional information. Yeah, I don't think the trial was dismissed until Monday morning, where it's being said a decision for the defense's mistrial proposal and any plea deals will be made. Well, that makes sense in a way, y'all, because as somebody here mentioned, the judge has to hear and decide on the plea deals. And we won't be back until Monday. And there's an open mistrial motion on the table. So this is just deductive reasoning. If we come back Monday, what do we have on the table? We have an open mistrial motion. It is most likely that the judge will rule on the open mistrial motion when we come back to court. One, if there are any plea negotiations that are happening now, the judge must rule on them. When would the judge most likely rule on them? Whenever we get back to court. When are we coming back to court? Monday. So thank you for this, Nancy. But I think TMZ could anybody could kind of deductively reason this out. If we're back on Monday, that's when the motions and the petitions for a plea deal will both be resolved or ruled on. So yes, probably. They may have rejected an initial deal and are negotiating a better one. BB, I totally agree with that. But this is kind of high stakes, and I think both sides know what their limits are. And this is high stakes. I'm not sure that either side feels the need. So the reason why you would know that a deal could be made would be because one side needs the deal. One side needs the deal, or both sides need the deal. But I think Fani doesn't need the deal today because the election's coming up. And she can just let this case ride until after the election, and she's probably totally fine with that. And Thug doesn't need the deal because any deal means he's going to admit guilt. And he doesn't probably want to admit any guilt because in his eyes, he's not guilty. So while I agree that they might be playing hardball on both sides, it is also quite possible that they meet. They say, look, I want you to drop the charges on my client. You give him a misdemeanor, time served or whatever. He's out, blah, blah, blah. And Fani's like, look, whatever her offer would be. And they're just both like, nah. And it's like, okay, well, may the show continue. That's quite possible. Vera says they want to give Jeffrey life. I'm reading this, y'all, so I can be somewhat fair and balanced. Vera, is this the troll, y'all? I definitely don't want to engage with trolls. If Vera is not a troll, then I'd definitely like to know some rationale for that. We can all be YSL at this point. Still got something up his sleeve. Some people think he might have that McDonald's surveillance cam footage that he literally asked every investigator. I mean, that's going to be a meme from this trial. This trial, one of the memes has to be Steele asking about surveillance camera footage, because he must have asked at least 6 or 7 people after Detective Thorpe talked about it and just gave a nonsensical answer that the surveillance cam footage erases all of the footage every 2 weeks and starts from scratch, as opposed to has a rolling system where on day 15 it erases day 1 or writes over day 1. Day 16 it writes over day 2. Thorpe said no, on day 15 it just literally it wipes the whole thing and starts over from scratch. And Steele's like, yo, I'm gonna ask every investigator who comes to the stand about surveillance footage for the rest of this trial. Thug coming home, trust me. I agree with you about the Woody comment. I think you're talking to me. Hey, bro, glad you're still alive. I had an emergency. All right, Andre, I hope you're doing okay, man. Yeah, I was playing a video, but Miss Sylvia came on and gave some information, so we wanted to just discuss that. Woody's not a celebrity. Woody is a celebrity, y'all. Now, he's not a superstar, but he is a celebrity. He's even on temporary celebrity status. If you go to the mall in your area, in your city, and people stop you repeatedly and ask for your autograph and ask for a picture and give you love, then you're a celebrity in that town. Now, he might not be a nationwide celebrity, but he's a celebrity in a lot of towns in this country, a lot of cities. I don't think the state preps any of YSL. They don't want to throw them in jail. They want to throw them in jail. TMZ is trash. Yeah, I don't think they offered anything new. I don't think they offered anything that we couldn't deduce. Sylvia is a woman who has been going to the court practically every day since day one. She is a inside of the court reporter. If you've been watching the trial, she's actually appeared before Judge Whitaker a couple of times. One, when they were renewing their Rule 22 motions. Did she have to go up? I know Judge Whitaker called her up about her descriptions of the jurors. She called her up once for that. And the other day when Detective Gaither, Judge Whitaker thought somebody had taken a picture. She called Miss Sylvia up to ask about that, but it turns out nobody had taken a picture of Gaither. Welcome back to Andre. Got over 20 years in jail. I've always went by myself. Watch your, I don't know who you're talking to, but we will all watch what we say about everybody, y'all. We want to respect everybody. Would not accept plea deal for anything more than misdemeanors and time served. There's so many reversible errors. Any conviction will not stand on appeal. Probably. Still is who he is. He not letting it go down. Fonnie should have let it. Fonnie should have let Thug go. No evidence. Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with that. All right, y'all. Let's not get into the conversation about prison, please. I'm not proud of it. It just is what it is. It's all right, y'all. Listen, people, we have people here who've been to prison, who've been to jail. They keep saying the trial taking too long and they're taking breaks for days. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. We're on practically a 2.5 day break right now. The other week they had like a 6 day break. Plus we're in a holiday season and just natural built-in breaks are coming up anyway. Okay, cool, good. Glad you're feeling better. Yes, you're gonna lose exactly, bro. I just said that. Again, y'all, I've been saying this. Somebody gonna be found guilty of something. Don't forget, you got 6 defendants with over 50 charges, 50 counts on the indictment. Somebody gonna get found guilty of something. Y'all better believe that. Now, who will it be? Who will it be and for how long will it be and all of that stuff? We don't know. But somebody gonna get found guilty of something. Sylvia is close with defendant attorneys and families, has been in the courtroom since before day one. She's probably the most reliable source of information. Next to say anything else is a lie. Well, again, I've always found Miss Sylvia to be a credible and reliable source of information. So I'm, but people can make up their own minds. All right, y'all. We've been on since 8:30. I think I'll go to 4:30. We make it a solid 8 hours. I know I played some videos and then we'll wrap it up at about 4:30. So we'll go for another 20 minutes or so. I kind of like this, y'all. This is great. If we could have this discussion and have people in here every day, that would be so tight. What did you miss? Andre, so I was playing some videos while I was kind of doing some other things. We have a bunch of people here in the chat, so I didn't want to close it out early. And Miss Sylvia came on live and said that Shannon, Thug, and Yak have all declined their plea deals. Shannon, Thug, and Yak have all declined their plea deals, according to Miss Sylvia. So that's where we stand. And she said, according to her, this is going to be a trial that lasts until a jury verdict. Miss Sylvia says she does not see a mistrial happening. She does not see this ending in plea deals, even though there might be pleas, maybe from other. She didn't say this part, but I'm adding this part. She only mentioned Thug, Shannon, and Yak. So you could have plea deals if somebody else might take one. She didn't say that. I'm saying that part. But that would still leave the trial intact. And that, that might change the length of the trial because the prosecutors might not have to offer the evidence about some of the other defendants. But then you do have to wonder if there's a deal, they probably are going to require those defendants to testify against the remaining defendants. So you still kind of have this weird situation where maybe the trial doesn't get that much shorter because now you have to have more witnesses testifying. So who knows? He has fans, definitely is on his 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, again, I get somebody taking exception to the word celebrity. I'm not using that word like Tom Cruise, right? I'm not using it like LeBron James. I'm using it to signify that he's a recognizable face that people, when they see him, they're gravitated to him. They want to take pictures with him. They want to be in his presence. They want to be around him. They recognize he's recognizable. He causes, young girls to go, all that stuff. That's a celebrity. I mean, he's not LeBron James for sure, but my man he's out there and he's, Young Nino, trial isn't fair. That's the understatement of the year. The jury has people at home that be in their ears putting them on gang also. They know Thug is innocent. So I believe, Silk, that I believe a few things. I don't think the jury is doing a lot of independent investigation. One, because they're not supposed to, and two, they're probably tired of the trial by now. But you didn't say independent investigation. You said other people that they know are finding out information and are probably informing the jurors about this. And you're going to have different personality types in the jury. You're going to have the talkative type like me, who you could hit me up like, yo, what about this? And I'm like, yo, I'm not saying I'm going to break the rules, but I'm the type where I like to talk, as you can see. Then you have the other, maybe some people who are just more relaxed, chill, quiet, who just don't want to talk about stuff. So are there going to be a few jurors who are more or less regularly getting information outside of the trial, processing it, etc.? Processing as in thinking it over, debating it with somebody or whatever. Probably. I mean, it's difficult to think there aren't 3 or 4 of them who aren't going to be more or less up to date and have thought about this stuff due to conversation. So I don't think all of them by any stretch, but I definitely think more than just 1 or 2. Do they think Thug is innocent? Y'all, I don't know about that. I don't think anybody's presented any kind of real evidence that he's done anything yet. I don't think anybody's presented any real evidence he's done anything yet. The most evidence they have against Thug is that he rented a car that may have been used in a murder. The most evidence they have against Thug, and you know what? When this trial first started, wasn't that the number one thing that came out against Thug? Believe it. Remember, y'all, go back. When this indictment first hit, or the charges were first placed, they were like, yeah, he rented a car that they used in a murder. And it was like, dang, did he just rent a car so that somebody can use it to go kill somebody? That doesn't sound very smart. But you could see if he did something like that on purpose, which is the way they presented it to everybody, it's like, well, yeah, that's definitely a crime. But now, as you start to listen to the evidence in the trial, Woody was being, his life was on the line. He was being targeted. He said he asked Thug to rent a car for him so that he didn't have to drive his normal car, which is apparently his brother's car. But so he didn't have to drive his normal car because people shooting at him. And it's like, well, hold up. That's not quite the story that I heard when I first heard about this whole thing. That's like a dude trying to help his boy out. You know? No, not, yeah, because, well, Woody was, I don't know if people were shooting at him yet, but he had that problem with Shell Kell because of the fight. So he didn't want to ride around in his car. Most people do feel that way. It's going well for them. Sick of the judge always excusing the state shenanigans and mistakes. It's obvious at the point they're intentionally done. Y'all know the sad thing? The sad thing is this. There's going to be more mistakes. This is endemic. Have y'all ever been in a relationship with somebody, romantic, and they do something you don't like and they recognize it and they say they're going to stop, they're going to correct it, they promise? Or have you been that person maybe? Like, I promise you I won't do this, I'll stop, blah, blah, blah. Might be smoking cigarettes, might be whatever, drinking, it might be playing video games, whatever it is. And either whether it's you or somebody, but even your kids, you just, at some point you realize, no, this is not going to stop. Like, it might stop one day, but it won't stop now because you said so. Because you're just not capable of stopping it. Or maybe it's yourself. You're like, I'm just not able to stop this thing right now. It's like part of you, or it's like part of them. It's like the way you, like one of my daughters, I'm not going to say which one. I have two daughters. And one of my daughters always drops stuff. Like her phone, whatever it is, she's just always dropping something. And I'm like, would you just pay more attention? Like anytime I hear something hit the floor, I'm like, 9 times out of 10, I know who dropped it. That's how the state is, y'all. These mistakes are not something that are happening. Sometimes, we can debate, are they on purpose or not? But the state is not something they can control. So we're thinking, why don't y'all they can't stop. They can't. There will be more mistakes. That is the type of case they have. It's just the way everything's set up. So I'm not saying any individual on the state is like clumsy, but as a group, and in this trial, this is a clumsy trial for the state, and it's going to keep being clumsy. There's no possibility, in my opinion, that they stop being clumsy. They're just clumsy with this trial. So because they're clumsy with this trial, we're going to see more clumsiness. Okay, so that's the weird thing about this. We're going to see another mistrial motion. We're going to see 2, 3, 4 more mistrial motions. This whole thing is not going to change anything. Okay, I don't think Woody did Lil Nut. Honestly, are we sure it wasn't an inside job? It was easy to blame YSL. One of the first people who only I've heard a few people say they don't think Woody did it. Most people say they do. See, here we go. I just chose the next comment at random, and it's Woody definitely is. I didn't even choose it for that reason, but most people think Woody did it. I don't have an opinion, y'all. I only learned about this whole scenario through this trial, and I'm just as lost as anybody. I'm just as lost as anybody about that. Too many errors. To be fair, I don't know who is guilty. The rental information of Thug was clear propaganda. That was clear propaganda. And I feel duped because I was like, dang, so this rapper is out here renting cars so Bamas could spin the block, like for real, like they doing it like that. That's crazy. And then you hear about what was really happening, and you say, "Oh, that's not the way they really got me with that one. They duped me." LOL, that's my son. If something was spilled, I already know who did it. And no matter how many times I say slow down, he's like, yeah, that's my daughter. So that's how the state is. They're spilling this case. They're spilling themselves. They're spilling this case. State already know who killed that dude. They just want Thug since he's the breadwinner. Why come the state gotta lie and keep making? I don't know. Who knows? Sprinkle said he didn't believe this should have been open and shut. Sprinkle said he didn't believe Thug did it. So is that not enough? If Sprinkle said he didn't believe Thug did it, why wasn't that enough? Wonder why they aren't taking this back up tomorrow. Miss Sylvia said there's a reason, but it doesn't have to do with the negotiations. She wouldn't say why. Question everything says sloppy. Yes, sloppy. Also, some people have wondered whether the defense is going to try to get rid of Whitaker. I have also put that out as a poll, I believe, and asked the question to the chat. Do y'all think that they should try to get rid of Whitaker? And Miss Sylvia says no. Thugger Daily says he doesn't think so, that they love Whitaker. I also said no, I don't think they should try to get rid of Whitaker, but I did say I think that they would have grounds to do so if they saw it was in their interest. I just said I don't think it's in their interest. I don't think it's in their interest to try to get rid of Miss Whitaker, of Judge Whitaker. I do think it's in their interest to go on record that they take exception to what she said in court. I think it's in their interest to go on record and say, Judge, we would like to, and I don't know what kind of, maybe just put on the record that we take exception to the court fixing the prosecution's sloppiness, and we take exception to the court trying to prevent us, this trial from being a waste of time, meaning a 10 to 12 months waste in the sense of if it were to end, it would have been a waste. I just think they need to go on the record with that. And if we don't see them go on the record with that, it would be a little bit surprising to me, because that is a let's say it's something that they have to cause Whitaker to know that if that's what she's been doing, going on the record against it means you can't do it again, or else we have, again, grounds to request a mistrial with prejudice because of your actions. I think they already could, frankly, but it might not be as successful as if they go on record, put her on notice in a respectful tone. This would be a Brian Steele move for sure. This would 100% be a Brian Steele move because he knows how to do it. Put her on notice that this is inappropriate, but of course they would use the correct words. And then that way, if they get any inclination she's doing this again, they will have had her on notice. And that's very important in legal circles, to put people on notice, because then when they do the same thing again, they can't claim, oh, I didn't know or whatever. Woody is a total celebrity in the Southeast for sure. Yeah, again, I've seen the media where he's walked into a mall or what have you, and he's the man down there. Also, didn't they say Woody put $100,000 on Thug's legal fees? You go from some unknown guy in May, unknown in the world, to by September, October, you have enough money to give away $100,000, allegedly. My son used to hang around Thug and them in 2014. I don't think he was running a Rico, but he's definitely not a studio gangster. He's cool, laid back, and generous. Y'all know what's so funny? The investigator, detective, the gang expert who replaced Dennis, she actually used that term studio gangster wrong. She used the term studio gangster in in such a way as to say somebody who's a gangster who then becomes a rapper. So now they're a gangster in the studio. But that's not what that term means. Studio gangster means is literally the opposite of that. You're only a gangster in the studio, but when you're out and about, you're not a gangster. So it's interesting that she's the gang expert being called in to testify on terminology and lyrics, and she literally gets it wrong. You know what I'm saying? Studio gangster is not the guy who's a gangster on the streets and then decides to rap. That's not what a studio gangster is. Studio gangster is a person who was never a gangster and then goes in the studio and decides he's going to rap as if he were a gangster. And you know what I'm saying? So it's like, the problem is, I don't know, maybe they didn't want to hit her on everything. Maybe they didn't catch it. But I remember when Studio Gangster came out. I remember when Eazy-E called Dr. Dre a studio gangster. And that's when I learned what a studio, that was the first time I ever heard the term. He called Dr. Dre a studio gangster on, I think it was Real Compton City G's. So, you know, I would play that for y'all, but this whole stream would get copyright strike. But if y'all want to hear a real tight song, you know what I'm saying? Play Real Compton City G's by Eazy-E, y'all. That's where I first heard the term studio gangster. Anyway, y'all, oh, Cammy, you still here. Do I think Thug helped pay for any of his co-defendants? This is a question that I've never, that at least that I remember. I don't remember having touched this question on purpose. In the past, it appears that Thug was not paying for his people's lawyers, for Woody and them. He wasn't paying for lawyers. Do I think currently he's helping any of these guys with their lawyers? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Is Thug's money that long? The problem, Regina, is you talking about your freedom. You talking about how many guys are going to cooperate against you. You talking about, if I don't help this guy and he needs help, how does that reflect back on me in the trial? Not my reputation, but is he going to turn on me? So I don't have any inside information about this, but back to the super, and I do thank you, Cammy. I think I'm saying that right. I would be, well, Lil Rod has a public defender. How are these guys paying for these people, y'all? Think about this. Carrington Matthews and his son, Carrington Matthews, is sitting in court 8 hours a day, practically 7 days a week. He's there, not 7, 5 days a week. He's there every day. When he's not in court, presumably he's working on YSL related whatever. He has to physically go to court. So he has to get up, get dressed, style himself, blah, 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 go through security, park, all that stuff, just for this one trial. If we want to say that he is a sought after defense lawyer and could be doing $250,000 a year, I don't know what his rate is, but he could be doing 200, 250, whatever. So if we want to just say 200 is what a year's worth of his effort is worth as a lawyer. I don't know, y'all. Could be more. I doubt it would be much less. You trying to say that Mr. Huey has 200,000, and then you have to consider Mr. Carrington Matthews' son also is in there frequently. You said he didn't pay for their lawyer. I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if he contributed. It's funny how when everything was all right, Thug Entourage was huge. Now they're in trouble. Main ones took deals. Well, that's gonna be the legacy of this. I think what I honestly seeing Slime Life Shawty on that stage yesterday, y'all, on that stand, I should say. One of my biggest feelings was, man, you just don't look tough on the stand. I'm not saying that he portrayed himself as a tough guy. I'm not familiar with his background. So don't get me wrong. I'm not going at the guy. I don't know. But I'm just saying all of them, nobody looked tough on the stand. So like you live this life where you a tough guy on the streets, but the moment you have to testify against somebody else, you know what I'm saying? Like you being pushed and pulled by prosecution. The aura of your toughness is gone. The aura of your toughness is gone. So, yeah, once you hit the stand, you know what I'm saying? You either cooperating or you going to jail. You don't look tough going to jail, and you definitely don't look tough cooperating. Couple other comments, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Ashley Merchant charging $600 an hour. Yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe more. 600 times 2080. Whoa. Hold up. Did I do that right? 600 times 2,080 hours in a year. Whoa. Y'all, I might have just sold Mr. Carrington Matthews short when I said 600,000. I mean, when I said 200,000. I might have just sold the man short. He probably look at me and laugh. Hold up. Let me see. 200,000 divided by 2. Yeah, that's just $96 an hour. No way he's doing this for $96 an hour. Forget it. I mean, I don't know. I think I just sold the man short. I need to apologize to him. Y'all. Yeah, nah. These guys are no way they got this man for 200K. So nah. Mr. Matthews I saw another chat that still is 1.8 million for this trial. I don't think anybody knows the actual number, but I was thinking about Mr. Matthews, and he got to be, if Steele is at 2 million, no way Mr. Matthews is going to be that far behind him. I mean, he would have to at least be 400, 500,000. I don't know, but I think I was way off with 200,000 a year. That's tripping. So y'all, one more thing I will say about this. I heard from Doug Weinstein. Somebody asked about this, and Doug Weinstein said, for these types of cases, you don't bill by the hour. Y'all, if I'm mistaken, then I'm mistaken. But my understanding of what I heard Weinstein say was they don't bill by the hour for these kind of cases. They'll like give you a flat fee. It'll probably be for a certain amount of time because you never know how long the case is gonna last. But I don't think they're billing by the hour in the same way you would with other types of representation, like in a civil trial. So, y'all, it's been real. It's been 8 hours. We've been going since 8:30. I appreciate y'all. Please do hit the like button. If you aren't subscribed, do subscribe. One more time, I'm going to put our paralegal program in the chat. If you're interested in getting a paralegal certificate, you're interested in working in the paralegal field, there's a very handsome man right there who has lots of experience. I know some of the fellas like, who has lots of experience helping people get going in the paralegal field. I just put it. I'm going to spam it in the chat a little bit. Give the thumbs up. And that's going to be it, y'all. I appreciate everybody. I will be dropping a video tomorrow. Thank you to our mods, Andre, Amy. Miss Lily's not on here anymore, but thank you to Miss Lily. Thank everybody for all of the super chats. Let me just go over these one more time because we got a lot of supers. Sassy Experience, Slim Life, Clizzles. Robin joined up. Sassy Experience again. Cammie Phillips, Kate Francis, Paris, Slim Life again. Sassy Experience again. Zenpai and I were going back and forth. Clizzle. Zenpai. Chris Fulton. Dallas the Great with the $20. Thank you. Clizzle again. Ashley Schmelzer became a member. Boogie, or is it Boogie? Valley with the super sticker. Paris. L Boogie. So we got a Boogie and an L Boogie. Wigs and Wine. I think I might have missed you earlier, but if you are still on here, thank you so much. Violet. Thank you. Truth. Appreciate it. And then Cammie Phillips. Thank you, y'all. So I will maybe do a stream tomorrow, y'all. I know there's no court, but what else are we gonna do? We'll figure it out. My wife is back, so we'll see. My wife will be back later on today, so I won't be home alone anymore. So thank y'all for rocking with us the whole day. It's been real. Thanks a lot again. Thanks to our mods, and I will see y'all mañana. Bye-bye.